Should be live. Let me unlock my phone. Alright. I set everything up on YouTube. On the YouTubes. Set my thumbnail up. My tags in. All right. Everything should be up and running. Check the Twitch stream. Making sure it's good on there. Okay. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, check the audio. As always. Always gotta check the audio. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Yeah, it sounds pretty good. Okay. Oh yeah, let me turn off the voice chat. How do I turn off? Actually, wait, hold on. You know what? We're gonna keep it on. There's like no reason to turn it off, actually. Really no reason to turn it off. Okay. Put out the noti to Discord. We got a big stream today. Big stream today. I meant to stream yesterday, but I got lazy, I'm not gonna lie. I gotta catch up on content. We are reacting to a bunch of shit. Making a bunch of YouTube clip vids. Big react stream. Lots of YouTube video coming soon. All right. Yeah, we got a lot of shit. A lot of shit about to happen soon. All right. Let's see. Why is it so? Hold on. Oh yeah, I gotta change the volume of this shit too. Oopsie. I could probably change the volume on the game too, actually. Wait, didn't I already change these earlier? I think I did.
Growing up, I always felt like I cheated myself by being born in LA. I really like big cities, but where do you go after LA? There are only a couple of urban areas that are larger than Los Angeles, you know? New York, Tokyo, the London area. There are a couple cities in China. Yeah, it's LA is one of the biggest, you know? It's huge. LA is enormous. So I always felt like I kind of started at the top in terms of like large cities, but in Seattle I'm very happy, I think. Biggest but not the best? No, LA is not the best. I'm not saying LA is the best. I'm just saying I like big cities. I like cities that are so expansive that it feels like you could travel from one end to another and never run out of things to do. Like that there are sub-cities within the city, different cultures and different worlds inside of it. And LA does do that. LA is ugly and congested, but it does do that. In LA, you will never run out of things to do. You could be born in LA and go outside every day and go to a new location, and you would die before you had seen everything there is to see. Which I think is special. I think that's really cool. I think it's really cool that humans have built that that's a thing we can do. Big city access, small town culture is the best mix. I think you can have at least the best elements of small town culture in a big city with proper urban design, which is why I rant about it so often. If you have walkable cities with strong mixed housing districts, you can have people like walking outside and hanging out. List of biggest cities. Is this the city itself, or is this the municipal area? Because the city of LA has like 3 million people, but the municipal area of LA, hold on, is like 20 million. Let me see. Where is Los Angeles? Okay, Los Angeles here is listed with a population of 15 million, so this would be a metropolitan area, not municipal, sorry. The metropolitan area, yeah. So Tokyo has 39 million. That is insane.
That's a lot of fucking people. Jesus.
Jesus Christ, in the metropolitan area for Tokyo. That is unbelievable. Can't even fucking imagine being... Yeah, it's like a moderately large country. Yeah, larger than all of Canada in one metro area. Okay, yeah, this is the urban area, and this is the city proper. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Delhi, Shanghai, Sao Paulo. I don't know anything about Sao Paulo. I'm probably not even pronouncing it right.
When's the stun
Mexico
lock
City.
coming?
Cairo.
Fuck.
I had no idea Cairo was this large of a city. Huh. Mumbai, that makes sense. Beijing. Dhaka. I also wouldn't have guessed that. Osaka makes sense. New York makes sense. Karachi. Huh. Buenos Aires, Chongqing, Istanbul, Okada. A lot of world out there. Whole lot of world out there. Which is the densest of these cities? Come on. Dhaka in Bangladesh, 37 almost thousand people per square kilometer. That's unbelievable. Where does Los Angeles fit? Los Angeles isn't that dense. It's really spread out. Oh my god, Los Angeles is 2.4. Holy shit.
That's
literally
a really
like
dense fucking
20
city.
times the
God
density.
damn.
That is unbelievable.
Just packed on top of each other.
I can't believe
Move a
what
foot
living
and
there
you
must
just
be like. Okay,
slam
I'm just
face
taking a
first
guess
into
here, but this
somebody.
level of
God
population
damn.
density has to be like unhealthy, right? This has got to be like poor people packed in tenements, like pollution, streets, just like unmoving. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, slums. This can't be good. I wonder what like the ideal livable population density is. Where's Paris? Paris is one of the best designed like major cities in the Western world. Is Paris even on this list? 64 here. Okay, they're at 4,000, or just about 4,000, which is about 60% more than Los Angeles. That makes sense. You can barely see the sky in Paris. I'm not saying it's perfect. Just wondering. Yeah, what's the most dense Western city? Western cities are much more spread out than. Let's see. The densest city that I would consider to be part of like the West. You have to go down quite a while. Would be Seoul in South Korea. Would Mexico count? Not in the way I'm thinking, I guess. Doesn't Mexico City have like Seoul, but not Mexico? Wait, what do you guys mean by West? I'm sorry, I shouldn't say West. I should say like developed, like first world country. I'm sorry. I don't know where like you would fit. I don't know if Egypt is a first world country. I don't know very much about Egypt, but Mexico's developed though. Mexico's development is pretty asymmetrical, isn't it? Right? Like there are parts of Mexico that are as developed as like any American city, but a lot of Mexico isn't. You know. Then again, I have seen Parasite and I have seen Squid Game, so maybe I shouldn't be trusting South Korea. Maybe not. How far down before we go? Okay, so London is the densest. What would it be? The densest English speaking? Yeah. London would be the densest at 6.4 thousand people per square kilometer. South Korea was a military agrarian dictatorship 40 years ago. Yeah, they sure have popped up. Hong Kong? China can't be a first world country, can it? It can't be a first world country. We took a look at all those the world in numbers graphs, taking a look at like England, France, America, like the relative income distribution. China is not where we are. India has the second most English speakers after the US. Yeah, but it's not an English speaker. Come on, guys. Oh. Come on, work with me here. Come on, man. You know what the fuck I mean.
When is this stun lock gonna happen?
I think there's a significant difference between when I say like Western first world country, like London, and like Mexico City. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe I've never been to Mexico City. Maybe if I went there, I'd be like, oh, it's like I'm visiting Europe or whatever. But I doubt that's the case. Maybe we should look at the density of the city itself rather than the metropolitan area. If we're looking, oh wait, hold on. Wait. If we're looking at the density of the city itself rather than the urban area surrounding it, France is actually number 5 at 20.4 thousand. Okay. I mean that like what is that? The slums in Los Angeles, the worst place you're going to get is Skid Row. And if you look at Skid Row, as bad as it is, it's a developed population center with buildings and infrastructure, the same housing and construction and safety laws as the rest of the place. You know, it's not literally like corrugated sheet metal stacked into like a gigantic like tessellating Boss, you're painfully American. What am I saying that's incorrect? What am I saying that's incorrect? You guys are being very white right now. The Philippines is apparently the densest city on Earth. I want to see what that looks like. Hold on. If I Google, like, Manila city slums, like, what is that? Yeah, yikes. Yeah, this is what I mean. Whew. For whatever problems, like, cities like Los Angeles have, they don't quite look like this. There's definitely a difference. Not to say we don't have our issues, but... Well, obviously you're searching for slums. Yeah, but it does mean something that a city would have any part of it that...
I mean, if you want to do, like, parkour... Here's your fucking city, bro. Jesus fucking Christ. Alright, then.
Looks
I
like
don't
this,
know.
you know?
How is Stonelock so
It's not
long?
one which should be met with any kind of controversy, okay? And if you disagree, I invite you to go find a homeless encampment in Seattle and then go to Mumbai and spend time out in the slums, okay? And you can come back and you can explain to me why you're wrong. You can just go watch Slumdog Millionaire, sure. I think the good faith argument is that the living conditions are similar even though the causes and scales are different. Yeah, but there's a big difference in terms of, like, the city or the social problem. There's a huge difference between, like, people... there are, like, thousands of homeless people in LA, and there is a city where 80% of its 40 million population live in corrugated metal sheds. There's a huge difference between those things. And even then, the conditions are decently different. At least if you're homeless here in, like, America, you, depending on where you are, you have access to some of the amenities in you know, a developed country. ERs function. There are, you know, relative, like, safety compared to a lot of these places. Probably, I'm guessing, greater or at least different kinds of access to food. It's definitely a different situation. Public bathrooms with clean running water. Yeah, not to say homeless people have easy access to these things, but they are things they can access. At least here, you know, like, it's a little easier. Yeah, we have toilets and sewage systems. Yeah. Now people are going to interpret this as me saying homeless people have effortless access to all these amenities. That is wild. Look at that. It's like a nutrition block, except it's housing, like beehive housing. It's like a fucking cube. Did you not know about this? I think I've heard the name. I don't know if I've seen the picture. It's been raised? Good. There's no way this is safe. The Yimby dream. The Yimby dream. Absolutely. This is where we could fit. See what we're looking at right now? You could fit every human being on Earth in this one little space. Why don't we do that? Why don't we do that? Don't read about it, though. It's very sad. We're watching a video on it. Are we stunlocked? Yes. Do I care?
You're watching a video on it.
This guy's faking his accent, right? I've never heard of British people authentically on, like, geopolitical issues and just getting, like, info on the city. Like, even if he says something wrong here, I don't think this isn't. It's not like I'm trying to, like, use.
It might be weak. It was also very big and very close to Hong Kong. By contrast, London was nearly 10.
Alright, this isn't... I'm not... We're gonna react to something else. Let's see. Let's see.
People are as left as they are now. Like, it's not that crazy, you know? We don't hear this rhetoric anymore. Bite the bullet on that. You don't have to fight against that. So,
son of a bitch.
But okay. Jesus Christ, I remember growing up when I was a staunch fucking Republican. My response to every single fucking thing a Democrat said was, "You hate this country. You're not patriotic. You hate the country. You hate the troops. You don't support Iraq. You don't support Afghanistan because you fucking hate the troops. You want our fucking military to."
Wait, does this game have PvP? Shit, I don't know if you're still here, or not, Raphael, but PSO2 doesn't have PvP. Well, it kind of did in the before the expansion came out, but people didn't really do it that much. It's mostly like a PvE MMO in general. But I'm not really focusing on the game that much anyways right now. Trying to find stuff to talk about. Let's see.
Die. You want all these people, right? This is the rhetoric that Republicans have been giving for the past, small uptick in hate crimes.
A populist conservative. I think I'm one of the better conservative debaters that you see on the Twitch platform. I primarily stream to Twitch because YouTube decides to ban me all the time and give me strikes.
Would you play something right now if I recommended it? I mean, I would like, maybe? I'm trying to make some more clips for my YouTube channel, to be honest. I don't know if you're subscribed to it or not, but I do like commentary on like my YouTube channel. And I've been lazy for like the past week on like streaming and making more content for that. So today's a catch-up stream. We're doing like a bunch of videos back to back. Yeah. That's why I got the big screen for the video. A small screen for the game. But I mean, what games would you recommend though, Raphael? Sorry to interrupt. No, it's fine. Like, what game would you like recommend though? If just a heads up though, I'm very particular when it comes to like the kinds of games I play. It's mostly like just action RPGs and fighting games, like very few shooters. It's on GameJolt.com. GameJolt? So it's like a Flash game? Indie developers. So it's like an indie site. Okay. Hold on a minute. Game Jolt. Is this just a bunch of like, what's it called? Like the amino type shit? Like when we had the meta of like amino apps for like anime and shit and like comics and stuff, but like for video games? Because I see like, it's like different communities. Like different games. Nintendo, pixel art, Friday Night Funkin', Undertale, Five Nights. I mean, there's literally Minecraft on here and League of Legends. I don't, I don't know what if a small developer is fucking Microsoft, well then, bro, I don't know what a big developer is. Catacombs of Solaris. Catacombs of Solaris. We should just on Steam. The hell is this? What is this? Hold up. What is this? There is no describing it. I mean, all you need is a GTX 660. 50 megabytes of space? How small is this game? $11.99. Who needs drugs? Okay, alright. We'll come back to it later someday. Remind me later. For now, though, I don't feel like going down a trip. Alright.
So I don't think I'm allowed to post there for another week. But you can find me on YouTube at Normal America with Rob Noor. Twitch, where I stream almost every weeknight around 8 p.m. Eastern time. It's just Rob Noor, as you see it spelled there, all one word, all lowercase. Twitch.tv/Rob Noor. So thanks so much for having me.
All right, so let's bring on Destiny. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing great.
So yeah, same questions.
What were those again? I'm Destiny. I love Joe Biden. Yeah. Biden's America. Amen. Well, hold on. I'm fucking with my OBS because I have to do a new fucking thing every single time you guys said he's a new program to broadcast. So, yeah, sorry
God,
about
he's
that.
a complaining machine tonight.
Okay, there you go. What was okay? What was it? Repeat, because some people didn't hear the question the first time. Because you mumbled a lot. Yeah. Introduce yourself. Yeah, I'm Destiny. I do politics on Twitch and on YouTube at twitch.tv/Destiny, youtube.com/Destiny, and yeah, that's what I do. I'm left, center left, far right. I don't know. It depends on what you call me, but I would say that I'm a center left, far left person. I consider myself a social democrat, and as an extension of that, I tend to support my boy Biden doing big things in America. I'm excited to be a part of it.
And if you guys are watching this on the replay, I am dying to see what this will sound like on 2x speed, because these two are like the fastest talkers on the internet. So watching this playback on 2x speed will be fun. All right, so yeah, here is what we'll do.
I'm at 1.5
statement, be as little as 1 minute and longer than 5 about the topic and your stance. After that, we'll open the floor for those watching. If you have questions, tag politically provoked so we know you're talking to us and not the chat. We'll be jotting them down throughout the debate. Because it's a little busy, we'll probably only be accepting super chats, but we might be able to get to some good questions as well. So just write them anyways, and if it's a good enough question, we'll ask. Also, make sure no families, no girlfriends, no wives. It's off limits. I don't care what you guys type, but they won't be read. So behave. Yeah, so I guess we can get started with opening statements. Rob, you want to get us going?
Yeah, real quick, just a question. How long are we planning on going? Just influences, but all I want to talk about. That's all.
They usually run about like 2 hours. If not.
Okay, sounds good. Works for me. Okay, yeah, I can give an opening statement. Yeah, so I don't know exactly what anyone has to defend to claim that Biden and his presidency has been a net positive. There are things that maybe you could say that he did that were okay on certain things, but I don't know how anyone could say that if you had to say whether or not you would consider his presidency good, would say that's the case. So I'll get to my reasons why. First is we have to say that it's not just Joe Biden, but it's actually his administration. And one, that's only fair. You would do that with any presidency, but particularly with the Biden presidency, because he's basically not all there. And more than any president in my lifetime, he's a figurehead. There are people behind the scenes that are actually running it. He doesn't know where he's at half the time. Nonetheless, the buck stops with Biden, so that's what we'll be talking about. I've basically broken down into 3 categories, the areas where I think that Biden is a failure, or perhaps that someone could definitely argue that he succeeded. The first would be foreign policy. Second would be domestic policy. The third's like more of a catch-all. I would say like scandals or sort of his impression as president and things like that. So on foreign policy, there is no arguing that I could see to make the case that Biden has been a success on foreign policy. He entered his presidency with historic Middle East peace deals. Soon after entering, we saw fighting in the Middle East with Israel, Palestine. We saw the ability we had to bomb Syria because allegedly Iran was attacking U.S. interests there. So we saw disastrous bombing campaigns in Syria because a third country did something terrible. We saw France being pissed because at the last minute they were left out of a nuclear sub deal, and that's one of the things we were told with Biden. He would bring respect back to our allies. Our allies know that he's a joke, like France being upset with this situation. He was censured in the UK because of his disastrous pullout of Afghanistan without correctly working with the UK in order to do so. So you can see that our allies are furious. The Afghanistan debacle was one of the biggest egg on face things that has occurred to the U.S. foreign policy wise since Vietnam. American troops died. Hundreds of Americans were left behind. He actually allowed Bagram Air Base to be taken over, which allowed ISIS to be freed, which allowed ISIS to then kill our troops. He relied on the Taliban, the very group that freed those ISIS troops, for security in Afghanistan and the sole air base that we had left, which was predictably a disaster. He brought a bunch of people in that he claimed were vetted that we now know weren't vetted. So this was a disaster. Then, after getting egg on his face, he decided to prove that he was a tough guy by bombing ISIS-K, which actually was just a bunch of children that he murdered. Our enemies are emboldened. We see Russia being emboldened with Ukraine. We see China being emboldened with Taiwan. Foreign policy is a disaster. Domestic policy, some of the big areas that I think we could hit on: COVID. His COVID policy has been a disaster. If anything, he should have at least been better than Donald Trump on this. He wasn't. It seems his entire plan is to rely on the vaccine that was created under Trump. That's about it. On the economy, we have historic inflation. We have stagnation. Things are looking horrible when it comes to the economy. We can get more to that. We have a border crisis. We have supply chain issues and energy problems. So much so, and even if you're progressive and you're for Green New Deal type stuff, I mean, the guy's begging OPEC to increase the production of fossil fuels after he's basically virtue signaling that we need to end fossil fuels. Last thing is scandals and things like that. Let's not forget he offered that we still don't know who the 10% that was going to the big guy, which only makes sense in this context because it seems really weird that Biden is unwilling to criticize China about COVID. Even if you don't think that COVID came from a lab in China, remember one of the first things Biden did was disband Trump's task force seeing the origins of COVID. Then after public pressure, he actually restarted it, which, surprise, surprise, they came to no conclusion within like a month or two afterwards. But he doesn't criticize China for this. Even if China didn't create it in a lab, we know that they lied over and over, which led to the spread happening initially. And yet for some reason, Biden never wants to criticize China for that. We see that the FBI is targeting parents. We see that they're targeting political opposition. And we see that they're acting as a Gestapo, putting political prisoners in jail without their due process rights, such as some of the people that didn't commit violence January 6th and the terrible things that are happening there. He's telling people to ignore the courts. When the courts ruled against his mandates, he's basically telling them to rule against them. He has dementia, and if I could speak to Destiny just for a second, look no further to the things you've been arguing about with the Kyle Rittenhouse and how horrible our media is. Joe Biden led to that by directly calling Kyle Rittenhouse a white supremacist. He claimed that his reason for running for president was because Donald Trump said Nazis were good people. That's when he decided he was going to run. And so all of this division and lies that you see coming out of the media comes straight from the top, from the Biden presidency. So last thing I'll say is this: the polls don't lie. We don't have to trust every poll, but it's clear that even a lot of Democrats understand that Biden's been a big disaster, and there's even scuttlebutt inside the party that they might seek someone different in 2024 because they know he's been a disaster. That's it.
All right, Destiny.
Geez, I wrote down talking points, but I guess I don't want my opening statement to just be to respond to every single word I'm talking about, because I imagine we'll get into that in the back and forth. In terms of the three major things that I kind of wanted to focus on, I think that the coronavirus relief is obviously going to be a big part. I think that Biden had accomplished some historic parts in this coronavirus relief. One of the big focuses is obviously going to be the quasi-UBI that he started with the child tax credit. This is the thing that most people talk about, you know, the slashing of childhood poverty, the ensuring of food delivery to a lot of these children as a result of having that money to these families. We can also talk about the unemployment insurance, which was a great stimulus to the majority of the American people. I believe the U.S. gave out more.
Is it sped up times 2? It's 1.5 actually. We could do. I probably could do 2 times, but I'm also kind of looking at some game stuff, so it'd be kind of hard. But no, it's 1.5. They just talk kind of fast. Let's go back to it.
Stimulus than any country in the world except maybe Japan, which I thought was really great because the U.S. is historically seen as a country that is unwilling to give stimulus to its people when they're hurting. The second thing that we'll go into is Afghanistan. I think that Biden was incredibly brave in pulling out of Afghanistan. I think that there are a million reasons why weaker leaders would have stayed because they were worried about getting a little bit of egg on their face because that pullout was never going to be clean. I think that given the Doha deal that had already been signed in agreement with Donald Trump, who didn't involve the Afghanistan government in that agreement, I don't think that anything else could have possibly happened with that, but perhaps we'll get into that as well. And then on the third thing, the infrastructure bill, it's the largest infrastructure bill in history that's passed in the United States. Over $500 billion authorized in new spending. Rob said earlier that Biden virtue signaled on green energy when this infrastructure bill directly funds a lot of green energy, which I believe is the opposite of virtue signaling. There's a million other things we can talk about. The idea about blaming Biden for fighting in Israel and Palestine when Trump was the one that moved the embassy east from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem is laughable. The idea that bombing Syria is a horrible thing when Trump also bombed Syria. The idea that our enemies are emboldened when there was a widespread amount of disrespect for Donald Trump as a leader when he was doing things like photo ops with Kim Jong-un, where his own Secretary of State was telling him, yeah, these talks fell apart, nothing happened. If you're not talking about emboldening enemies, I think that Trump obviously won there versus anything else. But I don't want to respond to every point in the opening segment. We can just go back and forth on some particular thing if you want. Yeah, I'm good.
All right, floor's open, man.
All right, if you don't mind, just to set the stage for this debate, I think the Biden presidency's been terrible. How would you rate it? Would you say it's just okay or it's good?
Given the set of circumstances, I would say that Biden, if you would have asked me what he could have accomplished with a 50-person Senate, I would say that he has exceeded my expectation in almost every possible manner by this point in time. I would have never expected it to be as effective as it has been. I wouldn't have thought anything would have gotten done. That would have been my guess.
Okay, so, but getting things done doesn't necessarily an indicator of whether or not those things getting done are good, right? So just saying that he's been able to mire through red tape that you thought he wouldn't have been. Like when we look at the actual day-to-day lives of Americans, like take the first issue you talked about, COVID. Would you say that Biden's been a success on that issue of COVID?
I mean, it's hard to say. I don't know how much the president,
I mean, has it even been a full year yet? I don't even think it has. We're almost, yeah, because Biden started in January, I believe. Yeah, January 6th, actually. Because that's when the January 6th riot happened. Yeah. So we're at a year where the first year, that whole year, we are coming out of a fucking great, kind of a recession in a way. It's not like instantaneously you can climb yourself out of that. It's gonna take a little bit of time. I'd say probably we have to wait till like the third or even like fourth year of the presidency before we can like talk about whether Biden was successful in pulling us out. I mean, honestly, the unemployment is already basically down to, I think it was just as high or even lower than what it was before COVID started, like around 5%, which is pretty great for one. Like Destiny said, the child tax credit is gonna help a lot of poor families feed their children and give them like enough money to take care of themselves and their children, which is really nice. I don't know. It's being really harsh on Biden right now, especially with fucking COVID going on and then the record numbers of like polarization of everything when it comes to especially like the Senate, where it's basically impossible to get people on either side to vote for basically anything proposed by the other side. Getting basically anything through is kind of miraculous nowadays, so I don't know. I'm kind of on Destiny's side with this one.
A lot of this is going to come down to a state-by-state decision, and sometimes even a county-by-county decision on how they want to manage the coronavirus. In terms of what the president is able to do, the mandating all federal workers get vaccinated and have masks, the distribution of vaccines to the United States citizens, which I believe are still all completely free. I mean, like, these are good things, but I mean, the president can only reach so much of the states when states still have the authority to write their own policy.
Okay, so we'll get in. We can start with COVID if you want, but I'll just say in general, I don't know what your stance was. But if I could guess, I would think that you would thought that Trump was terrible on COVID. It's frustrating to me to see a lot of people in our national media and in the Democratic Party that wanted to blame Trump for every death that occurred under COVID with him. They didn't say, well, actually, it was more up to the states and things like that. And then when it's Biden, they're like, well, he can only do so much, when we see that there are more deaths under him than there were under Trump.
Yeah, so when people say that Trump was terrible on COVID...
Number one, there's more deaths... Wait, when did COVID start? Was it like... COVID started... Hold on. Let's look this up, actually. We can look this up right now. When did COVID reach the U.S.? January 2020. CDC. Blah, 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 blah. January 18th. When did Biden take office? The inauguration of Joe Biden as the 46th president of the United States took place on January 20th, 2020, making the start of the 4-year. Okay, so Biden started on January 20th of 2021. The first case of COVID, hold on. Let me put this in here, actually. Yeah, the first case of COVID that we found was basically around the same exact time Biden took office. So when you say some dumb shit like, hey, there's more deaths under Biden's presidency than Trump's, obviously, of course that's true, because the entire time COVID was wrecking our country, Trump was trying to say that COVID wasn't a problem, that COVID, like, we don't need to worry about it, vaccines are like fucking giving you microchips, all that shit, while he wasn't even president. I don't know. Of course there's more deaths under Biden because it happened throughout the very beginning of his presidency, and Trump wasn't even president during it. Anyways.
There is only so much that a president can do, but a president can provide guidance. That's all a president can do. Trump's guidance was first non-existent and then terrible. I would say that Biden's guidance has been good. But I mean, we could conceive of a world where Trump's guidance was better, but there were still deaths. But at that point, I wouldn't be blaming Trump over it. I mean, we literally had, thousands, tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of cases in the U.S. that were still undiagnosed on a formal level, while Trump was denying that the coronavirus even existed, or that it was even coming, or that it wasn't going to be a big deal. To compare Trump's lead up to that over and over and over again, and the lackluster pushing of getting, the PPE and everything doled out, to what Biden has done, which has been to take incredibly seriously. I mean, I would take Biden a million times over. If Biden would have been president instead of Trump, we probably would have been in a better position to absorb this virus than how we have now.
What would he have done differently?
So recognizing that it existed formally in the beginning probably would have spurred on more American support for things like PPE or like social distancing, rather than Trump, who continually denied it. And even today, when Trump says, hey guys, maybe you should get vaccinated, people are like, nah, fuck no. So I think that type of like moral or spiritual or leadership guidance would have gotten the American public in general to be in a more receptive state for state governors and then county and city leaders to enact these types of social distancing or other regulations to slow the spread of the virus.
I think that this is a cop-out for several reasons. One, the idea that it's not the policies and stuff, but it's mere just their guidance, their leadership. That's just bullshit. Secondly, Trump was taking this serious far earlier than even people like Fauci, right? For example, Trump decided, we heard Fauci in February on CNN and other places saying, oh, the regular flu is going to be worse. We had prominent Democrats, even after Trump started to talk about potential things we need to do, saying there's no problem, go out to Chinatown and hug a Chinese person. The only thing that...
So, we're just gonna ignore everything Trump has said about coronavirus. Like, saying that it's not real, saying that it's not a problem, saying that, like, you don't need to take the vaccine, all of that stuff. Really? That just never happened, Rob. Okay.
Biden suggested that would have been different at the onset of COVID, which is where you're focusing is. He claimed that Trump banning travel from China was xenophobic. That's what he claimed. So how can you claim that Biden would have taken it more seriously when the very first thing he said that would have been different was, I wouldn't have banned travel from China because I think that has tinges of racism to it.
Okay. sorry, I'm just writing all this down. So
That's all right,
if we want to jump into each claim, we can dig through these, but almost all of these are either half true or completely false. So firstly, when we say it's not the policies, it's their guidance, that's not a cop-out. Presidents are like, a president can set a legislative agenda, a president can work with politicians to get things passed, and a president can absolutely set the tone. If you want to get into a side argument for can a president influence the beliefs of Americans and what they ought to do, and whether or not that becomes down the line instrumental to the types of policies that can pass, I can't imagine that you would seriously argue against that. But I mean, we can have this argument if we want. Number one. Number two, Trump was taking this seriously earlier than Fauci. This is just not true. So we can talk about, and Republicans have two talking points. It's the Chinese travel ban and it's the European travel ban. Both of these were done after the WHO declared, a pandemic or declared a problem in China. Trump wasn't ahead on either of these things. If Trump was truly ahead, he would have banned travel from Europe the same day he banned travel from China. He waited over a month to do it. And in that waiting period, we did nothing. We did nothing to get ready. After we banned travel from China, we knew it was becoming a pandemic around the world, and we sat and waited. And then a month and a half later, like, oh, well,
I don't want to react to more fucking coronavirus back and forth. I had to sit through this for like 6 months of like, is COVID real? Is it bullshit? Do we actually need to worry about it? Is it less or worse bad than the flu? Do you even need the vaccine? Is natural immunity better? Fuck! Oh, please kill me. The answers are: get the fucking vaccine, wear a mask. The lockdowns were good. All the places that actually did lockdowns, as soon as they found COVID cases, fucking had way less deaths and way less cases than the fucking USA. There's a reason the USA, who had shit policies on fucking COVID-19, has... Actually, hold on. We can look at this right now. I can prove this. I can prove this right the fuck now. Countries by COVID deaths. There we go. Coronavirus cases. Here we go. Coronavirus deaths worldwide as of December 3rd, 2021. There's a reason why the USA, which has a population nowhere near the size of... Is China even on this list? Hold on. Control F. I can't type worse shit. Look at how far down China is. But let's say that we can't trust their numbers because they're China, they're China. What's the country? India. There's a reason why, with India being way closer to China, and then also India having a population density and population size, well, like 2-3 times bigger than ours, that their cases are, that their deaths are way less than ours, even with having worse fucking healthcare as well. Like, because they did lockdowns, they took vaccines, and they actually had a fucking country that, took it seriously. The USA, with supposedly our quote-unquote great healthcare system, which it really isn't, and number two, our population that's way more spread out than India, and way less than India. Like, we fucking have, what is it, almost twice as much deaths as India when it comes to COVID-19 cases, okay? Like I said before, lockdowns are good. Take the fucking vaccine. Wear a mask. If we did this from the very beginning, COVID would not have been as big as a problem as it is now, and or was. End of discussion. But we'll find something else to watch because I'm kind of done with I am done with talking about COVID and all of it because I'm just tired of the same talking points over and over and over and over again. But yeah. China was literally pulling people out of their cars at a point. Not sure what the context of the video was, but I saw a Chinese man getting arrested and bagged over the head. Jesus. I mean, I'd argue that's probably a little bit too far, but like at least they took COVID seriously. Unlike the president of the United States, Trump, at the very beginning was saying that COVID wasn't even real and that like you don't even need vaccines and like trying to indirectly getting people to take, was it like some kind of fucking chlorine or some shit or bleach? Even though he didn't like explicitly say like drink it was some kind of bleach or some shit. But yeah, I don't know. Like, there's a reason the USA did so bad, even though we're supposed to be quote unquote the best nation on the planet. Like, it just, the COVID is real. Take the vaccine, wear a mask, social distance. It works. Okay, it's just proven true. It's not, you can't argue it anymore. Amazon. All right. Oh yeah. COVID talk. Minutes. Sorry, I'm just writing down where I'm gonna clip from for all this. All right, next one. Let's see.
People who equate not respect.
Let's try this out.
Hard. I think that sometimes when people get into trans advocacy online, they make two brutal mistakes. Number one is they try to totally.
Then you actually just disagree with medical consensus.
Yes,
within the
I
Western
disagree. Yes, I disagree with the false medical consensus driven by politically driven, quote-unquote doctors. If any doctor denies to me that there is a dichotomy between male and female,
And then you have to be careful because this is going to be how conservatives will railroad you. And the problem is that, like, but I remember I made the argument a long time ago. If we were to encounter an alien species, my assumption would be.
Why do you believe you're right about trans people given the American Psychological Association, American Medical Association, American Psychoanalytic Association? I can go on for about 5 more associations that are very prominent and govern the existing like health government or health industries within like the major Western countries. And all of these associations have multiple thousands of doctors, sociologists, psychologists, and with PhDs in their respective fields backing the idea that sex and gender are different, effectively gaining the medical consensus for sex and gender being 2 different concepts, yet you have a different opinion.
okay, so sex and gender are 2 different concepts, but gender is tied to biology. So one of the
Oh, he kind of came along with that. They're 2 different concepts.
big problems that you see in sort of the argument in favor of trans rights is this notion that gender and sex are completely separable. They're not completely.
At least he like fell on that. I agree on that as well, actually, that like sex and gender are different, but I'm also not as far left to say that like there's no difference between men and women, unironically, like, which is what a lot of people on like fucking Discord, fucking chat rooms and online Twitter try to argue that, hey, yeah, there's literally no difference between men and women in any way, shape, or form. Like, that's just a little ridiculous. To be honest, that's just not true. I'm sorry, but yeah.
Completely separable. If they are completely separable, then this means that identifying people by their subjective gender really has no relevance as to whether they are a male or a female. Male and
Okay, why conservatives are so binary in their thinking, right? Like, if they're separate, they must be wholly and completely unrelated. If they're related, they must be completely unrelated. Like, bro, just, it's like with the vaccine. Why would I take the vaccine if it doesn't have a 100% success rate? Like, bro, just take a deep breath, okay? Just chill for a second. Jesus.
female are biological terms. So using terminology like male and female to describe a self-perception of maleness or femaleness is sort of a bizarre way of arguing whether a thing is a man or a woman. So here's my question. It's an argument that my friend Matt Walsh likes to make. What is a woman? Define what a woman is without reference to the word woman, please.
So this is actually a logical fallacy called a red herring. You're asking me a question indifferent or
Oh, God. Why you don't be a debate, bruh.
in order to actually challenge my question without actually
No, it isn't. I'm saying
answering
that it really is not. I'm saying that biology, I'm agreeing with you that the notion of gender, which is effeminateness or masculinity, can be different from biology in the sense that biology is just pure male or pure female. But to suggest that
The easiest response to this question is when somebody's like, okay, if we're not going to use biology, define how you think how do you define man or woman, right? If you want to point to the difference between like gender or sex, then the easiest way to say this is like, okay, well, let's say that you're in a supermarket and you see somebody. You generally make a mental determination if you're dealing with a man or a woman. How do you do that? It's not on chromosomes because you're not testing it there. It's not on genitalia. You don't usually see those in public settings, depending on how creepy you are, right? It's highly societally driven.
there is such a thing as an effeminate male is not to suggest that an effeminate male is now a woman. Transgenderism makes the argument that if you believe that you are a woman, you are therefore a woman. Or if you believe that you are a man, you are therefore a man. I disagree with this. There are objective measures as
That's not every single. That's like the online Twitter transgender. If you actually speak to, I mean, hopefully, at least nowadays, like most real life trans people, they're not gonna make the argument that like fucking there's no difference between gender and sex at all. That's mostly like a online where people who like are just completely indoctrinated into like the super fucking far left Antifa slash I don't know K-pop fan base type shit.
as to whether you're a man or a woman. There are objective measures as to whether you're male or female. There's certainly a spectrum with regard to effeminateness versus masculinity.
We're also saying there are objective measures to which you are on something, sure, but like the objective measures could still be subjectively preferred. Let me explain to this, okay? Or let me say this, okay? So if I point to a wind ensemble versus an orchestra, okay, it is objectively true that in a wind ensemble there are no string instruments. It is objectively true that in an orchestra there are. Wait, what did I say?
Yeah, I don't want to listen to objectively follow subjective choices in creating categories. None of these opinions are accepted in academia. Okay.
His
What the fuck?
opinions are actually accepted in academia and haven't been for over 70 years. Sent this here on
Well,
Twitter.
okay, so the notion that they haven't been accepted for over 70 years is a bizarre one, considering they were accepted until about 5 minutes ago. And the basic idea that male and female do not exist runs counter to all mammalian biology, all of it, not just human. Are we to suggest that gender and sex are different in walruses? How does this work exactly? Like, are they different in bears? Anytime you have all mammalian reproduction is rooted in the idea that there's a sexual dichotomy between male and female. To obscure that with all sorts of semantic word games about how you feel subjectively has no bearing on whether male and female are categories that exist. And if you're trying to define male and female with reference.
This is why, like, you don't use the bullshit argument of, like, there's no difference between men and women, because that's obviously not true. Again, like, the easiest way to disprove that actually is what Ben Shapiro just did. You can literally just follow down or go down the argument train of, okay, are humans mammals? Yes or no? Yes? Okay. In general, how do mammals reproduce with males and females? Okay. Are there males and females with within the human like race? Yes. So there is a difference between males and females because we are mammals. Yes. And then you do the fucking SpongeBob meme with like the fucking post-it note and a manta ray guy. Or hold on, what's that? What's that one SpongeBob meme? SpongeBob meme. Where is it? SpongeBob meme. What's that? No. What's that one? God damn, there's too many SpongeBob memes. You normally does speak at this speed. No, I'm at 1.5 speed still. On this one as well. SpongeBob meme. Here we go. Like this shit. You do like this shit. Are humans mammals? Yes. Are like how do mammals reproduce? Or like do mammals reproduce with males and females generally? And actually no, not generally. Do all mammals reproduce with males and females? Yes. So there's a difference between males and females. No. It's like, okay, bro. All right. If this is the whole argument, though, I don't know if I want to. Let's see.
To any subjective category that cannot be identified by any metric whatsoever other than how you feel today, I challenge whether that is scientific or whether that is merely a self-perception that is being guided by a political agenda.
Something else that I think would help too, and I know that a lot of people have trouble with this, even religious people, which Ben Shapiro is people do not understand the vast amount of normativity that has to take place before you ever have a scientific discussion. So just to be clear, I don't know how much I want to get this conversation. Okay, male and female, those concepts aren't found anywhere in the natural world. If you're a biologist, you don't like look under a microscope and you see like, oh, it says male here and female, right? We have normative decisions that we make, meaning there are like these subjective value statements that we make as humans where we're like, okay, we have a general collection of traits here, we're going to box that this way. We have a general collection of traits here, we box this way. And we do this because it provides some utility to us, right? Now, it seems to be the case that across the vast majority of the world, we have like a male box and a female box. And we can generally line them up with these traits, right? But it's important to remember that before that is happening, you've already made like this kind of normative decision. You've already made a value statement saying, this is how we're going to group things up. These aren't necessarily like objective facts of the world, but yeah, I don't know. That's like a whole other conversation on. It's weird to see Destiny. This is just wrong. Reproduction is the most basic function of life. First of all, it's probably not even true. I'm pretty sure it's like fucking metabolism or something is a more basic thing than reproduction. But whatever. This conversation is really hard to have with just there's a term called scientism, where people think that like science can be this like self-sustaining, like provides all of its philosophical, epistemic, ethical norms or whatever, like internally, and then like power itself the way it can. A whole lot of other work happens before you ever even can begin science. There's a whole bunch of stuff that happens before you can even get to the scientific part. There's so much normativity that is like instantiated. There's so many value statements that have to be made before you can actually start doing science. It's not a system that gets itself up off the ground on its own. But that's like a whole other conversation. I don't feel like getting into right now. You mean the way we attribute concepts to things we observe, like the subjectivism that comes from the observer when he makes those decisions? I'm just trying to say that, like, when you talk about objective or subjective, we have like different layers of the conversation. Here's an example, okay? Now let's say that I define every single person that's above 180 centimeters is tall, and every single person that's below 180 centimeters is short, okay? Let's say that I make that definition. Now, let's say then that I measure somebody, and I say, you are 195 centimeters, okay, tall. You are tall. Now, if somebody comes up to you and like, that person is objectively tall, that is true. But if somebody says tallness is objective, that's not true. Like, where we decide what is tall and what is short, that is a normative decision. That is a subjective, value-based decision that we've made prior to getting to doing the measurements and then seeing if those measurements comport with what we've prior said is tall or short. Does that make sense? So if I say that 190 cm, if I say that 180 and up is tall.
Also, like, tall is always comparative. So, like, a person who's 195 centimeters can't be tall when compared to someone who's, or something that's shorter than that. But if, like, there's like an animal or something, or like another person who's like 250 centimeters, well, from that viewpoint, they're short, right? Like, I don't know.
Tall and 179 and below is short. That's a subjective statement. But past that subjective norm, I can move on to the next step where I do science and I take measurements and I make reproducible. Now I measure someone and they're like, oh, that person is 195 cm. Well, that person is tall. Sure, they are tall, but that's only in relation to a norm that we instantiated that's not found somewhere naturally in the world. That's what I'm trying to say. So when it comes to like gender or sex or whatever, past these subjective norms we created, we can say like, well, a man is a man, a woman is a woman. Yeah, sure, that's true. But we can also back up and understand that some amount of normativity had to happen before we can even decide what man and woman is, right? Because tallness and shortness are not found in the universe. The same way that male and female are not found in the universe. It's all matter that we organize in our own ways as humans. If you don't believe me, take a whole bunch of mushrooms and you'll figure it out. So people are saying, isn't it based on statistical significance? Isn't it based on averages though? You can say all of that if you want, but you have to make that decision, right? For instance, so what is tall? When you talk about like an average, is tall literally anything over 50%? If you were at 51% height, does that make you tall? Or should it be like a first standard deviation?
Yeah, this is like the problem with categories in general, and why, like, once you start getting to these type of conversations, this is where everything starts getting confusing, and why meta conversations are always boring and always really irritating to have. Because when it comes to why you categorize something, it's always going to be subjective from some certain viewpoint that you're looking at from. Like, if you're trying to say that, like, the United States is, like, the richest country on the planet, you can say that. But even with that metric, which is objectively true from certain standpoints, like, it could be proven wrong from other, like, viewpoints. Like, if you're trying to say, okay, they're the richest country because they have, like, the most billionaires or whatever. But what's, like, the average GDP of, like, the average person there? And if the USA isn't... Hold on. Actually, we can look this up. Again, we can look this up right now. Average GDP. Fuck. Average net worth of the person there. Not GDP. Countries by average net worth? Yeah, list the countries by wealth per adult. Here we go. Is the USA even? Yeah, here you go. You see? The USA is the richest country on the planet. But if you look here, are they even like... Oh, whoops. Hold on. Control F. There we go. Wait, they're not even top 24? Are you crazy? Are you serious? Yeah, the United States mean wealth per adult in US dollars. They're not even in the top 24. That's actually pretty crazy. Wait, what? Hold on. Oh, never mind. I'm dumb. Hold up. Wait. Here we go. Never mind. They're number 26. Which I was wrong in, right? Anyways, yeah, the United States is actually number 26. Median and mean wealth per adult in US dollars wealth, 2021. So that came out in 2021. So that's recent, which means it's like really true information. So like, yeah, like Luxembourg, Australia, the average wealth of a person in the US is actually not very impressive versus like us being quote unquote the richest country on the planet, right? So yeah, just remember that basically. Countries like Finland may do better because of lower population by a lot, or is it not a factor? That also helps as well, but that doesn't really matter when it comes to the conversation, because like we're talking about categories and why they're always at some point subjective, or like depending on what viewpoint you're coming at. Like you can try to make it as objective as possible, but literally the things that you are valuing in and of itself are subjective, because there is no objective value for basically anything, because value is inherently like subjective. Like, why do you value something? Like, why do people like basically the only reason people value like food less than like a concert ticket is because like people will pay more for like a ticket to a concert for, I don't know, fucking Beyonce rather than like a burger from, I don't know, McDonald's or In-N-Out, right? Even though food is in a way basically objectively more important to a person than a concert ticket, right? And limited quantity. Yeah, true. In a way. Unless you're paying for like the right to watch it live, which technically that wouldn't be limited quantity, because that's even less limited than the food. So you could go from that direction. But anyways, yeah, like value in and of itself is always like subjective from the very beginning, because it's very hard to make objective arguments for something being inherently valuable, because value is literally what does the person like or dislike at the very core of it. It's very hard to prove objectively. I'd argue impossible to prove something to have inherent objective value in any way, shape, or form. But yeah.
How should we even define what a standard deviation is? Is it past 70%, 80%? Is it something that, or should we not even use statistics? Should it actually be based on rarity and how likely you're to encounter a person in your day-to-day life? Right, there are like, these are, again, all of these are subjective statements that we're making in terms of how, I'm not trying to challenge or destroy your whole worldview. I'm not trying to say like, oh, everything you know, men and women, don't get so uncomfortable, okay? I'm just saying that like, you should question a little bit more the norms that you probably take for granted in your life, okay? There's a lot of stuff that we think like objectively exists as like a fabric of the universe that doesn't. There's a whole lot of normativity and subjectivity that goes in your life. Now, to be fair, and the reason why a lot of people will fight back whenever you say this, and a lot of people in chat are ultra asinine about it, right? Just because something has an amount of normativity that goes into it prior to us, like, really tangling with it, that doesn't make it bad. It doesn't make it worthless. Just because something is a social norm or socially constructed doesn't make it not real, okay? It doesn't make it a dumb concept, right? There are plenty of things that are socially constructed that confer great utility to humans. The concept of fucking diabetes is arguably socially constructed. Not arguably, it is, right? What level of insulin sensitivity should a person have for their diabetes, right? But having that classification of this is a diabetic person is incredibly important. I'm talking about type 2 diabetes, and for some dipshit right now is hammering on the keyboard, well, type 1 diabetic is an autoimmune disease. Fuck you. Okay. So, yeah, like, there are socially constructed things, like diseases is a socially constructed thing, that has some fact of the world underlying, probably. So, like, it might be a virus, it might be a condition of the body, it might be whatever. But there can be value. How do you go about man versus woman conversation? People think man and women are defined by God, or just if people are getting definitions from God, they're appealing to some sort of divine revelation that is. These are we call this an intractable problem. Okay, you can't do anything for that conversation.
Neo-
The only way that I found, to talk to people like that is usually if you ask them, what do you do when two people with different divine revelations come together? How do you figure out which one is right and which one is wrong? Usually what happens is it'll just break people's minds, and then you get into a screaming match. That's what's happened every time I come against somebody that gives these kinds of arguments. Tristan, here's my question. Tristan, I have just one question for you. Okay, let's say somebody comes up.
All right, let's
When I say,
hold up. New video. Man, we're going through these a lot faster than I thought we would, but I don't feel like going through a whole bunch of bullshit before I get to something actually interesting. All right, let's see. Clout Chasers, the Vosh Pit. Let's see.
Oh, that's right. I did see this on my Reddit when I woke up this morning. Hold on. Wait, what is this? Bad Bunny cuts out Lumiru because they associate with Bosch and also compares him to a racist and a fascist. Guys, alright, you can clip this and send this to everyone, okay? Bad Bunny is an almost holistically reprehensible person. Her only contribution to discourse is woke virtue signaling, where she says she doesn't like white men, okay? That's it. You can look at her Twitter. That's it. The only thing she has ever offered to the discourse is pathetic attempts at baiting the affection of people who also don't like white men and, like, posting hearts underneath other people's tweets, okay? That's it. She doesn't have any real beliefs. She's not particularly bright.
So this is just Twitter drama. God damn it. Fuck. All right. Well, we'll keep watching just to see if we get
remarkably
something
abusive
nice.
person to her community.
Something
There's just nothing valuable there, okay? You know the reason why this happened, by the way? Do you know the reason why? I'll tell you why. It's because I tweeted her yesterday. Yes, that's right. There was actually an instigating force here. It wasn't just completely random. You know what my tweet was? You know what the thing that spurned Bad Bunny to disassociate with Lumiru was? Get ready for it. It's pretty rough. Bad Bunny, with a very high IQ, says, I don't think I've ever seen a femme/bi POC political streamer's name trending, whereas I've seen Vosh and Destiny trending more times than I can count. I'm sure they're both very concerned. Do you know the reason why Bad Bunny didn't say Hassan here? Because Hassan trends far more than either of us could combine. It's because Bad Bunny still hopes for the clout along those lines. That's it. Very weird comment. And then I said, you are contributing to my being trending. And that's it. That's the only thing that I tweeted. Which is literally true, yes. That's it. And in response, we get this.
Post Lumi?
This is 7 minutes. What? You see what she's doing right now? This is an optical consideration. Will I benefit more from the drama and attention that I will get by performatively distancing myself from Lumiru than I would otherwise get by continuing to have a good relationship with their community?
I don't want my viewers going to streams that are supporting Bosch and Destiny and the like.
Nothing. Lumi and Destiny, I'm pretty sure, don't interact, and Lumi has been on my stream maybe twice. I raid them from time to time. That's it, though.
And that wasn't a creep husker. That was someone that was trying to be harassing. You just ban them next time. Or I can just do it.
And why did she allow DM as a co-host? Yeah, Demon Mama is way more associated with me than Lumi is. Do you know why? Demon Mama has a larger community, a more active community, and thus there's more benefit to associating with Demon Mama. Bad Bunny was on perfectly good terms with me until I mentioned that I thought she was weirdly abusive to her community, and after that she started going the full-on, Vosh is a rapist, Vosh is a piece of shit, Vosh is a transphobe shit. Jesus. Like, it's just grifting. If she thinks she can make money off of you, or get, like, positive association with you, then she will tolerate your presence, and she'll work to be with you, and otherwise not.
Alright, let's see if we can find something.
She latched on hard to Professor Flowers during the trial. It's just clout. She's probably still, like, racist. There's a clip from her in 2018 saying she would vomit if she ever met a bisexual black man. She was, like, pretty fucking conservative. Logs on Discord for saying the N-word, like the F-slur, pages and pages and pages of it. Her saying, hey, how far do you think I could go if I grifted as a lefty for a while? And since then, she's been doing that. Holy shit, that was her. Yep. Wait, do we have that clip? Hold on. That's a classic clip right there. It is, of course, logged in Destiny sub. I don't know where else I could find something like that.
I, for one, would never be involved with a guy who's bisexual.
Jesus.
Well, wait, doctor, shut the fuck up! I couldn't do it. There might be exceptions, obviously. When I say I couldn't, I wouldn't be attracted or I'm not attracted, obviously, if it's like, obviously, there could be exceptions, all you super little nerds out there, but, like, I don't, like, if a guy's just, like, having sex with other guys, and he's like, oh, maybe I'll try having sex with you, I'm like, racist and sexist? Please don't say that. Even black people, if you found me a black bisexual man, I might throw up in my mouth at the thought of sexual contact with him. But, not every black bisexual I throw up in my mouth at the sight of, just, like, you know.
Or Twitch is gonna ban me just for showing this clip.
This is a world I
Anyway.
never knew existed. That's funny. That's true. Like, on fucking YouTube and Twitch, there's sides of these there are universes, fuck worlds. There are universes on Twitch and YouTube that like you and I will never know exist until it becomes popular enough or like trends one time and like we see it existing like at all. Like I had no idea till like fucking I think it was a year and a half ago. There was some Spanish YouTuber who streamed on YouTube. I think it was like PUBG Mobile or some shit. The dude got the most live stream views on YouTube of all time instantly. He got over 1 million concurrent viewers on a YouTube stream. I had no idea who this person was. Hold on. We can look this up too, actually. Spanish YouTuber, 1 million concurrent viewers. A Spanish Twitch streamer. That's even cooler. Let's see. Spanish Twitch streamer Ibai smashes 1 million views ahead of boxing event. Spanish Twitch star Ibai smashed the Twitch milestone after his channel quickly garnered over 1 million viewers ahead of his La Velada del Año YouTube boxing event. I had a Spanish YouTuber who fucking destroyed, while he didn't quite surpass the Greg F's record. Ibai has amassed 1.5 active viewers according to Twitch data site. Solely known. Like, I don't even think Ninja, when he was streaming with Drake. Hold on. We can look. Let me look that up right now. Ninja, Drake, stream. Oh my god. Why wasn't it typing? Ninja, Drake, stream, views. Yeah, the Ninja's Drake stream, where you literally had the biggest rapper of all time, at least one of them, at least like top 5 biggest rappers of all time, streaming with Ninja, also the biggest streamer in the world at that time. They only got 628,000. This dude got over double that, just streaming basically by himself, or maybe with some other Spanish YouTubers. I don't even fucking know. Just by himself, most likely just talking about a goddamn, hold on, where's my mouse? Just talking about a fucking boxing event between him and another YouTuber, most likely. That's crazy. Like, yeah, like I said, there are universes and worlds on Twitch and YouTube that you just don't know about that are fucking massive and that have drama. They have their own lore. They have their own super mega stars that you have no idea who they are, even though they have millions of viewers every single day, bro. It is crazy. Like, yeah. But we'll find something else to react to, I guess. That's another YouTube clip, though. All right. Let's see.
Seriously, if people stopped associating with Bad Bunny for like 5 months, she would disappear off the face of the earth.
Have you watched This Is Ralph on YouTube? Probably not. All right. We might get a serious clip out of this one. We're talking about pedophiles are rebranding as maps, and it's working. This is a crazy one. I wanted to watch this one as soon as I saw the title of it, but I saved it for a stream for the past few days just so I could react to it for the first time live.
Minor attracted person or MAP for multiple reasons. First of all, because I think it's important to use terminology for groups that members of that group want others to use for them. No one can control who they're attracted to at all.
Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. I hope everyone had an amazing Thanksgiving. I know I did. I actually hosted a Friendsgiving here in my new house, and I had about 15 people here, which is a little shocking that I even have that many. I had about 15 people here, which is a little shocking that I even have that many new friends in a brand new city I just moved to fill a Friendsgiving. So it was very fun, it was very cute, it was very wholesome, but the wholesome vibes are officially on pause, at least for today, because we have some people to drag. Ladies, gentlemen, they, them, if you do not believe in 2021 that there is a concerted effort to normalize pedophilia within mainstream culture, you're simply not paying attention. I've made videos about MAPS throughout the years. If you don't know what MAPS are, it's an acronym for minor attracted people. It's a disgusting, politically correct term for pedophilia. Delivered to you straight from the woke army that is so hyper concerned with not offending people that they will literally knowingly take up arms for actual pedophilia. This is where we are. There are actual busybodies out there that are so concerned with normalizing everything, destigmatizing everything, that they will destigmatize things that should absolutely, in a healthy society, have a stigma.
Alright, before we go any further, Blair White is kind of blowing this out of proportion just a tiny bit. There are people out there who are trying to rebrand themselves as MAPS, quote unquote, minor attracted people who are just pedophiles, but trying to say that like the LGBTQ plus whatever the fuck community as a whole, or even as a majority, or even like a big minority, are like trying to co-opt MAPS inside of it is a stretch that not even Stretch Armstrong could reach, bro. Like we've had this happen multiple times on like Twitter and like YouTube, and like there's just not any big or any big movement among the LGBT community and its allies to add fucking pedophiles, quote unquote, MAPS to it. Like, that's just not a thing. You might find some people online who do support it, but there's a reason why like most people don't even know about them, because, well, they're such a tiny group of people that nobody cares about them. We all just laugh at them and call them dumb and pedophiles.
Stigma. You know, some of my earliest videos were actually reacting to videos from MAPS that feel so warm and fuzzy by the current climate and so comfortable that they actually turned a camera on and discuss these things publicly. And in the early days of doing these videos, I was always met with comments like, Blair, you're being dramatic. There's no way people are actually trying to normalize this. It's just a few crazy people. This is a straw man argument you're making. Flash forward to 2021.
It still is.
These people have an acronym. They have a flag. They have a movement. And now you have literal professors in colleges teaching this. So today we're reacting to an assistant professor at ODU. What's this name? Alan Walker, looking like they, them, and M. Yeah. Take it away, Alan.
I use the term...
Wait, hold on. Wait, let's go back. Do you see the title here? Alan Walker, Old Dominion Professor slammed for saying adults attracted to minors aren't immoral. Slammed. So, hold on. Let's look up this article. I'm pretty sure the article that you're... Alan... Hold on. Let's see. Let's see, where is it? MEAWW. Here we go. Right here. Here's the article. Following the Alan Walker controversy, Virginia's Old Dominic University is facing intense backlash and criticism from students. Let's move this over here. Let's see. Walker, a 34-year-old transgender assistant professor of sociology and criminal justice at ODU, recently drew flack for their shocking comments about pedophiles during an online interview on November 8th. Alan Walker, one second, chat. I'm back. Where was I at? Blah, blah, blah. Okay. During an online interview on November 8th, Alan Walker asserted that adults sexually attracted to minors were not immoral. Rather, they advocated that those individuals should be provided with child sex dolls to satisfy their sexual urges. Jesus. I want to be extremely clear that child sex abuse is never okay, but having an attraction to minors doesn't mean the person having those attractions is doing something wrong, Walker said. Furthermore, Walker had advised against the ostracization of pedophiles and they broke a long dark shadow on minor attracted people and their pursuit of dignity. Comments outraged students and other teachers at the campus, as well as the prestigious institution's LGBTQ board. Many of them alleged that the professor was being an apologist for criminals and sex offenders. They have now rallied together to slam the university authorities for protecting the work staff and showing double standards. Walker was placed on leave following the outrage after the trans advisory board at the university condemned the professor's remarks, deeming them reprehensible. So yeah, like, no, every single time someone talks about maps in any kind of good way, shape, or form, they're completely slammed, lose their job instantly, and just get shut out of society because people don't like it, and it's not working. Blair White, it's just not working. Every single time people talk about it, they get fucking thrown out of society for it.
Looking like they, them, and them. Yeah. Take it away, Alan.
I use the term minor attracted person or MAP for multiple reasons. First of all, because I think it's important to use terminology for groups that members of that group want others to use for them.
Why? No, really, like why? Perhaps you can make this argument in favor of groups that actually deserve respect, human rights, and human decency, but I don't understand where you're sourcing this from this group. Like, what has this group done to deserve the benefit of the doubt or respect in any way? Why am I supposed to owe this group the courtesy of not offending them? You.
Primarily because it's less stigmatizing than other terms like
Yes, because one of the most serious topics on the planet needs to just land a little softer. We gotta soften that blow a little bit, right? I like how the pendulum has swung so far. Like, I remember being a young kid and it was the more so extreme religious right that were the types that don't say a bad word, don't say the wrong thing, don't be offensive. And now it's literally the exact opposite. These people are literal Puritans. These people are the folks that are so hyper invested in policing your language and your reaction to things that they take up causes like this, all in the pursuit of not being offensive.
A lot of people, when they hear the term pedophile, they automatically assume that it means a offender. And that isn't true, and it leads to a lot of misconceptions about attractions toward minors.
Pretty safe assumption to make, I'd say. Now, obviously, there are people that do feel these urges that do not act upon it, but I would rather people make the safe assumption that this person is a threat rather than the opposite, because giving them the benefit of the doubt leads to innocent people being hurt, and treating them as a threat just hurts their feelings, which I'm sorry, I'm okay with it. It's a societal net positive. I don't care. And again, I would like for someone to give a single solid explanation for why anyone should give them the benefit of the doubt. Like, what have they done to earn that?
But using a term that communicates who someone is attracted to doesn't indicate anything about the morality of that attraction. From my perspective, there is no morality or immorality attached to attraction to anyone because no one can control who they're attracted to at all. In other words, it's not who we're attracted to that's either okay or not okay. It's our behaviors in responding to that attraction that are either okay or not okay.
You are too goofy. This is for... Of course, there's immorality attached to urges just like actions. It's both. Ted Bundy had immoral urges before he acted on them. They were not just isolated and completely removed from the concept of a good thing or a bad thing, immoral or moral, before he acted upon it. Just because it's happening in your head doesn't mean it's a moral thing to be happening in your head. If you're desiring to hurt people, that's still immoral. And speaking of Ted Bundy, there's a lot of evidence that serial killers themselves are born with this inclination or can't control this inclination. Oftentimes, serial killers, when you look into their history, have similar behavior patterns as children, hurting small animals, similar personality traits. You're still a ticking time bomb, and society should still treat you as such. And while you have the right, and I believe responsibility, to seek help if you feel these urges, you do not have the right to ask society to let their guard down and trust you in the meantime.
And I want to be extremely clear that child is never, ever okay. But having an attraction to minors, as long as it isn't acted on, doesn't mean that the person who has those attractions is doing something wrong.
I'm sorry, did this just say hurting children is wrong, but? That is not a sentence you add but to. Yeah, it's kind of important for the survival of any species to identify its predators. And there's only one reason why someone would seek to erode that survival mechanism on a cultural level like this, because they themselves are a predator. And I'm not gonna make any declarative statements about Alan Walker. However, I would be lying if I said that throughout this video, I was not questioning or trying to see for myself if Alan Walker was in fact a map as well. By the way, I love how YouTube, now that dislikes are gone, and the comment section's turned off on this video, it enables things like
Dislikes aren't gone, by the way. If you want to see dislikes again, all you have to do is get the extension that I have. Where is it at? Return dislike to YouTube. Website. Return YouTube dislike. It should be Chrome. Here we go. Return YouTube dislike on the Chrome web store. It's also on Firefox, Edge, Opera, and Brave. So, if you want YouTube dislikes back, you just do that, and there you go. You're right there. So YouTube dislikes aren't gone. They're just slightly harder to get.
like this to give off the appearance of being universally liked.
Actually, hold on. I'm gonna make that a YouTube clip too, actually. Just to help people out who still want the dislike functionality. Because I actually didn't know about this until I was looking for more like functions for extensions for YouTube, like seeing tags all the time. Where's that? Like seeing the tags for videos, shit like that. See. Um, 15 minutes. There we go. And I'm getting a lot of clips out of this.
And agreed with, right? Like there's no comments on it, so no one can say, hey, this is messed up, this is disgusting. There's no dislikes, so all you see is how many people liked it. Like,
again, dislikes are still here.
Nice job with that website update. Love it.
I think we have a tendency to want to categorize people with these attractions as evil. Excuse me, as evil or morally corrupt. But when we're talking about non-offending maps, these are people who have an attraction that they didn't ask for, and one that is frequently they would give anything to change.
Don't care. You're polling for sympathy, and I don't care. These people are using the exact same playbook that the LGBT community used to gain societal acceptance. I think that's why I'm so particularly triggered by this, because they're just using the same arguments that LGBT people have used for decades. Like, how dare you? How dare you?
But they find that they're unable.
Alright. We already got enough off that video. On to the next.
And you scroll through, and this is because I follow people either if they're
the subs on Twitter have gone too far. Please stop. I don't even know what this one means. We'll find out though.
What's the context behind the sub discourse on Twitter yesterday? Oh god. Subs are really annoying on Twitter, I'm sorry. They just really are. Sexual submissives are incredibly annoying on Twitter. They're insanely, shamelessly omnipresent. They never shut up, always. Anytime you go on Twitter and you scroll through, and this is because I follow people either if they're relevant to my professional, my stream or whatever, or if they are relatively left-leaning and 1,000 followers plus, because they're usually soc dems or left comms, like really far left people or anarchists, you know, or soc dems, so less so, but there's usually a lot of interesting discourse going on there that I think is fun to watch. But I feel like about 30% of my feed just sexual submissives being desperate for each other all the time. Like they'll do this or say this like to anything. Like if anyone's mean to them, they'll post like horny anime girl memes where they're like, oh, they're blushing. They'll post like those image screen caps of like cat boys with the impact bold font on top and bottom saying like, you know, like and retweet if you like ice cream or if you want someone to come in your asshole. Anytime anyone says anything even remotely similar to like good girl or good boy or anything like that, they'll go and they'll act like they're coming in their pants. They're constantly talking about how they want to be bludgeoned over the head. Like the critical thing here, okay, is that sexually dominant. Shut up, Shu. Not now. The critical point here is that sexually dominant people really don't do this, okay? At least not in the online left. I do not scroll through my feed and see like images of like a girl's ass bent over a knee with like a crop or something like that, or like doms being like, wish I had a hole to fuck. Like I don't see that. And you know why? Because doms have the social awareness to shut the fuck up. Subs don't, because you are desperate. You are fucking desperate. And you just leak out, just socially, like a pollutant, into the space that you're on. Please stop. I'm begging you, please. It's everywhere. It goes beyond obnoxious. I legitimately think it's like almost a problem. If you want me to make like a moral claim, I will. I unironically think the desperation is like a, what would you say? It's like it's a personality defect.
I know content is king, but these people might care a little too much about how others feel and the things they do. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, like, when your job is like social commentary, you kind of have to like talk about things that your chat is bringing up, or else you won't really have a career. Especially when like part of your job is streaming and like interacting with chat. And honestly, the thing is though, you actually can not care about the stuff, but still seem like you care because you're constantly talking about these things. It's just that like when your job is commentary and like streaming and stuff, it's really hard to not talk about other stuff that isn't like literally just video games and stuff, because people are gonna like bring drama to you, bring news to you, and even if you don't care about stuff too much, if you put your opinions out there on like what things are, people will like fixate on that and then ask you even more questions about it and things like that. So which it's not impossible to be like a completely like literally just a normie, like gaming only, or like fucking, I don't know, like makeup only type person on like YouTube. But a lot of people don't want to do that because it's kind of boring to do the same exact thing over and over and over again. And people kind of want to talk about their opinions because it's fun. Like, yeah, it's hard to be a completely, you know, like opinionless person on social media nowadays, especially nowadays, when people want to know everything about you and your opinions all the time and are constantly asking. It's hard to not give in to wanting to talk about certain stuff, especially stuff like when it comes to stuff that you actually do care about. Because if you only talk about stuff that you actually do care about, people will start fucking talking about how you're a bad person because, oh, you talked about this thing but you don't want to talk about this thing, and blah blah. Yeah, and then you might get angry and then start, you know, have a bad clip out there about I don't know, like going off on chat, calling someone dumb, and now you're canceled or something. I don't know. It's just hard to be a completely opinionless content creator.
Like, imagine, like, it's not just about being horny. It's like you're so desperate for the attention and affirmation of everyone around you. It goes beyond being horny, I think, you know. The most Chad, mentally well horny posters online are people who comment underneath Pornhub videos, okay? Because they're all 56 years old, they're all men, they all enjoy fly fishing and automobile repair, and all of them think that by posting in the comment section underneath the video, the girl in the video will see it and call them. Now, this is the apex of horny posting online, okay? That's as good as it gets, really. I think it's pure, it's innocent, it's good, okay? But the critical thing here is that it never really goes beyond a kind of mutual appreciation for, like, how do I put this? Okay, let me try this. You know how there's an archetype of heterosexual guy who will, like, loudly attend strip clubs, post images of, like, girls wearing American flag bikinis with like, kind of, like, boomer, horny, like, impact font over it, who will talk about, like, you know, like, how hot girl, yeehaw, like, that kind of stuff, you know? Yeah, they're cringe as fuck, okay? I actually think the subs are more cringe than that. They're doing that, they're being that blatant and shameless and desperate with their expression of their sexual identity, but it's worse because being publicly horny involves less expressed emotional involvement than being publicly submissively horny, in which case any kind of degrading or even apathetic attention you give them is like implicitly contributing to their sexual kink. You know what I mean? Like, at least if the boomer guy who wears a cowboy hat and posts Confederate bikini girl pictures, if you say, hey, shut the fuck up, like, he'll get mad at you and he'll call you the N-word, which, okay. But with you guys, you can say, hey, subs, can you please shut the fuck up? You're literally clogging all social interactions with your desperate, impotent attempts at getting anyone to fuck you, and it's not working, and it won't work. And what they do is they post fucking anime memes at you about how horny they are at being talked down to. As evidenced. That was my Twitter take. It works though. Doms sometimes like it. That's why they do it.
Oh fuck! Hold on. I was talking in the game. I missed what he said.
Fuck up. Like that. Like implicitly contributing to their sexual kink. You know what I mean? Like at least if the boomer guy expressed emotional involvement, then being publicly submissively subs are more cringe than that. They're doing that. They're being that blatant and shameless and desperate with their expression of their sexual identity, but it's worse because being publicly horny involves less expressed emotional involvement than being publicly submissively horny, in which case any kind of degrading or even apathetic attention you give them is like implicitly contributing to their sexual kink. You know what I mean? Like at least if the boomer guy who wears a cowboy hat and posts Confederate bikini girl pictures, if you say, hey, shut the fuck up, like he'll get mad at you and he'll call you the N-word, which okay. But with you guys, you can say, hey, subs, can you please shut the fuck up? You're literally clogging all social interactions with your desperate, impotent attempts at getting anyone to fuck you, and it's not working and it won't work. And what they do is they post fucking anime memes at you about how horny they are at being talked down to. As evidenced. That was my Twitter take. It works though. Doms sometimes like it. That's why they do it. No, I'm sorry. I will never read it as anything other than desperation. If your program for sexual, like trying to appeal to people is using your non-sex exclusive social media accounts to shamelessly borderline erotic roleplay with fucking everyone you encounter, it's absolutely shameless, completely shameless and desperate. This is stochastic terrorism on subs. They won't shut up. It's everything. They're all over the place constantly. Don't care, be shameless. All the people here who are like, I don't care, be shameless, whatever, would not feel that way if it was like cishet, straight, normie shit. If it was, and there were a bunch of people who were just posting like, you know, hot bikini babes with platinum blonde hair and cowboy hats, and that was constant, and every day, every time you scroll through your feed, there's just a ton of people who are leftist content creators or prominent leftists posting that and going like, nice tits, brother, yeehaw. You know, you would get annoyed with it, and you would not appreciate whatever indignant bullshit they came up with. That's what Instagram is. No, I don't even use Instagram. And I don't care, by the way, if you do this shit on Discord, because at least in Discord, you find communities that are particular to your interests. On Twitter, that's not the case. Everything is public. And there are people who will alternate rapidly between fucking leftist discourse and this. You're running the not safe work section of your Discord, please. No, that's a space for it. Aren't you mad at the cishet doing it? Because I never see it. I've been on Twitter for 2.5 years in the context of being Vosh, and 0 times have I seen any discourse around people boomer posting about how hot conventionally attractive platinum blonde white girls are, or anything like that. I've never seen that, okay? Because the online left is incredibly permissive towards some kinds of expressed sexuality and very not permissive towards others. The online left will deal with an infinite number of horny trans girls talking about taking up the ass and have 0 patience whatsoever for heterosexual men liking girls in cowboy hats. And if you don't think there's a bias there, you're delusional, okay? Because there's absolutely a difference in how it's treated and responded to. 100%, okay?
Is this like the whole video? I guess. I don't know. I was busy fucking around in the game.
Wait, 100%.
I was listening though. There's not much to add.
I do not like blondes and cowboy hats. I like brunettes, and I find
he's right though, mostly on like most of his stuff he's saying, if not everything so far.
Cowboy hats almost psychically repulsive. Why the fuck would anyone find cowboy hats? I don't know. I'm just evoking a stereotype. Look, all I'm saying is, okay, I'm worrying for you guys. You know how like people who conduct BDSM.
People who do that is strange. I don't know how they find it enjoyable, the posting and flirting and role playing online with anime photos. Yeah, it is kind of cringe. It's kind of fun when you're like a teenager and it's like the first time you've talked sexually ever with anybody, like ever, and you're like exploring what it's like to like talk to someone online for the first time, which is kind of scary because now that I think about it, a ton of the people who are like cringe sex posting online talking about how horny they are most likely fucking people who are like 15, 16. So if you interact with them, you could literally be talking to like a child and like be arrested for that. So I would actually advise against actually talking with people online unless you like actually know how old they are with like, I don't know, like a video, like you talk to them in like video chat before and you can like verify their age, because people who are old enough to like who are like older than 18 and have had sexual experience before, 9 times out of 10 are gonna feel really cringe talking to some random person online in a very like weird sexual anime. Yeah, like fucking I put stars before like every action I do and do some cringe like fucking dom sub shit, and then talk about how sexy you are, even though I'm talking about a fictional character that I'm never gonna fuck. Like, I don't know. Like, older people just aren't gonna do that. At least nearly as much. It's just not really like a person who's actually had sex type thing. Right? Like, I don't know. At least to me, at least. So, yeah, just don't interact with those people because there's a high chance that you're talking to like a 14-year-old who's in like their first year or first few months of talking sexually with anyone ever. So yeah.
In like the responsible BDSM mantra is all about recognizing consent and like separating this from that and like care and blah blah blah. And just when I see the incredibly desperate subs on left Twitter, all I think is, and this might be unfair, but all I can think is, holy shit, these people have no sexual experience. They're going to fall for the first fucking dom who finds them in real life, no matter how abusive they are, and they're going to be in a 6-year relationship, stripped of everything, material and mental, and then they're going to have to grow from that because they have absolutely no standards because they're so fucking desperate. I'm just saying, okay. Now that's not the case with everyone. It's just a concern. That's really sad. I think so too. But what can I do? This working good pride discourse? No, it's great sunlight stream. Thanks. We're not even gonna talk about the gender stuff. We'll fucking talk about it. We're gonna play Metro Sims and done with this shit. Yeah. You might say that about subs, but our bottom's bad. On left Twitter, almost all subs are bottoms and almost all bottoms are subs. I mean, they don't mean the same thing, but at least on left, I've seen very little examples of people outside, on the borders of that Venn diagram. So. Oh my God, yes, Tempest, please. It's the constant horny post. I mean, bottom should be bullied anyway, but it's including your food takes. You've hit every crazy discourse you could this stream. Yeah, no. Subs are bad. Why do you read them? Thank you, Foreal, for the tier 1 sub. Yeah, obviously not all subs are bad, of course. The ones that you contribute to my monetary stability are good. Please leave me alone. I'm going to cry. Look, I'm just look. Okay. How real do we want to go here? Do I want to go real? Do I want to do some mental calculations? No, yeah, we can end. Yeah, no. Okay, look, this isn't everyone, okay? But let's be real here, okay? A ton of people who are submissive are dealing with some shit. It's an insecurity or a trauma. Now, not to say there aren't people who use sexual domination as a way of dealing with feelings of insecurity themselves, of course, but I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the subs. Ton of them dealing with feelings of insecurity, which, are easier to control in a sexual environment because when consent is a factor, you get to control them and they feel less pathologized and blah, blah. We know how this works, okay? But, like, you have to be aware of that shit. And if you let that steer you into a brick wall, oh my God. Because I've seen, I swear to God, I'm really not trying to extrapolate, but if I were to like mentally tally, if I had a perfect memory, mentally tally all of the stories that I've heard of people who, through insecurity or abuse, are quite sexually submissive, they get into a relationship with the first confident person or confident seeming person they find, who then abuses the ever-loving shit out of them, which worsens everything. And then but they can't leave because their self-worth is tied, blah, 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 blah. And because the point of the BDSM thing is that the sexual submissiveness isn't supposed to contribute to any kind of vulnerability that could limit your ability to safely have relationships. There's supposed to be a clear delineation between any elements of submissiveness that play into whatever cool sex you're having, whatever. And whatever elements of the submissiveness would open you up to red flags like abuse from a partner. And that line is different for every person and very blurry and very difficult to distinctly and empirically determine, especially for the desperate, horny fucking subs on Twitter who have never so much as breathed another person's carbon dioxide. So I'm begging you guys, okay? Holy shit, be careful, okay? No matter how horny you are, all right? If you look, the first time you meet a person who's like, oh wow, oh my God, they're so confident and strong, okay? There are a million more like them. Please don't just instantly fucking fall into the first well that you find, okay? Please, God, just take a deep fucking breath. I get it, okay? Okay. Well, this is just a left Twitter thing, but all of you are trans, okay? You're trans. We're talking about left Twitter and subs, then you're probably a trans girl, okay? You're a trans girl, you're a gender identity, you're this, you're that, great, phenomenal. Oh my God, you're a girl. Now to experience relationships and sex as a girl, blah, blah. Please, holy shit, please calm down and take a fucking deep breath, okay? I swear to God. It's a bad caricature. I said subs who horny post on left Twitter, and that is a disproportionately trans girl thing. Feels weird as a male sub. Are you all dumb? Have you not... You can't relate to what I'm saying because I said girl. I understood where Vosh was going, but then it was the person in his example was a different gender and transness than me, and now the experience is unrelatable. Just you get what I mean. Just why do you think it's on the girls? Yeah, you understand what I mean. Also, honest to God, I just don't think this particular pattern of behavior happens that often to guys. At least not as often, when guys have their like fucking life torpedoed by other people, it usually doesn't have to do with. It is disproportionately less likely that it would be through some kind of conflation of sexual insecurity and abuse by a partner, and more often because the girlfriend keeps taking you out to expensive restaurants, but then saying she forgot her wallet and asks you to pay, and then you end up destitute. That's sort of the way it happens to us generally. So it's different experiences. That was a joke. I expected some keck fees there. That was a joke. The idea that abuse of a sexual submissive was comparable to getting shanghaied out of free dinners. Okay.
This may be bad for this audience. Rent Twitter friendly, but graphics are whack. All right. Let's see. What is next? What to react to next? This is a 3-hour video. Oh god. Oh no, it's only part of it. Let's see. Aha! Here we go. Here's
today's video.
Abba and Preach video. Something different.
Is Destiny's the... Today's video is sponsored by Surfshark.
Wait till you see my video. Hey, viewer, wait till you see my video. It's gonna sound a little something like Beta Male.
Dating is tough, and these singles have some horror stories to show for it.
Who does this?
In 2017, this man says a date took a turn for the worse when the woman he was out with started texting during a movie.
She was behaving as though this behavior was perfectly normal.
Brandon says he was offended that Crystal, whom he met on Bumble, was too busy texting with a friend to pay attention to Guardians of the Galaxy 2.
This is a first date. First off, taking her to Guardians of the Galaxy 2 is already a no. Secondly, you met her on Bumble, which is an L platform. Okay.
Why? It's not
I hate that platform.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Why?
Because it's a platform where women message first, which I think it's good to have a platform like that. But every time women message you first and they have to do it, it's the trash-ass message. And it just, here's why it rubs me the wrong way. Because I've been on Tinder and seen how they like entitled they are to like be creative. Then when they got their own platform to finally be creative, and they're the only ones, they're trash.
After he spent more than $17 on her ticket.
About 15 minutes into the movie, the phone comes out. It's text, 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 read, 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 text, text, text. I mean, it was nonstop.
My best friend texted me to make sure I was okay on my date. It was about a total of 3 texts.
Crystal says it was a quick chat to let her friend know that the date was going well.
3 texts is way more than letting her know you're doing well. Let's be honest. If you were into this guy or at all interested in this date, you would have been like, yeah, I'm fine. And then you would have put your phone away. The reason why you kept texting is because you wasn't feeling him. Because even that's disrespectful.
It's just is what it is.
What do you mean?
Disrespectful.
It is, right? I'm not crazy, right?
No.
Okay. It's a first date at a movies and you just out there on your phone sending multiple texts.
I find it disrespectful, but that's just me.
You have to
unless it's something like really fucking important where I need to text the person back now, or actually, if something's that important where I gotta text them back like right then and there, 9 times out of 10, I gotta leave the movie studio to like go to whatever is going on. Like, what the fuck is so important that you can't watch the movie first before you respond? There's nothing like, usually I like turn off notifications on my phone and just watch the movie. Like, why the fuck am I texting someone at a movie at all? It's just, you're just missing out on. First of all, don't go to a movie that you don't care about. Why the fuck would you do that? Go to a good movie, first of all. If you don't care about the movie so much that you're willing to text while the movie is on, why the fuck are you there in the first place, bro? Do something else. Like, if you don't care about this person enough to fucking, like, text in front of them, you should have gone on a date with somebody better. Or gone on a better date. Why the fuck would you, like, okay, if you're trying to scam some dude out of his like money to like get free food or like a free movie, go ahead, do it. But make him buy a movie ticket for you for a movie that you care about, number one. And if you don't want to see a movie at all, make him take you out on a fucking dinner date. Guys will do that. If you just want a free meal, don't fucking eat like movie theater greasy ass fucking overpriced food. You can actually go to a good fucking place to eat, like P.F. Chang's or some good like or or some good fucking like 4 or 5 star restaurant and just actually get some good food. Why would you go to a movie if you don't want to be there? Like I don't know, bro. Like you need to plan out what you're gonna do if you're gonna play somebody, or if you plan on like going out at all. Just don't do shit that you don't actually want to do, because it's just like a waste of time for you and the other person. Just don't do it. But okay, we'll keep watching.
So imagine 3 texts means that they're replying, going back and forth. So you gotta wait a little bit of time so that phone lights out for a minute. It's like, guys, if you're on a first date, don't do
It's
that.
like I'm not even on the. You know what? I'm not even on the date. If I'm watching a movie and I can see your phone over there,
yes,
shut that shit off.
Yeah,
it's supposed to be a whole environment.
Yes,
it's supposed to be all thought. Now you have your whole fucking thing glaring. It's not even the question of the date or not. It's not even that. I'm not. It's not even about that. It's you have the whole fucking light source lighting up the thing. Put your goddamn shit away.
Damn right. Damn right. Tell him. And also, the guy looks super fucking cheap for mentioning how much he paid exactly.
Yes.
$17.31. Like, bruh, have some fucking dignity. All right? She disrespected you, fine. Don't be like, I fucking paid $17.30. Beta man. That's super childish. Okay. I'm all for being petty, but be it creatively and in a way that makes you look half decent. Don't be petty. Be like, I paid $9.31 for that date, and this whore was on her phone.
But to be fair, it's not what he said, it's what they said. So maybe they were asking how much was it, $7.31, and they put it. I'm gonna put it on the edit. They might.
You're right. You know what?
So,
you know what? I'll take it back. Nigga, you're right.
I'm just saying. But if he mentions it, then I'm gonna be like, ugh, I really tried.
That's when Brandon suggested she take her texting outside the theater.
Next thing I know, she says, I'll be right back, stands up, leans in, I'll be right back. Never saw her again.
After Crystal made her exit, it was Brandon sending her texts, demanding she
Wait, she left? Okay, so I guess she realized that, hey, I don't care. I really don't care. I don't even want the food either. She got some popcorn. She fucking started texting somebody. She probably got a text from some dude that she actually cared about. She's probably just fucking killing time. She's probably just killing time. That's crazy. You know what? Never mind. This chick is actually kind of smart. Maybe she just wanted some free popcorn, and she got it. She got a date from somebody better, and she dipped. You know what? Go on you, girl. Holy shit. Never mind. I'm wrong. All right. We keep watching.
You pay back the $17.
Okay, never mind. We're good. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
This is petty on levels.
What? Never mind, man. I'm sorry.
Let me read this text.
Yo, let me take it. I'm sorry. It was me.
Video is brought to you by Surfshark VPN. A VPN is an application or an extension that you put on top of your browser in order to change or to mask your IP address, to change the location of your computer. Why would you want to do that? Well, sometimes I want to listen to other content from other country and they won't let me in. Knock, knock. Who's there? And then, okay, you guys. And on a breach code.
Behavior Saturday was not only rude.
VPN. Use the link below. Go ahead.
Crystal, your behavior Saturday was not only rude, but it cost me money. I want you to compensate me $17 for the movie ticket. And the $4 for the pizza.
Oh my god!
First off.
Oh, wow!
Anybody buying $4 pizza deserves a big old L, okay? Okay, that's one. 2, she goes on to say, will you do this or do I have to pursue the money in small claims court? I can file online from my laptop and I'm willing to do so. Your behavior was wildly out of line and I'm happy to pursue putting you on the books for it.
You got issues, dude. Dude. This went from, wow, she's really disrespectful, to, dude, you have issues.
Yes.
Who raised you? Take your L and get the fuck out. Pursue someone in small claims for 20.
Yeah, that is a little crazy, bro. Like, goddamn. I would understand a little bit if it was like you went to a 5-star restaurant or something, maybe. I don't know. And you spend like $500, like $1,000. But $21? Damn, bro. You petty.
For $21.31?
Divided by 2.
Who raised you? Oh my god!
You know what though? I sympathize with him because life is really hard when you're bald and short. And sometimes you get hurt so much, you'd be like, yo, he's entitled. Right? And so he came at her with that energy.
My god, dude.
But I can understand you felt insulted.
I was
I can understand.
We were rooting for you!
I can understand.
Sorry, Banks.
Or did you get no sympathy beyond that?
No.
Go put your energy somewhere else.
She was rude, but you...
This might be the most petty thing I've ever seen. If there's petty awards, I'm giving this man like top 3 for sure.
Damn, bro.
I text him back, this is insane. I am not paying you back for the date.
So Brandon planned a second date for them in small claims court.
He actually did it.
Oh my God, this is one date. You know what? She's lucky she got away from you because, dude, you're probably a little bit unstable. If you're this petty over someone you met over one date, imagine being married to this motherfucker or in a long-term relationship. That's some levels of petty that I will never understand. No. Imagine being married to this weirdo. Did he lose in small claims?
Inside Edition's Megan Alexander helped settle this matter once and for all, bringing the two together for hopefully one last time.
The date just didn't work out, and I will love to give you your $17.31 if you can just leave this alone.
Let's count it, right?
That's impressive. Keep going. You really counting this shit.
I really want to be on your side on this. You took it too far. You took it too far. You 17. Ooh, you cheap. Ooh, you cheap and petty.
And you know what?
You're not the good kind of petty. Ooh, you ugly. UGLY, you ain't got no alibi. You ugly.
Yep. Hey, listen, man. Life is already hard enough on your ball. Don't be doing all this petty shit, making it harder. That's pathetic and desperate. And I start to understand ladies a little bit more when they talk about these dudes are fucking crazy.
Nigga, are you good?
I'm mourning.
All right. Hey, this is it for today. Tell us what you think in the comments. And, you know, algorithm and stuff like that. Put a 1 in the chat if you think he was too much. Put a 2 if you think she was not enough. Are you good?
Nah, I'm like all on her side for this one. God damn. I don't know. Men, don't get played. Know where your value is. If a really hot chick is trying to go on a date with you and you're like a 2 out of 10 with no money, what the fuck are you doing? You ain't got game like that. Shut the fuck up. I know you don't. We all know you don't. You ain't got it like that. You's a 5'2" bald boy with no fucking money, alright? Shut the fuck up. This 10 out of 10 hot girl act doesn't actually want you, and you know it too, okay? Stop getting played so easily. And women, well, actually, she did pretty good, actually. She played the boy, got out of there, although she met a crazy one, though. And they, he got his money back, at least. God damn. Let's see. Oh boy.
I mean, I didn't really watch the whole panel. I only came in after I got a message from you actually saying that I was being talked about a lot. And it did seem like I got like super baked into the conversation. Like it's just like Vivian the stochastic terrorist. Like, first off, I think they're kind of using like I haven't heard academics use the term stochastic terrorist as in calling somebody a stochastic terrorist. Stochastic terrorism is more sort of a concept of like you know, for like lone wolf attacks and so on. It's saying that this is an incidence of stochastic terrorism, that it's impossible to sort of blame any kind of hierarchical structure or individual, but we can blame basically a narrative that is being pushed in general that is likely to cause violence, even though you might not be able to predict how, who, where, whatever, right? That's the general idea around stochastic terrorism. That's me being picky though. If you want to like use it in a colloquial sense to say that somebody is like responsible for stochastic terrorism by contributing to one of those narratives, that's fine. I think you know, I would probably only use that term if I was talking about like literal like actual terrorist attacks, right? Rather than sort of like just general violence, rioting. Because by saying somebody is a stochastic terrorist, you're saying that all rioters are terrorists, right? If you're saying they're responsible for the riots and the violence that goes on there.
I like how Vivian proves what I told Pisco.
At least the rioters that engage in violence there are terrorists. And I think we end up with a very sort of vague fucking definition of terrorist that I would not use, and a vague sort of definition of like who is a stochastic terrorist that seems kind of fucking nonsensical. I think it's much more useful rather than like essentializing to get to the core of the accusation, really, which is like, does your rhetoric encourage unjustified violence, right? Like, I think that would be the accusation, really, the core of it. That's actually a sensible moral critique.
Joe, you had thoughts, so you know, here's a space to express them.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Vivian a lot. Obviously, one thing that I completely disagree with Pisco on is the idea that it's not useful post hoc. I think it's the only time it's useful. I don't think it's particularly useful calling individual people stochastic terrorists, largely because one of the best things about stochastic terrorism is silence, deniability, the ability to sort of dog whistle and say things and create an entire worldview that suggests a certain logic without ever necessarily explicitly calling for violence. And once you start trying to pinpoint these acts and put them on individuals, you really put a lot of political speech in jeopardy at large, because ultimately that's all political speech. There are going to be people who have violent reactions. And as we get to, like, I disagree with, is Fabian still here though? No. Fabian said that that the way to deal with this is to fact check and to have like the answers out there, and that's just not correct, because these are
half these people don't even have
different
cameras on,
ways
so I'm not
of
showing
seeing
you
the world.
cameras. Yeah, fuck
Post-truth destroys the entire architecture of truth, the idea that there could be a true claim. So anyone's just going to say, well, that's not the facts that I have, that's not the information that I have, those people are biased, this isn't real. Like, you can't defeat post-truth with truth. Unfortunately, it does have to be a democracy type of thing. I'm just going to quit out and come back because my internet's fucked. Give me 1 sec.
Sure. What a dodge. Wow.
So
Absolute coward.
What a fucking coward, dude. Anyway.
Apparently a lot of people said shit about me, so I don't really know what the specific accusations are. I only sort of like saw the end of the panel. So if anybody has any specific accusations that they want to level at me, I'd be happy to field them.
Is it possible that some rioters could also be considered terrorists if they're rioting for political reasons?
I think that when you use terrorist, I think that the word terrorist is essentially a political label for like political violence that we don't like, right? It's a very ill-defined word, much the same as the word cult is like new religious movement that is somehow controlling and abusive that we don't like, right? It's a derogatory label. The old one man's freedom fighter is another man's terrorist kind of thing. And I think we have to be kind of careful about the way in which we apply these labels, and how the people that we label terrorists will be sort of perceived by society. And I think if we loosen the term terrorist to mean not somebody going and bombing a place or like shooting up a place or like deliberately assaulting somebody I don't think we should like loosen it that much, because then you can just call everybody a terrorist.
They're already loose terms. They're already loose terms. So I think what would be better if we use the academic definitions of these words rather than just the colloquial definitions of these words.
Well, that's what I was saying. There's not a good academic definition of the word terrorism.
There is. I think the UN has a good definition of terrorism, where it's non-state actors targeting civilian and/or non-combatant forces for political, religious, or philosophical reasons.
Right, but I mean that could mean everything from like fucking blowing something up to like canceling somebody on Twitter. Like I just had a fucking argument with Supreme where he's like, terrorism is like it's about the fear that it puts in people or whatever, right? And I'm like, well, people fear for their personal safety when you protest outside of Parliament, for example, or I don't know, a governor's building, whatever the fuck you have in your stupid country.
I think that there's like a million different ways. There's like a million different ways to define terrorism. I don't think it's worth like because you have this argument on that, and there's a million different definitions for terrorism. We can say that like the UN has a definition for terrorism, sure, but every single individual nation has definitions for terrorism, and even within those nations, their different intelligence agencies will have different definitions for terrorism. The CIA defines it differently. The FBI has definitions for domestic, and this is not worth discussing. I don't think. I think that the more important thing, the thing that should be focused on, so this is my main critique of Vivian and other critiques can be running here of any other persons, is that like when you are giving a message rhetorically over and over and over again, and you're trying to say that there is no other way to ameliorate a situation beyond violence, that there's no other way, especially if that isn't true, then you're engaging in what fill in the blank for whatever you want to call stochastic terrorism. We need to understand that that's going to be an outcome.
When have I done that?
So when you hold on, so do you believe that you can vote in the United States to effectively bring about police change?
I think probably, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, never mind. I guess it sounds like so you think that we can achieve most of the systemic change that we need to with the police force and everything through voting?
I think it would be very difficult and take a long time, but I think ultimately you could. Yeah, I can see that as plausible.
Okay, cool. Based. All right, never mind, Vivian. I'm glad that you've changed.
So I think there's
Vivian, go ahead. I haven't changed my opinion at all. Like, I don't know what. So am I not a stochastic terrorist now?
Do you still think that it's okay if there are conservatives coming into your town that you can oppose them to protest? You can oppose them under threat of murder or kill, I guess.
I would not say under threat of murder. You shouldn't threaten to murder anybody.
Let's say that there are conservatives coming to your town to protest. Do you think you have a right to prevent them from protesting with violent means, violence extending up to killing people?
I think it depends on the nature of the conservative protest.
Let's say that a Blue Lives Matter or a Thin Blue Line protest wanted to come to your town. Do you think that you have a right to stand there with firearms and say, you're not allowed to protest here. If you come in, we're going to push you out, up to using lethal means?
I think you should only ever use lethal means if you're worried about lethal.
She doesn't want to answer the question.
So do you think that they should be allowed to? So let's say that they bring weapons to. I'm sorry, hold on. This language you're saying is so long because Vivian doesn't want to own the obvious conclusion, right? So let's say that they show up.
No, I know
and
the
let's
obvious
say,
conclusion.
Yeah, so the obvious conclusion is let's say some protesters.
I disagree with the framing.
You disagree that Blue Lives Matter or Thin Blue
It's
Lives
a
Matter
yes or no question.
You disagree with that framing? That's possible.
It's a yes or no question. That's all it is. It's really easy to answer. You just don't want to answer.
Could eventually lead to somebody being killed, right?
No. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm asking is if it's inevitable in your world. So
I don't think it is inevitable. So I think try and avoid it as much as possible.
If a Blue Lives Matter or Thin Blue Lives protest wanted to show up to a particular city, you think that it would be okay to resist just them protesting with a violent show of force, and that if they bring firearms as well, then you have a right to escalate up to killing them to prevent them from protesting.
You should start with non-violence and only react with as much violence as as much violence.
Okay, to be clear,
as
you're
humans
not
do.
reacting though. You are acting. You're the aggressor in that situation. Unless you're
I mean,
saying
if you're blockading a road or telling somebody to fucking leave, right? This isn't like.
So what if they try to
this
walk? What if
doesn't
they try to?
doesn't warrant
What if they?
weapons
What if they
being
try
turned
to?
on
What if they try to walk around you?
Stay in their way.
Or what if they come put out your dumpster fire?
No. Wait, hold on. No, wait. What if? So if they get to the point where we're trying to walk through a public street and you're pushing them, you're blocking them, right? Who's the aggressor
block
there?
their path.
So who's the aggressor there?
Yeah, but you're the aggressor then.
I mean, you can. It doesn't matter who's the fucking aggressor.
It absolutely
That's
matters.
not
Because
violent.
it's not. So if somebody's trying to
Wait,
walk.
what? The aggressor is literally all that matters when it comes to fucking like self-defense claims or self-defense and like any moral standing as well. Like the only reason somebody is able to kill somebody is through like self-defense or like trying to defend somebody else. And that's because they're not the fucking aggressor. The aggressor is like the only thing that matters when it comes to these situations. What do you mean? What? Okay.
Down the street, and you get in front of them, and you block
And you
them, and
stand
they
in front
yeah,
of
and they
them.
try to go around, and they can't
That's
get
violence.
through. Well, so you don't think it is? You don't think that's violence at all?
I mean, I guess depending on the
Wait, she
situation,
said it was
you could
violent.
probably bring up some
No.
kind of hypothetical in which, like,
Stop, hold on,
it
stop,
stops
Vivian,
them
stop
from getting
being,
food and
Vivian,
then they
please stop
starve
being
to
such a
death.
fucking piece of shit, okay?
Wait, hold on, Destiny. I think she said it.
No,
Wait, I think she agreed with
no,
you.
she didn't
I
agree
think
with
she
you.
said it was violence, but
no,
I'm
she's
trying
saying
to figure out which side.
she's trying to say like in some absurd, crazy, hypothetical world. We're talking about very realistic example. Somebody's walking the street, you step in front of them, you say, "You're not gonna get past me. Okay, you're not gonna get past me." So they try to go around, you step in front of them again. You don't think that's a form of violence? You don't think it's like a direct confrontation?
You're protecting your property?
You're like, okay, I'm not doing this. She's, I can't argue people like this. They're driving crazy. All right, no more politics. I'm playing League. Sorry, these people make me want to video game myself. I actually can't do it. It just, I'll get banned.
Wait,
on the
he
spot.
actually
I'm
ended
sorry.
the
I can't do
video
it.
there. Oh my god. That's crazy. She just didn't want to answer the question.
Wait, what?
It's an easy yes or no. She doesn't want to answer it. Alright, what is this one?
Wait, what? You guys are crazy. You guys have lost your minds, okay? You guys have actually lost your fucking minds. Okay, hold on. So this guy tweeted out some cringe. Employers, consider giving your black employees a day or two off after the Rittenhouse verdict. Regardless of the outcome, it's going to be hard for black people to work, and it isn't fair to expect them. So Andy No tweeted this. No, I think is that everyone's name, right? Gregory McKelvey, a Portland racial activist, says employers should give black employees time off after the Rittenhouse verdict. McKelvey was a rising star in Portland until it was revealed he was arrested on suspicion of kidnapping and strangling an underage girl. Okay, wait. He was arrested on suspicion of... Was he convicted? Because if there was no conviction, why the fuck would you just bring up somebody's arrest? Why would that matter? He's getting convicted 100%. Oh, is this like an ongoing case or something? The Andy No guy is... Portland activist finds himself snared in Me Too movement. A years-old arrest is thrust a rising star of Portland activist circles in the middle of... He was jailed 6 years ago. He was jailed 6 years ago on suspicion of strangling and kidnapping an ex-girlfriend of his 18-year-old student. It appears the case eventually was dismissed. Police records have been expunged. It's not clear how it was... Wait, oh my god, why are progressives so fucking stupid? Whatever, I guess if you want to eat your own. Bro, especially if you believe that the courts are like rigged against black people, or if you believe there's systemic injustice, but even ignoring all of that, right? If you got
Man, what? A years-old arrest has thrust a rising star in Portland activist circles into the middle of the meet. Portland's Resistance co-founder Gregory McKelvey was jailed 6 years ago on suspicion of strangling and kidnapping an ex-girlfriend while he was an 18-year-old student. Wait, what? It appears the case eventually was dismissed, but police and court records have been... It's not clear how it was resolved. Wait, so it probably didn't happen then. If the case was dismissed and the court records were expunged, like, it, like, I'm sorry, dude, but, like, it most likely, or it just didn't happen then. Like, 9 times out of 10, or, like, even more than that, the charges were dismissed and the records were expunged. Somebody fucked up on, like, trying to charge that person, and, like, they just had no right to, like, charge the person for the claim that was originally made.
got arrested on... I guess Link, no, it was jailed 6 years ago. He was jailed 6 years ago. 100%. Oh, is this like an ongoing... Why would that matter? He's getting convicted 100%. Oh, is this like an ongoing case or something? The Andy No guy is... Portland activist finds himself snared in Me Too movement. A years-old arrest is thrust a rising star of Portland activist circles in the middle of... was jailed 6 years ago. He was jailed 6 years ago on suspicion of strangling and kidnapping an ex-girlfriend who was an 18-year-old student. It appears the case eventually was dismissed. Police records have been expunged. It's not clear how it was. Wait, oh my God, why are progressives so fucking stupid? Whatever, I guess if you want to eat your own. Bro, especially if you believe that the courts are like rigged against black people, or if you believe there's systemic injustice, but even ignoring all of that, right? If you got arrested on something, but the case was completely dismissed and there were no charges or no conviction, he said that he never in my life had a physical altercation with any woman. He said he was trying to intervene in a fight. I'm sorry that I have not addressed this in more public terms. Fellow activists were aware of the allegations against McKelvey for more than a year, but questions intensified as the Me Too movement exploded and cast a harsh light on men in politics, entertainment, and media who have been accused of mistreating women in the past. In my opinion, people don't know who they're working with. What do you mean who you're working with? We don't hold men accountable. The charges were dropped. Are you serious? Wow. How like?
That's crazy, bro. You can't even be accused of something and like have it be proven wrong completely without people trying to counsel you for something that you didn't even fucking do. Holy shit, bro. If someone just says, hey, you're a rapist or you fucking kidnapped your girlfriend, your career could literally be over. That's crazy. Oh my fucking God, bro. The charges were dismissed and the records were expunged. This dude was completely innocent and it just didn't happen. It just never fucking happened. But people are still canceling him over this. I'm sorry, dude. That's just crazy.
Actually gross. Whatever, man. The underage thing, when he was 18. Oh, actually, wait, hold on. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not even thinking of this. He was an 18-year-old student, so the underage girl was like 17, right? Okay, sure. I'm sorry. This even is. Wait, this is actually. Wait, what? Okay, I don't care. Dude, you guys are crazy. You guys have lost your minds, okay? You guys have actually lost your minds. Suspicion of kidnapping and strangling an underage girl. Makes it sound like he kidnapped like a 12-year-old or like a 6-year-old. What a fucking loser. This guy is unironically such a fucking loser. Does anybody have a source that says that it was actually a 17-year-old girl that this was about? I don't want to just run with that if I can't find it. Because I see that he was 18, but Andy knows a conservative or whatever. Yeah, he is. He's crazy. Oh, right here. A recent graduate of Southridge High School in Beaverton, McKelvey had just started his freshman year at OSU. The woman, then 17, was still a high school student in Washington County. According to an article published, blah, 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 the Oregon State Police early in the morning of December 24, 2011 responded to a report of a physical altercation between McKelvey and an ex-girlfriend at the Oregon State University Residence Hall. In his statement, McKelvey said his ex-girlfriend was upset and had been drinking when she arrived at his dorm on the weekend for her 18th birthday and later became physical with another woman there. McKelvey said that he stepped in. I was not the target of any physical altercation, whether someone who intervened on behalf of someone else. There was never an allegation that I struck her. Bro, I'm fucking losing it. Oh my God, my brain is fucked. I have an incel brain. I feel like the cops showed up and this woman was drunk, upset, out of control, and she was like, "That motherfucker abducted me," and they fucking arrested him on it. Oh, dude, that's what I feel. That's the feeling that I'm getting that happened in this fucking situation. It's like the Chris Rock skit where it's like never drive with a mad woman, and the cop pulls up. She's like, "He got weed."
Because a mad woman will say anything. He got weed. He got weed.
Oh God, my brain. But it sounds like something akin to this happened, right? Where, or I don't know how he gets arrested like that. Well, hold on. Does it say here? Also accused. The police launched an investigation of the dorm encounter and arrested McKelvey 6 days later. Now he was booked September 30th on suspicion of strangulation, assault, harassment, and first-degree kidnapping, a felony according to records. Now he posted bail set at $132,500 the same day. Additional documented details are few. Says there's no public records of the encounter. The state police report is exempt from Oregon's public record law. Where is PSO? Can you do a FOIA request of state documents, or is that only for federal? Destiny, if you kidnap, okay, Mad Tibbs is our resident. Are you actually a SWAT person or just a normal? I asked you this like 12 times, but I never look at your response in chat. Destiny, if you pick someone up and carry them against their will from one room to another, it is considered kidnapping in Oregon. I'd put my money on that happening since they mentioned strangulation. Oh, okay. Most states have a FOIA law. Okay, but FOIA is federal. Okay, but there might be state things that are similar. Gotcha. Oh, former riot cop we disbanded. Gotcha. The woman didn't respond to multiple requests for interview. We're not naming her because she was a minor at the time. The accusations discouraged us Morgan Portland's resistance heavily. None of us trusted Greg. Dude, damn, these people are crazy. You guys are actually insane. Fuck, I hate alternative media. I talk about how much I shit on the media. I have been recently, especially with this right now stuff, but alternative media is so much worse. Oh my God. Oh, but also, hold on. Let me say real quick, though. Okay? Because you guys do this shit, okay? Okay, this guy's initial tweet was really fucking stupid. I retweeted it this morning, I think. I made fun of it. It was dumb as fuck. Okay, absolutely. You guys need to stop doing this thing, though, where when somebody says or does something bad, every single thing about them becomes fucking horrible, okay? You should still be critical in your evaluation of a person, especially when it comes to things like character, okay? So employers consider giving me like, this is the stupidest tweet, okay? But when Andy No starts tweeting this shit, right? Like, there should be enough here, because I know some of you guys were like LeMayoing and shit before I read it all down, okay? You were, all right? McKelvey was a rising star in Portland until he was arrested on suspicion of kidnapping, right? This doesn't say anything. You can be arrested for, now, theoretically, they should have a reason to arrest you. But like, if all the charges are dropped, why are you treating him like a convicted man? Destiny, literally who you're talking to, who is you guys, who's about, it's for you guys, because you guys do the same shit. I watch you do this shit. You guys aren't exempt from this, okay? Whether you're talking about dealing with me or any other person, I see you guys do the same shit. I'll get into a fight with somebody over one thing. This is part of the reason why I can't publicly disagree with people, right? So this is something that I've learned. In my mind, if I say some shit like, hey, here's like my mind, okay? I see some shit and I'm like, wow, Jenna said some really stupid shit about this, like her kissing a friend and making fun of him for it, whatever, right? I think like jumping to conclusions and like taking action really hard is like really shitty. But I think it's pretty shitty also to make somebody feel like shit because they won't kiss you. That seems a little weird.
I
but
didn't make him feel like shit.
when you say things like I'm gonna go on stream and make fun of you to everybody, like that's kind of the point. Is to make them feel bad for
I
rejecting
had
you.
20 viewers, Destiny, and they were all his friends when I was 17. He was a viewer in my community himself. All those viewers that were back in my community back then are all in my community now. They're all in Discord. They all hang out together. He hangs out with them. We were a friend group.
If anything, that makes it even worse then because you're roasting in front of her.
Facebook high school friend group and being like, oh my god, so and so didn't kiss me, wham. They all knew we were a thing. We had done streams together prior. There's a clip from 2016 of us streaming together.
Okay.
Even from the clip, it doesn't. It's not sexual harassment.
Well, that's what we were going to have the discussion
He
about.
was in my bed, and
Well-
he had made moves on me prior. How is it? And we didn't even have sex.
Okay, fuck, holy shit. I don't want to go bad on this, but like, this is a really good example of having like no concept of like how consent. Just because somebody was in your bed prior doesn't mean it's okay to like push really hard. Like all of these excuses are excuses
I
guys
didn't
use to
push
like
very
rape
hard.
women.
I just said that I,
No, but like,
said that I was going to tell stream because I was.
Sure, but I'm just saying like literally every single thing you just said has nothing to do with whether or not you're like putting pressure on a guy. Like, oh, well, he was in my bed earlier, so I should be able to do something. Oh, well, it was just our friends and we made fun of him. Like,
Do you want
Like
me
a
to get
playful
the
thing,
silence
being
stream right now, and you can talk to
together.
Destiny, and you can talk to him about how I pressured him. Go ahead.
wait, why did I get?
Wait, Destiny, what? Hello?
He's getting moved down.
Oh, he got moved down?
Am I supposed? Who keeps moving? Am I supposed to?
I don't know. I
No,
moved him
nobody's
back
supposed to be moving you. Who the hell's moving you? They're gonna lose their.
Now, when I say that in my mind, I think that she did something dumb. I don't hate her as a person. I've had positive reactions with her. She seems fine. I don't have like any negative thing. But the problem is that like when I say something like that, the next day you guys are on Reddit. I think she's a fucking horrible Nazi fucking piece of shit. I hate everything about her. I hate her streams. I hate her voice. I hate her looks. I hate everything she's on Discord. Everything she does. You guys do this all the time. I've seen you guys do it with David Pacman. I've seen you guys do it with Booksmarts. Everybody. As soon as I get into big discussions with Booksmarts, or something happens, like me and him clearly disagree on something, or I think he's completely wrong about something. It's like I always knew that Booksmarts was a fucking piece of shit. A fucking loser motherfucker. It's like, oh my god, Jesus Christ. Like, chill. Okay. Everybody does. It's not just you guys, but you guys do it too.
To be honest though, Booksmarts is a slimy motherfucker, and I really hate. He might be a cool person, but talking to him is like fucking slamming your head against a fucking wall. I swear to God, this guy is a piece of shit. When it comes to arguments, at least fuck Booksmarts. At least the way he does debates and argues and talks and fucking is a annoying piece of shit. I hate him, unironically. As a person, I might like him, but the way he's so annoying about fucking trying to defend another person no matter what they did to you, and because you're the quote-unquote bigger content creator, you have to let this person shit on your life, call you a piece of shit, and if you just so far as like call them stupid one time, even if they like called your fucking child ugly or some shit, now you're the fucking bad person. Fuck Booksmarts, okay? Fuck this guy. I fucking hate him.
Okay. And then I see people do this shit to me all the time too, where it's like, oh, Destiny argued that rent control is bad. Did you also know that Destiny's pro pedophilia and wanted 15-year-olds when he was at a StarCraft 2? He's like, Jesus Christ, fucking chill. What the fuck? Just calm down, okay? Just because somebody does something bad or something you don't like doesn't all of a sudden mean every single thing about them is Christ, chill. There are plenty of good people you disagree with on a lot of different topics, okay?
All right.
If you take politics,
let's see what do we have here. You know what? What time is it? 9:17. Nah, we still got time. We'll take out some of the smaller videos first.
What is your favorite type of pizza? I like pepperoni and sausage pizza. That's my favorite. Pigeon, what are you doing? Also, all pizza should have hot sauce on it.
What the fuck
Basically,
is
anytime
wrong
you're
with
eating
you?
something with cheese, it should have hot sauce. Cheesecake isn't cheese, and you know that. Hot sauce of choice. I try to get like custom local stuff. If I can't get any of that, the Cholula stuff is pretty good. Yeah, people who get pineapple on pizza are just being contrarian for the sake of being contrarian, okay? They know goddamn well what they're doing. Dude, I love pineapple on pizza so much. No, you fucking don't. You've had it twice and you thought it was fine, okay? Quit clogging up the discourse and using people's brain cells on this stupid fucking conversation, okay? Those fucking people who've tried something once or twice and they're like, dude, I never have anything else. Sweet and spicy is, a good combo with cheese. Yeah, pineapple isn't sweet enough for that to work, okay? If you want sweet and spicy, okay, you need to do some goddamn Panda Express orange chicken sauce bullshit, okay? You need to fucking add some goddamn caramel. Vosh would eat banana pizza? No, he fucking wouldn't. Listen, my actual hot take on this subject is that pizza honestly isn't that good. It's really, really not. It's just not that good. It's fine. It can be good, don't get me wrong. But people talk about, like, all these touch my butt and buy me pizza fucking hoes on Twitter. Not Twitter, Tinder. I guess they're on both. You need to chill out, okay? Pizza is, like, fine, okay? Great pizza will never reach the heights of a great cheeseburger, great pasta, of a ton of other great foods.
Are you kidding me? Pasta, yeah. Burgers? I'd say pizza over burgers every time. Burgers are okay. Burgers never get past fucking, like, great. Pizzas can be amazing. Burgers? I don't fucking know, bro. Pastas, they can be, chef's kiss. Exquisite, bro. Holy fuck. Burgers? A really good burger is never gonna be better than a fucking, like, amazing fucking, like, especially deep dish pizza, which is basically just a big ass pasta. Like, like, no. Or double decker fucking pizza. Oh my god, bro. You have no idea.
It's okay. There's just limits, okay? Calzone is objectively better than pizza. No one is brave enough to admit it. True. Lasagna is better than both. Lasagna is not a good food. Lasagna can't even be good. At best...
Oh my, this dude has this, okay. His mom is probably a shit cook. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. If you say lasagna is bad, you have never had good lasagna. Lasagna is just as good as, like, any fucking pasta out there if the person can cook it well, okay? I swear to God, once you have good lasagna from a person who can actually cook. Now, the thing is, though, lasagna is really easy to fuck up. If you put bad, like, if you buy, like, the fucking, like, pre-made pasta or, like, the pre-made lasagna and just heat it up, yeah, it's really bad. It tastes like shit. It's got horrible cheese, horrible meat in it, very bad seasoning, all that shit. Very bad sauce. But if you get a good lasagna, like homemade good fucking lasagna with, like, good sauce, handmade sauce, fresh fucking whatever meat you use, whether it be like beef or turkey or whatever the fuck, or chicken, like, you can have really good lasagna.
It can be acceptable. See, now with $5, people like pineapple on pizza are just being contrarian, and pizza's just not that good. Come on, man. I've said this before. I've said this. People just aren't ready for it. They just can't handle it. But it's true. It's true. It's always been true. It'll never not be true. That's just how it is. What's your take on sausage chicken wings? All right, it's time for another hot take. I don't know if I'm going to have a career after this one. Chicken wings are garbo. I don't want bone. None of that shit. I want meat, okay? I eat chicken breasts, okay? I'll eat wings if I have to, but
fucking... Okay, no, he has horrible fucking taste. This dude wants the dry-ass chicken breast. Now, of course, chicken breast isn't always dry, but 99% of the time, because most people can't fucking cook and are garbage fucking cooks. Your chicken breast is dry as fuck. I don't care how juicy you say your fucking chicken breast is. 99 out of 100 of you have dry-ass chicken breast and don't know how to fucking cook them, okay? Holy fucking shit. And don't have enough fucking seasoning inside, or enough like, don't know that or realize that, hey, you don't just cook on the outside of the chicken, you cook on the inside of it as well. Oh my fucking god, you're telling me that I'm supposed to put flavoring inside the meat as well? Holy shit. That's crazy. Because the breast is so fucking bad, it's so fucking dry that it needs extra work, unlike the fucking dark meat, like the wings, or the drumsticks, or the... Oh my fucking god. Wings are fucking amazing, okay? Boneless, 99% of boneless, unless you're doing, like, homemade boneless, that's actually, like, real meat, is just fucking ground up. Half the time it's not even, like, chicken. It was like 10% chicken and then like 90% like other fucking processed shit. Boneless isn't even like real meat, or like I don't know. It's just not the same as like an actual chicken that was slaughtered and then you take the actual parts of that chicken and then just cook it. It's like real fresh meat, even if that chicken was like steroided to like be bigger and shit. It's still a fucking chicken instead of like a bunch of different processed pieces of it. I don't know, bro. That's like the worst take on fucking food I've heard in a while. Holy shit.
Buying meat. I want the meat, okay? I want chicken breasts, nuggies, or tendies, okay? That's what I want. And I know what you're thinking right now, but Vosh, it's all white meat. There's no flavor. To which the answer is, yeah, no shit, dumb. That's why you have to properly season it and have a good sauce. Also, if you bread it properly and fry it like you do with the chicken wings normally, then you have sick-ass flavor, okay? I just don't like eating meat off the bone. It's why I don't like ribs either. Not only is
you don't like
chicken
ribs? Oh, this guy. Okay, I can't even listen to this guy anymore. Holy fucking shit. Ribs are... No. Wait, he lives in the West. On the West Coast. He hasn't had southern fucking good-ass barbecue ribs, I forgot. Oh my fucking god. Or dry ribs. Sometimes dry ribs can be even better than fucking barbecue ribs. Holy fucking shit, bro. Go to Texas, go to Florida, go to Georgia, go to Alabama, go to some southern state, go to some local restaurant that has some fucking good-ass southern dry or fucking... Especially if they specialize in fucking dry rib. Places that specialize in dry ribs are some of the best cooks you will find on the fucking planet. Oh my fucking god. I have never been to a local restaurant that specializes in like fucking dry ribs and it be like and like their barbecue being bad. Holy fucking shit. For some reason, dry rib chefs are some of the best you'll find on the fucking planet. I swear to God, you will never have bad barbecue at a place that specializes and is known for their fucking dry ribs. I promise you. I promise you on my life. I swear to God. In the South, at least. I don't know about the North. If you're in like Texas, Florida, any of like the southeastern states in the USA, dry rib local restaurants known for their dry ribs, go there. I promise you will have some good ass barbecue. This guy is just fucking wrong, and I mean completely fucking wrong when it comes to wings and ribs. Holy shit. Oh, and lasagna. I'm sorry. All of those can be great, especially fucking lasagna and ribs. Wings have a certain point to where, I mean, it's basically just fried and then put sauce on it. There's only a certain limit to what you can do with that, but lasagna, pizza, and fucking ribs, oh my fucking god. They can just be so fucking delicious, bro. I swear to God. But yeah. I might just react to this whole video and like be fucking mad the whole time, because we're only 3 minutes 43 seconds in out of a 13-minute video, and I'm already fucking tilted. Holy shit, these takes are horrible. I can't.
Better. It is so much better that I don't even order chicken at Asian places. Okay, they make chicken nuggies and chicken strips and everything else chicken with dark meat. Why? Why? Greasy ass, fatty fucking dark meat. Jesus Christ. You're wrong. Dark meat is juicier, more succulent, with a higher fat content. Yeah, that's the problem. The juice that you're tasting is fucking oil. You're getting grease. Jesus Christ. Your throat's getting lubed, okay? The only acceptable reason to eat dark meat chicken is if you're about to get throat by a fucking Giga Chad with a giant dick, because you need your throat to be fucking coated in a millimeter thick layer of chicken fat and grease, okay? No, I don't like Duck Tempest. For comparable reasons. Duck is the best meat, though. Wrong. Wrong. Honestly, meat's not even that fucking good, okay?
Okay, you know what? I cannot. This is... Are you... Okay, no. Now we're just
You know what's really good?
Now we're
Bread.
just lying.
Bread
Are
is
you
good shit.
I hate
Meat
you.
is just a delivery vehicle for the
just
rub,
wrong.
the spices, the seasoning, and the sauce, okay? Like... Yeah, it's like good, I guess. Like ground beef's really good, and shepherd's pie, and tacos, and like chicken's good pretty much everywhere because
I
chicken.
can't.
But like that's
The
not
meat
the
is
fucking
always,
point, okay?
like, the
meat
fucking
is
best
delivery
part of
vehicle,
any
all right?
meal
If
you
you want
ever
real
have,
good
what
shit,
do you
you want
mean?
bread, okay? Just eat lots of bread all the time, okay? That's the real good shit. So when people are like, dude, no, you have to eat your chicken with 40% fat content. No, every bite of steak has to be composed of at least 6 ounces of raw fat. No, like, you. If I want flavor, I'll get it from the goddamn spices, seasoning, and rub, okay? Jesus Christ. That's what flavor comes. There's no better vehicle for flavor on Earth than spices, seasoning, and fucking sauce, okay? We all agree that fresh bread is better than any meat, right? I really don't think there's any meal on Earth that's better than, like, fresh bread and cheese.
I hate you.
I really do think that's just the apex.
You were wrong on a spiritual, objective, subjective, every fucking level. There is no way. There's no way, bro. I refuse to believe. You can't be this wrong. It's impossible. No. He's doing this for the fucking Twitch clips at this point. He's just trying to get like clipped on fucking LSF now. Nah. No. I call bullshit.
Human palate. What kind of bread? Well, depends on what kind of bread you like, I guess. For some people, you know, it doesn't get any better than like sourdough, and some people really like the heavier, like darker breads, like you know, if it's you know, what's a good dark bread? Yeah, rye. Yeah, pumpernickel. Pumpernickel is really good. Really funny name too. Fresh French bread. Yeah. It's like so much. The sad thing is like there are so many foods that people have access to now, thanks to global markets, you know, thanks to industrialization, grocery stores and refrigeration, all that crap. But the shame is, like the real big shame, is that most people, unless they either have the time and money to cook fresh stuff themselves or are wealthy, will rarely get to taste the real versions of the food they eat, you know? Like, sliced bread is nothing next to freshly baked, I've just gone to the bakery, they made this 30 minutes ago bread. They're almost incomparable, you know? Same with a lot of, like, meats and cheeses. There's just a huge difference, you know? Because the stuff that's made accessible to the public, not to say it's bad, I mean, there are plenty of mass-processed foods that I quite enjoy. It's just, they have to be, you know, with the preservatives, they have to be, you know, they can stay on the shelves for this long, and by default, they're not going to be too pricey because, you know, it's better to subject lower quality foods to that kind of preservation. Stuff like that. Same with a lot of vegetables, too, you know? You guys remember that Simpsons episode where they got, like, a local farm or a farmer's market, and they were eating the orange, and the orange was so juicy that it was, like, spilling everywhere, and they were like, oh my god, I can't believe I've only ever eaten, like, grocery store. You know what I mean? Don't you think Natalie was kind of irresponsible with calling veganism a barren life of deprivation and self-denial? I think that was kind of tongue-in-cheek. Vegans acting in smarmy in response to stuff like that is way more harmful to people going to veganism than people who still eat meat making comments like that, I think. I mean, a barren life of deprivation and self-denial. I mean, isn't that obviously, like, overdramatic? Pretzel bread is great. You're right. I'm not done with my takes, okay? There is an objectively best food, all right? And it's a freshly baked, high-quality soft pretzel. That's actually the best food that there is. Lightly salted. Not that shit they do where they, like, just coat the entire thing in salt. Just, like, light, like a sprinkle. And that's it. That's literally the only food. If you have beer cheese to dip it in, that's GG right there. It's done. Like, that's it. You never need to eat anything else to dip it. That's actually... You're right. Isn't that obviously, like, overdramatic? Pretzel bread is great. You're right. I'm not done with my takes, okay? There is an objectively best food, all right? And it's a freshly baked, high-quality soft pretzel. That's actually the best food that there is. Lightly salted. Not that shit they do.
This guy has the most bland tasting food ever, bro. You're telling me the most basic fucking food on the planet, fucking bread, is your favorite? This is why you have the most shit takes on food ever. What is wrong with you? You were trying to tell me your favorite food of all time is literally, like, this is like saying rice. White rice is like your favorite fucking food. Just regular steamed white rice that's just comes straight out of the fucking steamer. You're telling me just bread, freshly baked. That's it. With maybe like a cheese and a sauce on it is your favorite. You have the most bland taste buds on the fucking planet, bro. And this is why your takes on food are the worst ever. I cannot. Holy shit. Okay, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. These are the worst food takes on the planet ever. I can't do this anymore.
Coat the entire thing in salt, just like light, like a sprinkle. And that's it. That's literally the only food. If you have beer cheese to dip it in, that's GG right there. It's done. Like, that's it. You never need to eat anything else again. If you have a freshly baked, lightly salted, soft pretzel with beer cheese to dip it in, that's fucking it. It's over. What's beer cheese? You've never had beer cheese. Oh, well, you should sometime. It's not hard to make. High-quality bagels. If you guys ever want the skinny on how to make high-quality bagels, and it's way more effort than, like it's quite a bit of effort, I think, but, the, Binging with Babish videos I'm making, the Binging with Babish video on making, bagels is great. There is such a huge difference between bagels that you've just got off a supermarket store and bagels that have been freshly baked. It is, again, completely incomparable. Proper bagels, like ones that have been, like, you know, high-quality bagels, have, like, this snap the outside, you know? The inside is like soft and fluffy and delicate, and the outside is just like this crispy, almost like a shell that you break open. It's so fucking good. Whereas bagels that you get at a supermarket are just like, I mean, what are they even? They're like just some kind, they're just like a ubiquitous texture. Like the outside and the inside are just kind of this soft sponge, just kind of like dense bread, you know? Do you make your own bagels? No, I don't. Though there was a bagel place called, I think, like Brooklyn Bagels or something like that in Beverly Hills that was open for a bit. I don't know if it's still open. It wasn't open when I was born, I'll tell you that much. It came in afterwards, but they sold really good bagels there. Oh, they also had really good bagels at Los Bagels, which was a chain bagel place up in the Pacific Northwest. They actually had a location at the university, and it was pretty good. I would always get the same thing. My favorite bagel, and by the way, Vermin lovingly recreates this for me every morning, which I appreciate very much. My favorite bagel is cream cheese, and on the bottom, they've spread a little bit of butter. I mean, just as an adherent. And there's, like, flaky salt on the underside, you know? Something like that. That, for me, is the best bagel. Cream cheese is creamy cheese. Cream cheese is kind of like, it's a thick, spreadable cheese. It's meant to be spread, not eaten on its own, ever. And it's kind of like, I guess, if you... I feel like it's kind of like a mixture, in a way, of sour cream's tanginess with, like, a mild cheddar, almost, you know? No, it's sweet, though. It's got a sweetness to it. It's got a little bit of tang and a bit of sharp, but it's mostly a sweet food, I think. At least it comes off sweet to me, I think. Similar to French Neuchâtel. Oh, yeah, of course. That'll really bring the comparison home. The Neuchâtel, yes. Oh, yeah, what's bread? Ah, well, bread, you see. Oh, bread is a lot like the Swiss Deutschen Hammensflickenformer, which is also a type of bread. So if you've heard of the Deutsche Flakeflickenhormer, then bread is sort of like that.
Alright. Neck hairline extension. Oh, okay. Alright, well, we got 2 clips out of that one. I was not expecting these food takes to be that fucking horrible. I heard the pizza wasn't that good one before I saved the clip for later. I thought it would be like, okay, kind of a bad take, but not the worst. Holy shit, these takes were fucking the worst I've heard in my life. I cannot believe it.
Hold on.
Alright,
Hold on.
Oh, this is actually so frustrating.
Alright. Let's see. Let's see. Alright, we'll do these last 2. I'm gonna skip around in this one some, and then we'll react to that last one. And then it's just gaming.
Thoughts on these picks in San Francisco? Yeah, so...
You think Jesus would have been a Twitter lefty, and you think you could have taken him in a debate?
No, absolutely. I did not go to the gym today. I'm going tonight, so we're only here until 6. Okay. I wish I had articles prepared on this, but you know what? Now I have Zotero, so in the future I will, okay? How can I search? Is this easy to search for? There's a program called Search Everything, and that program, the way that it indexes stuff or whatever, it's like, I don't know if it like literally loads an entire index and keeps in your RAM always or something. But it is, it's really good. Sorry, that's just, don't just ignore what I was saying. Okay, sorry, what was I saying? I wish I had articles, don't have articles. I have Zotero, so I'll save stuff now in the future. Okay, so I will have articles in the future. So, this is a little bit more complicated, I think, than people make it out to be, okay? So, a while ago, it was either Walgreens or San Francisco, or I'm sorry, CVS. I think it was Walgreens closes stores. And they said that the reason why they were closing stores was because there's way too much shoplifting, and it's not profitable for them to do it. And this caused an uproar. Apparently, a Target closed as well. I don't know. I just saw this from a week ago, or somebody's on the story. But
reading through this to see if this contradicts anything I'm about to say. Hold on. Other businesses, not just Target, with the spikes in the data generates more question on a single source decision report. Majority of shopping instances doubled the entire city's. Oh fuck! This is a really good story because it might actually super bolster what I'm about to say. Okay, cool. Or maybe we'll read through the rest of this. But here's like the 3-part harmony that I've heard on this so far. So number 1, okay, Walgreens comes out, closes a bunch of stores, okay, and they say, hey, sorry, way too much fucking shoplifting. Nobody's doing shit about it. We're leaving. We're packing up and leaving. Okay, fuck you. Now, I don't want to say Twitter lefties because a lot of people have come out and have said, hold on, okay, 2 big things, okay. 1, you guys close stores naturally all the time anyway. And 2, when we actually dig into the data and we look at reported shoplifting reports have actually decreased. So that's just not true. You are doing a normal business measure, but you're claiming that you're closing stores just because of the just because of shoplifting. I don't know if you want cops to be more strict on shoplifters or what, so fuck you, right? Now, that's like the prevailing narrative online. I wish I had a copy of the story. But there was either a spokesperson from CVS or it was a local report from CVS. The counter that they gave was, that is absolutely true. Reported shoplifts have fallen quite a bit. But the reason why was because we stopped calling the cops, because there's no point in doing it. So of course the reported number is going to fall. Now somebody just linked me this and said, and I just skimmed this. Apparently they put in a new, apparently they said they put in a new reporting system that's accessible to other businesses and individuals on weekdays, not just Target. He did not respond to questions about how long the system had been in place or whether the department had seen an increase in shoplifting incidents from other stores since the system's implementation. Though the spike seen in the data generates more questions than answers, one thing is clear. A single store's decision to report a majority of its shoplifting incidents doubled the entire city's monthly shoplifting rates. Now, I hadn't seen this until somebody just linked this in chat, but if this is true, then that means, oh, well, there actually is a fuck ton more shoplifting going on, and it doesn't show up in the data because they weren't reporting it before because they just stopped calling the cops. Now, give me like a few minutes. Let me just read this article because I don't know. Maybe there's something here that contradicts that. Maybe that's not actually the case. As San Francisco remains locked in a fierce debate over how to best respond to crime, shoplifting has become one flashpoint of the battle, dividing people sharply across the lines. Crime experts say the data required to actively measure shoplifting is woefully inadequate. Okay, there's no better example of the problem than shoplifting data covered by the San Francisco Police Department. Starting in January 2018, reported shoplifting evidence are relatively consistent, about 250 per month. They dip sharply when the pandemic begins, and then begin to slowly increase as the city reopens. And then in September 2021, they inexplicably double. Okay, so I hadn't seen these September 2021 numbers. Close look at the data shows that the spike in reported shoplifting came almost entirely from one store, the Target at 789 Mission Street, the Metreon Mall. In September alone, 154 shoplifting reports were filed in the South of Market intersection where the Target stands, up from 13 in August. And then in October, the reports from this intersection went down again to 17. What happened at this particular Target? Did the store see a huge spike in shoplifting in September? No, said store manager Stacey Abbott. The store was simply using a new reporting system implemented by the police that allows retailers to report crime incidents over the phone. This also makes it sound like if the police are working with stores to implement a new reporting system, it seems like there was probably some underreporting going on before. Destiny, this is a random thought, but wouldn't a good measure of shoplifting rates be to just report from the stock accounts rather than calling the cops and filing a report? I don't know if those are published or public, or if that would account for everything, or there's other forms of loss or whatever, but yeah, I don't know. Dustin, I used to work at a store in a bad neighborhood, and we only called the cops once in 5 years. I was there, and it was absolutely every day. Yeah, jeez. Don't police not chase up after shoplifters anyway? Probably not. I was gonna say that, Apolles, that it doesn't account for damaged inventory or other things, but they probably have line items where they do account for, like, you know, we lost 1,000 in stock, you know, 400 due to damage, 200 due to refunds, 600 due to whatever. That was more than 1,000, but. And that's why the shoplifting reports are decreasing in October. I don't have it on me. Did I set it on the counter over there? So Robert Reka, a witness of the renewal party system for other business on weekdays, not just Target. He did not respond to a question about how long the system had been in place. So the spiking data is clear lack of not going to clear facts. People expressing alarm about shoplifting, including leaders at major retail associations such as the California Retail Association, said the crime has grown greatly during the pandemic, driving a wave of store closures citywide. They point to stores cutting their hours and company spokespeople saying that shoplifting the needs for security has increased, and they reference incidents like last week's max thefts at Louis Vuitton and other high-end luxury. I haven't heard of this. Wait, what is it? What am I reading? What? Who linked this? What is this 12-foot IO proxy? Why? I see it's the San Francisco Chronicle, but why was I linked it this way? You haven't heard of the flash mob robbery? Bro, I was in Seattle. Okay, fucking your mom. To avoid the subscription, probably. Oh. Supervisor Dean Preston and Mayor London Breed are among those questioning the narratives of the larger retailers. They point out that the major companies announcing store closures, such as Walgreens, announced it would soon be closing hundreds of stores in 2019 before the pandemic. Such stores have been battered by the e-commerce wave. They know that the pandemic may have led to less foot traffic in these stores and less reduced profits, and they reference the police data. So this is what the current counter narrative is. So this is, yes. So the counter narrative is like, okay, you were going to close the stores anyway. You're getting fucked by online retail, and look at the reported crimes. They're down. You're lying. They reference the police data, which shows that reports of shoplifting and larceny theft have decreased during the pandemic. California law defines shoplifting as entering an open business with the intent to steal merchandise worth no more than $950. But yeah, it seems like that data is not good, because if you don't call and report a crime, there is no, yeah. That's not a great source of shoplifting data, Hayes told the Chronicle. Police data, he said, is particularly flawed because most retailers are reluctant to call law enforcement or detain shoplifters. I don't believe you can do this. For a number of reasons, among them that they don't believe offenders will be charged, and they're worried about their own safety and the legal liability if they intervene. That too. Say what you want about businesses, and whether they really care about their employees or not, maybe they don't, but you don't want your employees fucking wrestling people, you know, every week to try to keep them from stealing shit. You're going to be, I just thinking about that as somebody that used to be supervisor, I cannot imagine the headache fucking nightmare. All the liability, the medical, the FMLA, all the bullshit that would be incurred. My asshole clenches just thinking about, like, yeah, I run a store. Yeah, I tell my employees every single fucking week to go out and fucking, you know, wrestle shoplift. Fuck no. Oh my God, it would be horrible. Holy shit. I can confidently say, without ever having looked into any retail whatsoever, I can say this, and I'll say this as a fact: no possible fucking way would any store manager want their employees running out to do fucking hand-to-hand combat with potential shoplifters. Like, no fucking way. Yeah, that you'd never do it. You'd be like, all right, take it, leave, fuck it, you know? No possible way. Stores keep their own data on inventory and losses, and Hayes said that this is a better source than police data, but store data isn't perfect because expected inventory can get lost for several reasons. An employee might steal something, or a shipment might never make it to the store. Moreover, Hayes said individual retailers tend to be reluctant to share their data publicly. This was my concern, right? I don't know how many stores will like publicly release like their data sets of stock and inventory and everything. Walgreens, CVS, and Target responded to repeated requests for shopping data from the Chronicle, other than the most aggregate statistics. Okay. Quick finance 101, okay? I hate it when people do this. Okay? I hate it when people do this, okay? Not to say that they're being intentionally biased, but Mike DeAngelis, a spokesperson for CVS, said the store had experienced a 300% increase in retail theft from our stores since the pandemic began, but did not provide specific information on San Francisco stores. He also said that CVS loses $200 million a year because of organized retail crime, or less than 0.1% of CVS's annual revenue, okay? Who cares about your revenue when we're talking about loss? I personally think that it's a little bit more important to look at profit here, not revenue. Again, let's say that I sell a car for $50,000 and then somebody steals $5,000 from me. Well, my revenue was 50 grand and somebody stole 5 grand. Okay, it sucks, but they only stole 10% of my revenue. Well, let's say that I bought that car for $47,500, and I sold it for $50,000, and then somebody stole $5,000 from me, right? Well, in one sense, I lost 10% of my revenue, sure, but in another sense, somebody stole 200% of my profits, right? Revenue versus profit. When we're talking about loss, I can see arguments for using both figures, but revenue absolutely does not capture everything entirely, right? Depending on your profit margins,
profit is,
profit
is like the only thing that matters, I think. Like, you can have a shit ton of revenue, but if you're not profiting, unless we're talking about really big companies where you see value in like the far future, where like, oh, they're bringing in lots of money and in the future it could be profitable, like YouTube or like Twitch, which Twitch still isn't profitable right now. But yeah, like, I don't know. YouTube. Wait, what was I saying? Fucking YouTube comment threw me off. Fucking A. All these bots on YouTube now. Fuck. Have to delete you guys too. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah, profit's like the only thing that matters when it comes to like talking about if stealing from a store matters on like how much it hurts that business, because like Destiny said, you can be making a lot of revenue, but if your profit margin isn't that big, stealing from you can be pretty massive and pretty bad. And like retail stores are fucking famous for saying that their profit margins aren't that big. And you know what? We can actually search this. Fucking Google, baby. Average retail store profit margin. Okay, dude, hold on. 53.33%. Even with all these variables, there are certain industry averages every retailer should know. According to Vinny's 2019 benchmark report, wherein the brand studied more than 13,000 retailers, the average gross profit margin in retail is 53.33% worldwide. I don't know, bro. Such as general retail and hover between 20 and 25%. Even with the 20 to 25% profit in general retail, you know what? Maybe I don't feel so bad if you're losing 1% to like theft. It's still pretty bad. They're taking like 5% of your profits. If they're taking 1% of your revenue, right? Because no, they're taking like 4%. Because 4 times 25 equals 100. Yeah. So if they're taking one, yeah. I don't know. I don't feel too bad about it. Even though 4% of your total profit, it is actually still pretty massive, because that could be like, if you're like a multi-billion-dollar corporation and you're losing a decent amount of your profits from theft, like 4%, that could be like a whole, that actually could be multiple stores closed, like a few hundred actually, depending on how many stores you have. Like if you have a few thousand stores and 4% of your profit is being stolen, especially if it's like hyper focused in like one area, a whole city's worth of stores can just close from that alone. So you know what? Never mind. Theft in certain areas, especially with San Francisco being rampant with theft right now, actually could be pretty massive. Do you know what? Yeah, stores do have a reason to close their stores, actually. We'll keep watching, though.
Stealing what could be a small percentage of your overall revenue might be a really big percentage of the profits lost. Just something to keep in mind, you know? I'm sure losses can be written off in taxes. Sure. But just because you write something off doesn't mean you get all the money back. It's just not taxable, right? Don't they just lose the cost of the products plus the expected volume they would sell of the product? Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, let's say hypothetically, let's say that I buy $100,000 worth of goods, and let's say that I intend to sell these goods for, we'll say $110,000, okay? We've etched out a nice 10% profit, okay? Let's say that somebody comes in and they steal, we'll say, $20,000 worth of goods, okay? If that is the case, right? Now we can say that, like, okay, well, let's look at their, let's look at their total revenue, okay? The total revenue of $110,000, somebody sold $20,000. It's less than 20% of their revenue. It sucks. But if we look at, like, the profit, right? Well, this is how much money we would have made. Our business goes from being in the black to in the red. We're negative. We're down $10,000 now. Fuck. We're down $10,000 now for the year. Instead of being up 10,000 because you lost 20,000, even though this is only a percentage of our revenue. Like, I'm just saying that when you're talking about like gains or losses, I'm just saying that talking in revenue is deceptive. Okay, people will argue that some industries make billions of dollars in revenue. You know, airlines. The airlines make billions of dollars in revenue. Who the fuck cares? Do they profit? That's the important part. You can make a lot of revenue and not profit, or you can make not that much revenue and have huge profits. Both of these numbers need to be taken into account when we're thinking of finance. It's really, really, really important. Okay. Okay. To be fair, I don't think their profit is that razor thin. Profit is, yes, profit is pretty thin. I think generally profit is around Isn't it like 10 to 20%? And then it's risk adjusted, of course. The riskier the industry, the greater the expected return. But like, yeah, profit is like, I want to say like, maybe even less, maybe like 10 to 15% is probably like your overall profit in like a capitalist economy. 5 to 15% maybe. Profit's not going to be 100%. It's not going to be 50%, right? Okay. Also, people were posting that this is another thing that I say, okay? This is so important, okay? When I had that conversation about defending CRT and that sociologist emailed me and was like, hey, listen, individual stories are arguably just as important as large data, because when we go through large data, essentially what we're doing is we're accounting for the individual on a macro scale. I should be able to go dig into individual stories and find stuff that lines up with the larger data, right? This is our defense of the idea behind CRT selling narratives, right? That like, oh, we do look at the individual. The individual can be a fine unit of analysis. You just have to be aware of the limitations of that analysis, okay? To bring that back to this, okay, you can't run around saying, oh, there's no problems. Oh, nothing's happening. Oh, blah, 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 blah. If the individual people are looking around and they're like, what? So this thread, now, could this be deceptive? I tried to look through this woman's account to see if she was like some fucking weird conservative or whatever. I looked a little bit. It didn't look like it. Maybe she is. If you guys are in San Francisco, I don't know. You guys can tell me this. I hadn't seen these pictures before, but apparently this is downtown San Francisco. It's like supposedly like every fucking store is like fucking boarded up. Holy shit.
Damn.
Anytime you see like this shit like boarded up, that means either it was like broken into or they're worried about it being broken into. Like, yep, that's what Union Square, San Francisco looks like right now. Wait, Apples, do you not live here anymore? Do you live up in SF? Yeah, but holy shit. And it's like block after block after block of like this stuff. No, family and friends still live there. This is like depressing. Not good, guys. Like you can't be looking at shit like this and knowing that there are people walking up and down the street and then hop onto Twitter and be like, well, actually, CPS is just selling a capitalist narrative to try to fool you guys into believing blah, 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 right? You can't do that, okay? What you say has to translate to what happens in people's lives, right? Same thing, no offense, okay? But same thing with a lot of the rioting that happened towards the end of the BLM stuff or in Kenosha, right? You can't be like, oh, well, it wasn't that bad. Like, tell it to the people that walk by businesses that are still boarded up. There are still places in Minneapolis that are boarded up. There are still places in Seattle that are boarded up. There are still places in Kenosha that are boarded up. There are businesses that are never going to open again. There are places that are closed, that are still closed and damaged. Like, you have to account for these people's lived experiences. You can't just say that. You can't just say that it's not happening. Who was linking thief stuff? I didn't hear about this because I was in Seattle. Fuck. I think I missed a couple tweets somebody was linking in chat. People are saying Walgreens reported a 1.92% net profit margin for Q2 of 2021. Jesus.
0.92% profit. That's crazy.
About 25 cars just blocked the street and rushed into the Walnut Creek Nordstrom, making off with goods for getting in cars and speeding away. $25 cars. Oh, so this is like actually some like 3 Fast, 3 Furious like organized theft shit. What? Shouldn't you like take your license plates off your car if you're gonna do shit like this? Maybe some of them do. Oh, this is the Louis Vuitton store. I gotcha.
Hey, everybody, if you're not.
Best Buy just mentioned organized retail theft and general shrink as a big factor in the latest earnings report. Sure. Anyway. Thought I'd just give you interest in hearing about my Section 9 challenge of law in Ontario. I poked you and just got about it. If you're not interested, I don't know anything about this, okay? But I love you, buddy. Wreckful shopping. Why don't they just hire security? I don't know if security has the authorization to wrestle people and shit either. I don't know how that works. Remember when Hassan said they redistributed stolen Jordans to people in the neighborhood? Yeah, God, what a fucking loser, dude. Oh my God. Does anybody have that clip? No shot he said that. I need the clip. Show me the clip.
Do shit, okay? There's good stuff happening on the protest side always. Like, you only see the looting of Target. You don't see the redistribution of the goods that they took from Target back to the community. Like, because a lot of these neighborhoods are now turning into fucking food deserts where you have to drop.
Dude, I can't believe I get banned for shit I say here. And you can just say, like, the most, like, ridiculously stupid fucking shit. Like, it's unreal, dude.
30 minutes to an hour to go get food.
That's
if
not
you
true.
live in those neighborhoods.
No. Where where have you been in the United States where it's a 30-minute drive to go get food? I want to know. Please tell me. Where do you live in the United... Unless you're literally like in... It's not in any fucking city, right? Maybe in the most possible rural community. Sure. That's not what he's talking about, right? Like, come on. Get the fuck out of here, dude. California's robbery epidemic became deadly today. A security guard protecting a local news crew covering another flash mob robbery was shot on Wednesday after a group of armed robbers tried to steal camera equipment. You're trying to do the news and now they want to steal your cameras. What the fuck?
That's crazy.
Seth Rogen says it's just part of living in a big city. Normal stuff.
California's robbery epidemic became deadly today. A security guard protecting a local news crew covering another flash mob robbery was shot on Wednesday after a group of armed robbers tried to steal camera equipment. He died this morning? Oh my fucking God, bro. Jesus Christ, bro. Yeah, living in California, bro. Nah, this is why I'm going to Seattle, bro. Shit's too crazy there, bro.
Trying to steal camera equipment.
Nobody's safe.
You're trying to do the news and now they want to steal your cameras. What the fuck? Seth Rogen says it's just part of living in a big city. Normal stuff.
Yeah, bro. Just accept it. Nah, I'll move. I'll move.
What can be done about this? Step one of every single... What? Everybody repeat after me. No, don't repeat after me. Tell me. What is step one of fixing any problem? Go, chat. Go. Good job. Bryce, identifying. Admitting there's a problem. Recognize there's a problem. Identify the problem. That is right. First, we have to understand that there is a problem. When you're divided and even recognizing that a problem exists, you're not going to be able to fix the problem. Son probably thinks Uber Eats takes 30 minutes, so he's living in a food desert. Sure.
Yeah. Alright, I think
I just educated myself and one day, poof, higher income. What?
You want to be a millionaire in your 30s? You better do these things in your 20s. Instead of living alone, have your buddies move in. Instead of going to the bar, invite your friends over. Forget the mall. It's all about Nordy Rack, Converse, and Costco. While you're at Costco, skip the restaurants. Since your buddies live with you, skip the barbershop. But being a cheap ass alone is not going to cut it. You got to take that money you saved and educate yourself so you can earn a higher income at an earlier age. And you're still not done yet. You got to take that higher income and you got to invest it. Now you could stick it in the stock market until you have enough to invest in some rental property. And I promise you, just like in Monopoly, if you get enough little houses like this, it's only a matter of time before you buy a multifamily like this and roll it into a cash cow like these. And once you own a couple of these, it's smooth sailing for the rest of your life. But you got to remember that it starts with sacrifice.
Okay, this actually is good advice to be a millionaire by like 45, okay? Not by 30, all right? You could do this, follow his advice. I bet by 45, definitely 50, you could be a millionaire. Not by 30 though, okay? Let's slow your roll there, buddy, all right? Taking your $35,000 a year income and putting away $5,000 a year is not gonna turn you into a fucking millionaire in 10 years. The math don't check out there, all right?
What is 35,000? Hold on, it should be way more than that. I make $18 an hour as a fucking as a line cook at a university, bro. that's over 35,000 right there. So if you're fucking doing a job that requires like a bachelor's or like some kind of like certification or some kind of like associate's degree even, you should be making at least like $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 a year. No fucking way should I be making damn near or more than you being a line cook at a university and you went to college and are in college debt and fucking nah. Ain't no fucking way, bro. I live in Baltimore too. This shitty. Actually, you know what? This fucking shitty. This shitty ass city has like no fucking good jobs here either. So if I can find a good job here that pays decent while I'm trying to move to Seattle and get a better job, plus with my part-time sales job that actually pays way more because it's work at home and it's way fucking better. Trust me, you can get a job in, especially if you live in like fucking New York, LA, Seattle, whatever the fuck. Any actually good big city that has opportunities, Houston, Phoenix, LA, or Las Vegas. I mean, I already said LA. And like, yeah, you have way more opportunities and can get paid decent money, especially with the cost of living being there. The real hack is actually getting a cheap car, living like a 45-hour minute, maybe 30-minute drive from your job, living in a cheap area, and then getting a job inside the city that pays more because they're adjusted for the higher cost of living. That is the real hack right there. Holy fuck. That's the advice from Kazino himself, okay? That's what I'm trying to do. Or, well, actually, I'm trying to live in a small apartment in Seattle because I want to live in the city, but I'm perfectly fine with living in like a 200 square foot studio because I don't really need much. But if you want like a 1-bedroom apartment and not break the bank, and want a decent place to live that's outside the city, that's what you should do. And that's my advice for making a decent living while in the current age.
From looters. Bro, that's the next thing. It's like the third order theft. Remember my idea to have Navy SEALs, divers, looting places in hurricanes? We could just make mercenary crews that steal from thieves.
Number of locations, the Target store on Main Street and the Broadway Plaza Shopping Center. And we have seen, as you can see there, some random acts of violence against retailers. Not large groups of people on the 30 minutes, police responding to a number of locations. The Target store on
That dude, yeah, we were watching that was the Hassan redistribution. That wasn't happening in real time, guys. We saw it.
Hey, what happened?
True.
Typing some shit.
a number of plaza shopping
Mercenary crews that steal from thieves.
Looters looting weaker looters in San Francisco. Oh my god, what the fuck?
number of locations, the Target store on Main Street and the Broadway Plaza Shopping Center. And we have seen, as you can see there, some random acts of violence against retailers. Not large groups of people on the 30 minutes, police responding to a number of locations. The Target store on
Jesus fucking Christ, bro. People, I saw one Reddit comment on there. They're like fucking seagulls hunting for food. Yeah, and people think seagulls are crazy when they fucking are like damn near killing each other over some food. Bro, we're just like them. We're fucking. This is why I hate it when people try to act like humans are somehow different than like animals, bro. Bro, humans are animals. We are just as crazy as other animals. Just because we're a little smarter and have dominated this planet because of our intelligence and like tool use does not mean that when shit hits the fan that we don't become just as crazy as these fucking people here, bro.
The Target store on Main Street.
We are just as crazy. Hold on. Looters. Looting. Looters. Where is it? Here we go. We become just as crazy as fucking seagulls, alright? Literal looters looting other looters, alright? When shit hits the fan, okay? Trust me and believe. We are no different than other fucking animals just because we're a little bit smarter and have dominated the earth because of our tool use and our ability to group together and work together. We're just smarter animals, okay? Trust and believe. I promise you we are.
Street and the Broadway Plaza Shopping Center. And we have seen, as you can see there, some random acts of violence against retailers. Not large groups of people on the 30 minutes, police responding to a number of locations. The Target store on
That dude, yeah, we were watching that was the Hassan redistribution. That wasn't happening in real time, guys. We saw it. True. Someone in the sub is critiquing you about your comments on Japan and inflation. Oh, somebody emailed me about, I don't know what this is going to say. Somebody emailed back, when I saw negative inflation, that was referring to the growth of inflation. You can have a negative inflation from one year to the next, and it's not actually deflation. I was incorrect. What is this?
My Clips channel had a lot of issues where we were getting like 900K views in a day, and then it just collapsed to 100K. Like, look at this. All of our videos, I don't even care about showing money, but all of our videos just fucking died. okay? They, like, look at this. Spike up.
Estimated revenue. What is this per month? November 19th. So about a month, basically. 10,000 bucks in revenue.
Don't care about showing money, but all of our videos just fucking died, okay? They, like, look at this. Spike up, dead. Sorry, hold on. Yeah, spike up and dead, all on the same day, November 14th. And we're like, look at this, flat. Dead. Dead. And we're like, yo, what's going on? And like me, a creator of my size, I tried to contact like higher ups at YouTube. The same people that negotiate these multi-million-dollar deals with me. And it's been 2 weeks and they haven't helped me like at all. They initially said like, oh, this is just normal. My clips channel had
what is the implication? That she wouldn't sign a deal with YouTube exclusively or something, so they went in and they rigged and nuked the channel? What would even be the incentive? Like, they're losing, like, YouTube makes money for you being here, even if you're signed with Twitch. Like, if I had to wager money on this, my guess is that, like...
Fuck you.
Either some video got flagged so they stopped recommending or something happened. Like, I don't know. Like, that, it seems highly unlikely to me that, like, some vindictive VP in the YouTube talent department is like, she didn't sign with us? Fucking take her channel down. Take it down. Like, they're like some oil baron from the 1800s or whatever. She's finding people saying that YouTube responds with creators more. Oh, okay. Maybe it just has to do with the responsiveness of YouTube. That could be the case. Sorry, whoever originally linked this channel, their commentary alongside it was Pokey saying that they nuked her channel for not signing or whatever. Who linked this originally? She later said it was because one of her clips got flagged accidentally. Yeah, that would make more sense here. Wait, who linked this originally? Find me the person in chat who linked this. Hold on. Pokemon claiming YouTube is blocking her channel after re-signing with Twitch. Nixon. I did. It was the title on LSF. Oh, okay. Whatever. You're lucky. Okay, you're lucky. Pokemon on YouTube caring more about streamers.
Twitch, like, just think about it. Twitch has so many fucking streamers. Do they care about you? Sure. Are they gonna care about you the same to the same level that YouTube, who's trying to get their fifth like big streamer over onto their platform? Of course not. YouTube, I mean, Twitch has less to lose than YouTube does. It's like if you're dating a dude and he has like 4 other girlfriends and you're like the 5th. Whereas if you're dating a dude and you're gonna be his first girlfriend ever. Like, of course he's gonna care about you.
I'm not sure if that's true at all.
I feel like, and
She's
we would have to bring
writing
a
wrong
lot
at
of
the
other
same
creators
time.
in here. I feel like Twitch has been pretty well known for like ignoring streamer feedback for a long fucking time. And that this has been like a very, very, very common complaint about Twitch. The idea that like this is a one-off thing, like I think it's a pretty well established thing that it seems really hard to. And Twitch, I don't know if they have the same excuses because YouTube is a way, way, way bigger Google. It's a way bigger thing. I don't know how I feel about that one. However, people do romanticize the fuck out of certain platforms, which is cringe. Because YouTube definitely has its problems as well. Where there's a lot of dumb shit that'll go on, and then it's hard to get, like, especially if you're not a big creator, it's hard to get a hold of anybody at YouTube. Well, fuck, you even see with my shit, right? Like getting the coronavirus shit. It's not, I don't know. You not stack fluid tanks? Yeah, I can. There you go, buddy. The guy that I'm looking at right now is XQC. Oh man.
More towards the meta and in preseason when everything is a little bit up in the air.
That question was way too long and I missed all of it. But let me tell you about myself real quick. I'm 6'5", 255 pounds. I once bench press rep 225 for 33 repetitions. I could get 450 on bench press right now for a single. I squat 600 pounds. I'm a freak.
How does somebody have to get on
Wait, does he really squat 600 pounds? Is that true?
your level to be able to squat
Not possible. It's not. I'm a problem. I'm a straight problem. Period.
More towards the meta and
because YouTube is clearly primarily a VOD platform, like streaming will always be a bit better on Twitch because Twitch is primarily a live streaming platform.
I super disagree on this. Oh, and I can speak from one of
Streaming is actually already better on fucking YouTube, to be perfectly fucking honest. The only thing YouTube needs to bring over is channel membership gifting and like the fucking the emotes, which is two extremely simple things that Google definitely could do within like a month or even like a fucking week, bro. Like the fact that you can stream in 4K 60 FPS, there's like no bandwidth limit. The fact that the viewer, if they came into a stream late, that they can like fucking literally just, if they're watching a stream, click on the video and just tap the fucking back arrow key to go backwards without having to go into the fucking VOD, the VODs on Twitch, and then the VODs don't even update like in real time fast enough. So if you missed something from like 5 seconds ago, you gotta wait like 5 fucking minutes before it shows up in the actual VOD on Twitch. Like, the encoding is so much better on fucking YouTube. Like, everything about the YouTube watching experience is just better on fucking YouTube. Even with live streaming than fucking Twitch, bro. It just is. The only reason Twitch is better is because of, or competes, is because of emotes and like sub gifting and like bits, which can be changed with a simple UI and like membership gifting stuff. Like, yeah, it's not even. It's a lot closer than anything.
From the few positions of authority, because I think I might be the largest dual streamer. Not that that's necessarily impressive, because other people just don't. But I'm probably the largest dual streamer on both platforms. That'd be my guess. Unless there's somebody that I don't know about. The most common complaint used to be that Twitch streaming was where the discoverability was at. That is absolutely not true right now on YouTube. Someone in my chat just said it. The only real problem YouTube has is there's no discovery like on Twitch. If I put the right title in my YouTube stream and we're covering like big shit, I will fucking shoot up in YouTube videos. It's in YouTube views. It's huge.
Fucking true.
Like
fucking true. The one time when Crunchyroll servers were down and I noticed, and I was like, you know what, Crunchyroll servers are down, I can't watch anime, might as well fucking stream. I'm a very small YouTuber, bro. Holy shit. When people were YouTube searching Crunchyroll servers down, and I put that in my title just for fun, oh my god, I was getting like 20 viewers sometimes on a YouTube stream where I'm lucky to get like fucking 2 or 3 because nobody finds me on YouTube. All of my viewers are on Twitch right now. You put the right title on fucking YouTube streaming, or on, yeah, like YouTube Live, YouTube Gaming, whatever the fuck they call it. Holy shit. You can be discovered so much faster on YouTube rather than Twitch, especially because Twitch has, if you're not in the top like 20 streamers in like any category, any like big category, you're just not going to be found because most people aren't going to fucking scroll down all the way to who has 5, 10, 20 viewers in a category where like if you don't have like over 500 viewers, you're 100 people down. No. The YouTube search, Google search, is so much better than the Twitch quote-unquote discovery of, oh, who has the most viewers. Like, yeah, it's not even close, but we'll keep watching.
When I've been covering big stuff over the past month, my YouTube discoverability has been better than my Twitch discoverability. Not to mention, technically, discoverability on Twitch is actually non-existent unless you're one of the top streamers. There is no discoverability on Twitch. So that's not even a good argument there.
When you specialize in something, you're always going to be like a little
Also
ahead
true,
at
by
it.
the way. That's very
And the
true.
other thing is like, although people who are established can stream just fine on YouTube, and this is not considering like culture differences, chat differences, things like that, which are individual to the person.
Oh
and
no,
what they
she's not
prefer.
about to say it, is she?
But aside from that, what I have yet to see on YouTube is them create
I
enough
feel
of a
like I've
community
outpaced her in
for like a small streamer
Hi,
or
buddy.
someone up and coming to blow up on YouTube.
Okay, fuck. I'm not trying to start drama. So I respect Queen Pokey's opinion, but dog, there is zero discovery. When was the last time? How often are like small streamers blowing up on Twitch, right? Like, if you want to blow up on Twitch, it feels like you basically need some external force to move you there. Like, you're either collaborating with somebody, or you're like pro at a game, or you're getting some push from YouTube. Ironically enough, like Twitch is ultra heavy on the top end.
The only thing that really happens is like if you're already established and then you play a popular game, like there's Among Us era, but there's no one actually coming up through the YouTube live streaming platform in the same way that people do like on Twitch.
I mean, there are definitely more people coming up through the YouTube video platform than there are through the Twitch streaming platform. That is absolutely true. And then if you make it on YouTube videos, it seems pretty easy to switch over and do YouTube Twitch stuff. Or YouTube streaming stuff, I should say, sorry. Okay, hold on. Hydrogen is going on the inside? Yeah, it is.
Just by networking through I think X is very much an exception in the sense that Twitch will pay to keep him. Because he's a very unique streamer who can play anything and get 60K plus viewers. No one else is really like that. People can get more viewers, but always doing the exact same thing. Those are two different things.
Yes, but if you make it big on Twitch, the amount of money you make is far better than YouTube, unless you're a name like Ninja. I would argue that I am one of, even if you can lol you want, but like at 3,000 or 4,000 or 5,000 concurrent viewers, I'm in the top echelon on Twitch. Okay. At 400,000 subs on YouTube, I'm pretty big on YouTube. I don't know if I would say that I'm way bigger on Twitch compared to all of Twitch than I think I am on YouTube compared to all of YouTube. That'd be my guess. And I make 5x the money on YouTube than I do on Twitch. Like, that's not an exact, that might be an that's not an exaggeration. That's not including, by the way, that's not including my YouTube streaming at all. Just going by my ad revenue on my channel, I make 5x the money on YouTube than I do on Twitch, without including streaming. Hold on one second.
It actually went down?
Power in my apartment went out.
Thank you, Steven.
They shut him down. They shut him down. Oh no.
Your PC and router? I do. It's actually one of my best sponsors ever. Was it APC? I don't remember, but they sent me one of those. I think I unboxed it on stream, right? They sent me one of those power supplies.
Twitch didn't want it out there. They shut
sponsored
down
by
the
or
power
whatever,
in
and
his
I
fucking
use it, and
apartment.
It has
Holy
actually
fuck.
helped me like 3 or 4 times now. My power's went out, and none of my computers have shut down as a result. So, what a worth sponsor. I've also used the Surfshark one too, and I used Nord in the past. Has it been 1 year since I've had the Artesian builds yet? Because that was supposed to be a 1 year thing. Can I remove that yet, or? How was Melina streaming? She wasn't. Her stream went off too. It just took me a little bit longer to go back on. The Artesian build thing happened on January 6th? Oh yeah, Jesus, I remember. What is this?
Nah, bro. Hell nah. Fuck, yo, why the fuck my teacher got a picture of Destiny up here, bro? What the fuck? So, wait, can you...
Whoa, disarm.
What's going on?
Jackal has been trying to get your attention in Twitch chat for weeks because she wants to play LoL. Who's Jackal? Whoa, disarm immediately! Am I getting shot at? Whoa, disarm immediately! Wait, when did this happen? Am I getting shot at? Whoa, disarm immediately!
What the fuck?
Am I getting shot at?
Man, what are you doing?
I can't even see what she's typing. Wait. Wait 1 second.
Fucking I hate it.
What the fuck? It's the same girl as this. Wait, what is this? Hold on.
Bro, why did I click this kid's stream and you're just watching me eat my Chips Ahoy on stream?
Oh no.
Is this our content nowadays, bro? Waiting for it to sync up. Yeah. Hysterical, isn't it? It's funny, isn't it? Laugh at that. It's fucking hilarious, isn't it?
Is this person famous? No, this person's not famous. What is she even? Her league name is E. Kidder.
Oh my god, I'm dead.
And
I'm
now
dead.
she dies. All right, let's scout. Let's see, guys. Wait, never mind. Oh, we got revealed. Okay, we're out. You guys ruined it. All right.
Wait, what?
Apparently, this poker thing doesn't start for. Wait, never mind. Oh, we got revealed. Okay. Scout. Let's see, guys. Wait, never mind. Oh, we got revealed. Okay. Let's see, guys. Wait, never mind. Oh, we got. Let's scout. Let's see, guys.
Wait. Oh, she's live right now.
Wait, never mind.
Watching you on. Oh no.
Oh, we got revealed. Okay. We're out. You guys ruined it. All right. Apparently, this poker thing doesn't start for an hour. They were wrong on the time, so not that it matters. I'm back anyway.
Bored.
Jesse McKinney was listening to the radio today, and a guy went on to talk about workplace issues for like 30 seconds and mentioned Dark Triad along with narcissists and shit. Nice.
Wasn't there something else I wanted to talk about?
Oh, I remember. We couldn't even make it past his legendary opening.
Elon Musk now.
Oh, wasn't Elon.
Lawrence Southern. Oh, the Destiny tweets from me. That's enough material for him for a week.
Oh. So he's not going to talk
It's more
about
direct acknowledgement than he normally gets.
So he should be done then, right?
Yeah, he's
Where are all these fucking Russian bots coming from, bro?
Defending Lawrence Southern.
Oh my god, YouTube.
Why do people keep saying? I don't understand. You guys do this too, okay? You guys people keep saying this is defending Lawrence Southern. I never defended Lawrence Southern. I don't know if she's a white nationalist right now. I just haven't seen anything recently that implies that to me. I don't know how this is like defending Lawrence Southern. She's done shitty stuff in the past. She might have been in the past. I don't know. I'm not defending her fucking takes or anything today. I don't know. Damn. You guys are fucking crazy. Okay? These are problems. You guys are deranged. Yeah, I've debated her like fucking 5 times this year. Jesus. What do you want from me?
Video games. Now people were saying she's a white nationalist, and Destiny was like,
show me?
Can you even name a white nationalist talking point she's given in the past year? Or something like that? Yeah, like prove it, or, you know, something to that effect. Which is funny, I don't think JonTron has given a white nationalist talking point anytime in the past 12 months.
Wait, what? I don't know. I wouldn't say if JonTron is a white nationalist either. Is he implying that I've said that? Oh, JonTron, well-known, John Safari, whatever, is still a white. I don't know if that is true. Also, I think JonTron has tweeted weird shit, but I don't know. But I don't think I make statements about JonTron.
Also, she voted for that far-right Canadian party and still makes videos on, yeah, white genocide and anti-immigration and stuff like that.
Okay, anti-immigration does not make you a white nationalist, okay? Voting for a far-right party doesn't even necessarily make you a white nationalist, okay? Neither of those things are true. I don't know if I can say, because it might be doxing where Lauren lives, but the guy that she voted for wasn't even a white person, okay? It's just, now, that's not to say that her views are unimpeachable. I'm sure that whatever right-wing party is probably a garbage party. I probably wouldn't disagree with that, but like...
and she never walked back any of her takes or really acknowledged them or apologized. Yeah. She had a talk with Counterpoints while he was educating her on why the Great Replacement bullshit come off. Yeah. Well, it's obviously a ridiculous point to make, but you have to remember, okay? It seems stupid, but in reality, Destiny hasn't actually thought about it. The only thing that was necessary for him was to establish that defending Lawrence Southern would irritate the left. That's it. That's the only thing. There's really no thought beyond that. In fact, I'm pretty sure, actually, I bet this. If someone, centristy or whatever, you know, talk with Destiny, and they were like, you know, haven't you said in the past that it's a thing where, like, far-right people will just go quiet and hide their power level? Like, haven't you, like, she's never really walked back those takes. She's kind of just kept doing it, but quieter. Do you really think she's not a white nationalist?
What does that mean to say kept doing it, but quieter when you're a public figure? I don't know what that means. If she's dog whistling at somewhere, oh, well, then just point to it. It should be pretty easy for you to do that, right? If she's, like, secretly, like, putting out, like, white nationalist, oh, well, then just point to where it's happening. It should be, like, really easy to do it. Like, just show me.
And then Destiny will say, yeah, she might be, but the left can't even prove it. They're mad and they can't even prove it.
Okay.
Okay.
Actually, I bet you that's how that conversation would go.
Wait, why is it so bad to... Hold on, I don't understand why that's so bad to say. Like, listen to the argument. They're like, yeah, Destiny's probably gonna say some stupid shit like, can you prove it? Like, what a fucking loser. Wait, is that bad that you should be able to prove something that you believe? I feel like that's a pretty reasonable ask. No? Maybe? Possibly?
I'm overwhelmingly confident that's more or less...
No, I shouldn't. I shouldn't need to prove a single thing I believe ever. I should just be able to say stuff that's dumb and just wrong, and you should never call me out on it. That's how it should be.
It wouldn't actually be like the, you know, it's about holding the left to account or whatever. He says it's the same thing as your relation with Shu. You know, the main thing people in Destiny's community didn't like from Shu is that Shu used to be friends with Lawrence Southern. But now they're
yes, but Shu was defending Lawrence Southern back when Lawrence Southern was arguably a white nationalist. That's the difference, number one. But number two, none of my recent criticisms about Shu have anything to do with her and Lawrence Southern. It has to do with the consistently dumb dog shit things that she says today. I do not see, like, this is kind of like the absolute counter to everything you're saying. Like, well, the problem people have with Shu is that she used to defend Lawrence Southern back in 2017. Yeah, that's because arguably that was at the height of Lawrence Southern's, what I would say is like the most questionable content she did.
Friends with Lawrence. I mean, it was like, you know, skip the milk and get the cow, right? You know, like, oh, Shu, that grifter who didn't even care and was friends with Lawrence Southern. It was like, okay, well, they don't say that about her anymore now. They, is she no longer friends with her? No, not for years. They don't say that anymore, though, because, you know, that would implicate them a bit, you know, like, oh, Shu's so bad, they're friends with Lawrence Southern, normalize her, and then you go look at Destiny's stream.
Wait, why aren't these working?
Did you see PragerU retweeted Shu? Yeah, I saw that. It was a good meme.
Oh, I don't think this is connected to my main power grid, that's why.
I want to know the gossip of what happened with Lawrence Southern and Shu. I think back in the day, Shu was somehow even less politically aware than she is now, and they just were anti-SJW buddies. I think Shu didn't really pay much mind to Lauren Southern's, you know, going a bit beyond anti-SJWism and more towards blatant white nationalism. And I think that it started from like mutual political acceptance and then developed into Shu thinking Lauren Southern had some bad takes but was willing to excuse them out of friendship, to Lauren Southern being explicitly far right, and Shuan had being the kind of like centrist anti-SJW liberal type that she was back then, but still like being willing to be friends across the aisle. And you know, I think the thread got pulled further and further with time until, you know, more and more people were attacking Shu for being associated with Lauren Southern, and you know, they weren't as friendly with each other anymore, and then eventually there was like a public bridge burning.
I get the feeling. I don't think to remind everyone.
I get the feeling that like Shu and Lauren Southern probably stopped talking to each other like a year or more before Shu publicly announced that she wasn't like cool with Lauren Southern anymore. Shu probably just didn't want to give any like entertainment to the jackals. You know what I mean? Like she didn't want to come off like the type of person who would like announce it just to placate the condemnations. You know what I mean? That's just the feeling I get. I doubt that she announced it like the day they fell out or whatever. You get what I mean, right?
Right.
I would probably do the same thing. You know, if I was friends with a problematic person and was friends with them, but then things sort of pulled apart, I probably wouldn't like immediately jump to the public announcement. Wow. I have not seen it, Campagno. No, sorry, Aristocracy TV. To my knowledge, there's no super spicy drama there. But you're asking the wrong person. I can barely remember my own past. She probably has a more interesting story.
By the way, that was a lie? Was it?
If you want to, though, you could probably invent some drama there. You know, like Shu and Lauren Southern are both trad wives, and they both fall in love with like an alt-right crypto coin billionaire while traveling to like a party, like after Politicon or something. You know. He's like
does it feel like he always has these like I just don't watch enough of his content, but like of the content that I've watched recently, I always feel like he goes into like really weird places. Am I crazy, or is this like normal for him? Does he do this often? Like he does this like every stream, does he? Okay, it's a little weird sometimes, but I don't know because I only get obviously these like 8-minute clips and shit of the stream, so maybe he doesn't do it all the time. But like, it seems a little kind of strange sometimes. But okay.
He's like a 6'8" suit wearing. You know, he's got the undercut and everything. They fight over, yeah. Maybe, I don't know.
I've seen that style of joke work with some people. Well, I mean, like, I don't think it's a bad joke, like, necessarily every now and then, but, like, if you every single day, you're, like, making, like, weird sexual jokes, or, like, every woman you talk about, it just feels kind of weird. I'm not saying, by the way, I'm not saying he does that, because it could just be that I'm only getting, like, of the clips that I'm watching, that's the only time that he does it. Maybe that's actually, like, pretty rare on his stream, and I just happen to catch every time he does because of what you guys like me, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's a myth, huh? No, God, please gaming now. Yes, we should game. I will say, though, that the, having never actually been to a political conference outside of Free Your Future Fest, you know, a couple of months ago, I got to imagine there's some spicy drama every time, right? I feel like if I went to Politicon at this point, I would be in up to my neck, man. Holy shit. With all the people that would be there? Jesus Christ. Are you going to TwitchCon? I don't know if I'm allowed to. I'm not a partner. I stream on Twitch, but I'm not like a partner at Twitch. I don't know if I'd be able to go. It's a shame because I'd love to go to TwitchCon, you know? TwitchCon would be more fun than Politicon, I think.
Destiny, would you be as close with LS today if she was still saying the crazy stuff she used to? I don't know, but the problem is that the framing of that question is, would you be as close to Lauren Southern? I'm not that close to Lauren Southern. I don't know what you guys think our relationship is like. If, you know, like, I gotta go to stream, I have to leave early tonight, guys. Sorry, I've got, like, my 3-hour conversation with her for, like, where I call her my princess and say goodnight, like, every night. Like, we're not that close. Like, I think we played League twice, and then every now and then we debate on stream, and then every now and then like, we talk on Discord over, like, random political shit. She'll, like, send me a message, like, oh, this is funny. It's like, oh, yeah, that's funny. Or I'll be like, oh, nice, sweet. Like, we're not like besties, okay? We're like having sleepovers every night. You guys are.
Politicon is like, you know, people in suits show up to debate tax rates. Fuck you. At TwitchCon, though, you might get murdered at TwitchCon. Oh, yeah. I've got multiple people threatening to kill me. You know, if they see me there. D will definitely stalk you there. Well, he'll be one of the people trying to kill me, probably.
Who?
Yeah, I don't know, Aristocracy TV. You could wear one of those Squid Game masks or something. You can meet Azan at TwitchCon. We are not swole enough.
Oh, you guys all signed up for the poker tournament? Boom, boom. $2,500 guaranteed prize pool, guys. 458 people registered. Oh my god. Chat.
All right. Okay. Last video for the day. Probably gonna go to sleep after this one actually, cause I gotta be up early tomorrow for work. Sag, but yeah, I'll be. We got some stuff to do tomorrow. I got a lot of fucking clips. A lot of clips from today. Holy shit. How many? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Bro, that's enough YouTube videos for like 3 weeks. Honestly, with posting them, I need to post them more actually. Because if I'm posting them like twice a week, that take like 5 weeks to get through all of them. I gotta post them like 3-4 times a week. No, I might have to post daily. Fuck, bro. Got a lot of YouTube stuff to upload. But yeah.
I can see where a lot of this is gonna go.
Children cannot consent.
Wait, how do you cause them harm?
Because you're violating a fundamental deontological rule.
Oh no! What are we doing that? Violating consent isn't necessarily a bad thing. I don't think. We violate children's consent all the time when we tell them to like go to bed against their will. When you force your kid to take medicine or get a vaccination at the hospital. We even violate the consent, arguably, of adults sometimes.
Violating someone's consent is inherently morally wrong. The reason why goes back to the Kantian categorical imperative. If we were to do certain things in society...
Can Doe do it? Riley has described 2 different acts, and the second act is only wrong because it's inheriting the wrongness from the first act. When you say you're sorry, are you implying that you broke some deontological norm? Are you implying that you've decreased the amount of utility in the world? Are you coming at this from a virtue ethics position? Like, how can I even interpret your apology if we don't even have a meta-ethical conversation, right? Nobody in the real world functions this way. Okay, whoa! Honestly, once somebody has like triggered this level of like personal like kind of trauma dumping, I'd be like, okay, I don't think that it feels like we can't move much farther in this conversation now, or I'm uncomfortable to do so. And then I think you just have to leave. Because now you're literally nothing that happens from this point. Even if Riley was making the most logical arguments in the world, which I don't think she has at this point, you're completely fucked. Buckle up, because I think this is a rough one. Whew.
Doe, you are live on the RGR.
No, why is it quiet? Edge plugin volume. Did I download a plugin for volume on Edge? Oh, volume boost plus. I did. What does this look like? Oh, it's this thing. Okay, thank God.
I should turn you up just a little bit.
Okay. How goes it?
Did you say how goes it?
Yeah, I asked how goes it.
Yeah, it's going okay. Well, we've been streaming for a little bit. I waited here for a little bit. Your conversation, I was back in like 30 seconds.
Oh God, the volumes are unequal. Oh man. Good luck.
You started a brand new conversation. I was back so quickly.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The reason I brought on Malcolm was because Malcolm had actually been here waiting since like the beginning of the stream. Or,
Yeah,
like, close to the
I saw that they were here before me. It's all right. I just,
Yeah.
I was here so quick. I didn't think that you were gonna move on, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Did
well,
you have
know,
a good
I mean-
conversation? We didn't listen to it. I have no idea what you guys talked about. Your chat seems to say it's about Calvin Gara, but I don't know anything.
It was in part about that. It was interesting.
Okay.
So
Okay, off to a friendly start.
I'm assuming.
I think.
Do you mind if I read out the initial tweet that you sent at me to come on here?
I mean, you want to read through the whole thing? I think that would be a little more enlightening than just the first tweet.
I'll read. I mean,
we can
like,
show it all together if you really want.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's just like the initial ones.
No, it's mega
like,
passive
hey,
aggressive?
Riley Grace
Oh, okay.
Rochong, I'd love to debate. You blocked me and deleted all your videos, tweets after you called me a pedophile repeatedly with zero evidence, aside from me saying not wearing shoes in public is not, quote, involving children in a sex act. First come, first serve, right? Yeah, so I apologize. Malcolm was here, yeah. I just think the topic was Riley lying and trying to cover her tracks by repeatedly calling the CSA victim a pedophile for not thinking that not wearing shoes is actually okay to do in public is a really good topic. Feel free to let me know. So I did
You
unblock
added an
you.
extra knot in there, but yeah.
Oh, sorry. Where did I add an extra knot?
You said not thinking. It's all right. It's not a big deal.
Okay. Then I unblocked you. And yeah, so I guess I want to begin. Do you mind if I ask like a couple questions, just so I like set the...
Can we go a little bit further?
Oh wait, which one?
Oh, I just think that you're leaving off a lot of really important information. Is it okay if we read a little bit more?
Well, in this tweet it was just the 2 pictures.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that tweet is just those 2 pictures, but that wasn't the end of our interaction, right?
Yeah. There are a lot of other interactions. I asked you if you wanted to talk about gender, and you said that
You
you
did
didn't want to
ask.
talk.
You actually said, "Feel free to talk about gender here." When I asked to come on and talk about this other topic.
Yeah, I was interested in talking about multiple topics. I thought that would have been cool because I know that you've talked about gender before, And I am also someone who talks about gender a lot. So I was super hecking interested in talking to you, but like, I know that you very strongly do not want to talk about gender with me, and I don't know why, but yeah, you don't have to. I'm not going to force you to. So do you mind if I ask you, like, just in here, you said that I repeatedly called you a pedophile. So first, can I get like just like all of the places? Like, can you just tell me? You can tell me if I've like deleted
how about
or
I
like
ask you a
uploaded
question?
videos.
Around the time this summer of the Kink at Pride conversation,
Oh man.
Did you private your Twitter and delete all of your tweets?
Yeah, I did. I was getting a lot of harassment at that point.
Oh, I'm sure you were, but privating your account, I delete my account every once in a while and reactivate it when I'm feeling a little, I've got some other stuff to do and I don't want to focus on Twitter.
Yeah, the reason I deleted a lot of my content and I privated my account was because I was getting harassed a lot by people, mostly associated with you and your community. Yeah, I was just getting like constantly harassed, and I was just recovering from surgery around that time. So yeah, I just had to do that for my own mental health sake.
You had to delete your tweets for mental
yeah,
health?
that's a place where people can be able to harass me.
Okay. I don't know how anal I'm going to be when I analyze this or when I think about this. That was a little bit passive aggressive from Doe. I don't know. They might have been more passive earlier. This is the first time I clearly got like, you would delete your tweets for mental health? I think that's fair. I think Riley's fair to do that. If somebody wants to just wipe shit because they don't want people responding to it, or I think that's probably fair. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you had your account privated. It's a little hard when you're privated.
Well, yeah, I
It's
wanted
not
to
like
make
you
sure
can
that
see your
when I
tweets.
reopened it, because I wanted to make sure that when I reopened it, that people could not like go through and harass me with the tweets that were still on there. That was around.
Can I ask what harassment means to you? I'm sorry for interrupting. If you want to finish what you were saying, I apologize.
Yeah, so around, I'm trying to remember, was that the Kink at Pride or the Eat the
It's around
Rich saga?
July.
It was around, so that was, wait, hold on. So that would have been Eat the Rich, right? There were a lot of people who were
Oh,
sending
I didn't do anything to you about Eat the Rich.
Okay, well, I know that like around that time, there were a lot of people who were sending me death threats.
Oh, yeah. We saw some of those. I think that's
I'm
pretty
not sure
wrong
if I'm
to
really
send
gonna
you
get
death
much
threats. I think it's
out
pretty
of this video, to be
inappropriate,
honest.
pretty wrong. But I'm sorry that you had to go through that. I've experienced similar things. I'm sorry about that. You have
Yeah,
a few
so
members of your community who like to
Wait,
say
I'm
lots
sorry,
of
what?
things about me.
Wait, hold on. So do you have, wait, hold on. Who in my community has done anything like that?
Gammy.
Gammy? Hold on, wait. Gammy is not a part of my community.
She's in your chat right now.
Is anyone who's in my chat? Wait, hold on. You are in my chat.
Yeah, after I was blocked from here, because you, okay.
Hold on. No,
Yes.
hold on. Hold on. I'm talking to a lot of people who I disagree with. This is the first time that Gammy has been in my chat in months. All right?
Okay, that's fair, but do you remember when you posted a tweet a while back and you said, here's some really good accounts that I think are really important for you to follow for good trans voices, and one of them was Gammy?
Yeah, no, I remember that.
Okay, Doe should have never brought up that first example of she's in your chat when she had such a great second example. Like, anybody can be in anybody's chat, and it's going to be hard to prove, like, how much do you need to be in a person's chat to blah, blah, blah. Doe should have just said, didn't you recommend her on Twitter as a trans account that you should follow? That's like such a perfect first. I don't know why Doe would have opened with something so much weaker than that.
So at
I wasn't
some point,
aware
you
of a
agreed
lot
with
of the
some
things that
she was doing.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of a lot of the more problematic things that
Mm.
Gammy had done. It's actually why I ended up deleting that, or part of the reason why I ended up deleting that and disregarding that. But also, this isn't part of the comment that this isn't what we're talking about. You came here to talk about these
I mean,
allegations,
they're all
right?
kind of relevant. You were talking about harassment, and I was just curious what you.
Well,
consider
you're asking me
harassment
why
because-
I privated my account and deleted it. So
Well,
the
I'm
reason why
asking
is
why you
because I was
deleted
getting a lot of
tweets
harassment.
when
Yeah.
you were telling people that others were
Hold on, wait. Are you saying?
quote-unquote- Yeah.
All right. Do you have? All right. So
Alright.
it's the allegations.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get some food. I'm gonna keep this on because I got wireless earbuds, baby. Let's go. But yeah, I'll be right back. Let me get some food because I'm hungry
I want
again.
to be very clear. Do you have any tweets, or are there any tweets that you're alleging where I called you a pedophile?
There were. I don't have any screenshots on me. You deleted them.
Oh wait. So hold on. So
but-
because I would dispute that that is the case. But if I say that, then are you just going to accuse me of lying?
Accuse you of lying for I'm sorry, say that again.
So I would say that I do not remember, to the best of my ability, ever tweeting calling you a pedophile. Do you have any screenshots or evidence of that being the case?
I have a video of you saying that I intentionally or unintentionally was justifying pedophilia. And
okay, we're gonna go over that, but I want I want examples. Yeah, no, we'll go over that. But I just want you said multiple times. You said here that I called you a pedophile multiple times. I want to know exactly when those multiple times were.
You deleted your Twitter or your tweets. I can't go find them.
Do you have
but I
any
can
evidence
find
that?
one.
Wait. So I would dispute. I would say that I never tweet.
Something that I would hit back here if I was really, and maybe I just get a special level of bullying or harassment when I'm on Twitter, but it sounds super sus to me when somebody's like, well, you deleted your tweets. And again, this might just be my perspective as here, because people are screenshotting and everything all the fucking time. Like, you're telling me that you're mad enough to say somebody's making a major accusation against you, but nobody screenshotted or archived anything? That, like, I feel like that's like people run to do this before they do literally anything else. But maybe that's just because my account is bigger or I've got more dedicated haters or whatever. Maybe that's not the case with everybody.
Tweeted calling you a pedophile.
Okay. You can hold that. I can't push you on that. I believe that you did. You believe that I did. I'm not gonna call you a liar. That's fine. But you
I think a good faith, a bridge, extending a bridge here is, it sounds like Riley said something, I don't know, but based on how these two are talking about it, it sounds like Riley said something like, your arguments could be, are the same arguments used to justify pedophilia, and Doe is taking this as, you're calling me a pedophile. Now, I would argue that there is a difference between those two things, right? Like, you're making terrorist-adjacent arguments versus you are a terrorist, or you're a domestic abuser versus you're making the same types of excuses that domestic abusers make. I think there is a difference there. Now, maybe some people would argue that, well, in online communities, the nuance is lost. You're essentially making the same claim, which there might be some validity to that, but...
had a video in which you said it.
I had a video. All right, so let's talk about that video, because I think that's what you tweeted here, right?
Yeah, and then your girlfriend, I'm assuming, that's what I was
all right,
told.
hold on. I'm not going to talk about the view. All right, hold on. I'm not here to defend what my girlfriend said. All right, we're here to talk about what I said. All right? So you're saying that this video is evidence of me calling you a pedophile. That's what you're saying.
I think that something that would have helped this conversation a great deal, because we're fighting over a lot of shit, and I don't actually... From a viewer perspective, I don't know what the fuck these two are talking about yet. I think it would have been nice for Riley to have Doe come on and be like, okay, just talk for like a minute or two. What exactly is it that we're here to argue about or discuss? I feel like that would have been like giving a broader opening would have been better to kind of like give some background to what the fuck this conversation is. I can kind of piece it together what's happening, but right now we're like getting into the weeds on shit, and I don't even know what forest we're in, you know?
I do think saying that someone is intentionally or unintentionally justifying pedophilia is calling them a pedophile, because what you're saying is that they think it's okay to do sexual acts to children.
No. Don't twist my words.
I don't think I twisted anything.
I don't think that you are being very honest when you say that. All right, so we can listen to the clip right now. I'll listen to it with my chat. All right.
Yeah, I guess I have to. Hold on, let me come pull it up really quick. I don't have mine open.
All right. Hold on.
Let me go to my media tabs.
There's also from like an attitude or maybe from an emotional perspective, both of these people sound like they absolutely fucking hate each other and are incredibly passive aggressive right out the gate. There's a lot of like tension here.
Tell me whenever you're ready.
Wait, are you done already? I think
no, I'm waiting for. I was sorry. I was waiting for you. I was waiting for you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have a second one that has a little bit more context. That's a little bit longer than the one that I quote tweeted with, but that's okay.
Okay. So
we can both play it at the same time now if you want.
All right. Wait. Which one are you playing? Is it the same clip?
Well, here. How about I do this? I've got this one that's got a little bit fuller context.
All right. When you say fuller context,
oh shit!
What are you meaning?
I tried to DM it to you so you could see it. It's just the previous part of the video. I clicked the one part.
So
because
I
it's the part where you have to say
have-
pedophile, but the minute leading up to it, I also have a separate video of.
Wait,
But we can just watch the quick one if you really want.
Yeah.
The 20-second one.
Yeah. Well, it's the one that you tweeted at me.
Yeah, the quote tweet. We can watch that one really quick. Ready?
Okay.
Right. 3, 2, 1.
Really weird. Now, a lot of people who come from really fringe parts of the internet are coming out with really weird takes that apparently kink is fine to do in front of children. We should be able to justify doing it in front of them, even if it's explicitly involving them in a sexual act. Like, what the fuck is going on? This is unironic. Oh my god. They are either negligently justifying pedophilia or intentionally justifying pedophilia. I have no idea what the fuck it is. Okay. So did you finish it? Okay. So I'm going to ask you, so where in that clip did I call you a pedophile?
When you say that someone is intentionally or unintentionally, well, there's a couple places.
No, hold on.
Oh, this is actually so frustrating. I can see where a lot of this is going to go. So Riley is correct in her verbiage.
but it's not going to feel that way. And I would even say Riley is doing a decent job to be careful in her verbiage, but it doesn't matter, I think, to this person. Saying that, because it is valid, to say that your arguments could be used to justify pedophilia, that is markedly different in syntax than calling you a pedophile. That is absolutely a different statement. But with the way the internet works and everything, some people might just take that as calling them a pedophile. Even though you are technically being careful with what you're saying. You're not saying they're a pedophile, you're saying your arguments can be used to justify pedophilia. Yeah.
That is not calling you a
You asked me a really
pedophile.
direct question, and you won't let me finish my sentence.
All right, but that is not calling you a pedophile. That's saying that you advocated, that you made an argument that is typical to expect that pedophiles would make.
That's
All
a
right?
bad way to phrase it, though. Riley's phrasing there is
That
really
is
bad.
my argument,
but,
and I
okay.
stand by that argument.
But it's
we can go into
kinda
the
works.
merits of it if you want to.
Let's go into the merits, because clearly just talking about this one sentence isn't going to go anywhere. So I think it's prudent of us to talk about your
can we
definition.
wait? Yeah. So let's start with exactly what you said.
Okay, Riley is railroading the argument really hard. I think she needs to like just slow down and let Doe like at least get her line out, because I don't think it feels like the impression that I get, and it might not be true, but the impression that I get is it feels like Riley is too scared to let her talk. Like she's going to say something that's going to like blow apart Riley's argument. Now I don't know if that's the case, and that's just like a baseless accusation. It might be true, but that's what it feels like when Riley keeps cutting her off over and over and over and over and over again.
So you said, and I quote, "Some people like feet. If you go shoeless to a public event because your partner likes feet, you're not, quote, involving children in a sexual act." That's what you said, right?
That is what I said.
You're talking about a foot fetish.
I am talking about a foot fetish. I'm proud of you.
Okay.
So
So I want you to answer me this question. If you are getting off your partner's foot fetish around children, do you think it's not a little reasonable for someone to say, okay, this seems like something that a pedophile may argue, and this person either knows what they're doing or they are negligent and they're saying it even though they don't understand its implications?
So, nowhere in this tweet has anyone talked about getting off.
Wait, hold on. What do you think happens when you appeal to someone's sexual kink? Or sorry.
Doe is correct here. The next step is like, okay, well, what do we mean when we say getting off, right? Because somebody could wear a type of outfit that helps to quote unquote get their partner off versus somebody could be actively like getting their partner off, right? Like we need to distinguish what these two things mean.
We're talking about fetish. We're talking about
We're
foot
talking
fetish.
about sexual desires.
We're talking about, we're talking about getting off someone else's
No,
fetish.
you keep saying getting off. Why do you keep saying that?
Because that's the only implication. All right, so I guess then let's back
Can I
up.
give you an implication? You're allowed to ask questions if you're confused.
I mean, I'm very much not confused. I can guarantee you that. But let me ask you a question.
Oh man, neither side really wants to have a discussion. Like because Doe could have phrased that in a much less passive aggressive way. They could have just said, I can explain, rather than being like, you can ask a question if you want. Doe could have just said, like, I can just explain this, rather than being like, they're both like just insanely like triggered as fuck coming out the gate on this. So like, it's gonna be really hard for any good actual conversation to take place, which based on all the Twitter response and everything, there was no good conversation about like, Jesus.
So
Well, you haven't represented me correctly yet, so I think you might be just a little bit confused.
I'm gonna doubt that, but let me ask you a question. So what is your definition of a sexual act?
Sex acts is like super complex. I think the biggest issue that I actually have, and I mean not biggest, but the first issue I have is probably your definition of sex act. If I remember correctly, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I'll give you a chance to in just a second.
Okay.
That a sex act is any action that occurs with sexual intent, sexual desire, right? Is that about right?
Roughly. It's when you do something intentionally and primarily
What was that?
appealing to yours or someone else's sexual desires.
Yeah, okay. So I think I got it about right. So I think that this is so broad as to be
Alright, I had to pause that because that was so fucking dumb. I'm still making food. I'm gonna put the be right back screen up, and we're gonna be right back because holy shit.
Useless.
I have something to say about that. Hold on. Give me like a few minutes. I will be right back. We're saving that shit, boys, because that's about to be a major YouTube clip coming up. Be right back. All right, I'm back, but I'm gonna eat first. Crap. Hold up. I'm gonna eat first, and then I'm gonna fucking give my opinion on what you just said. Ugh. 1 second. Okay. Everybody's probably gone by now, but you know what? Fuck it. I just needed to eat before I go to bed. And at least like an hour before I actually do go to sleep. So let's finally fucking rage over what she just said.
Rough.
That a sex act is any action that occurs with sexual intent, sexual desire, right? Is that about?
To take place, which based on all the Twitter response and everything, there was no good conversation about like Jesus.
So
Well, you
what
haven't
is
represented
your...
me correctly yet, so I think you might be just a little bit confused.
I'm going to doubt that, but let me ask you a question. So what is your definition of a sexual act?
Sex acts is like super complex. I think the biggest issue that I actually have, and I mean not biggest, but the first issue I have is probably your definition of sex act. If I remember correctly, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I'll give you a chance to in just a second.
Okay.
That a sex act is any action that occurs with sexual intent, sexual desire, right? Is that about right?
Roughly. It's when you do something intentionally and primarily
What's that?
appealing to yours or someone else's sexual desires.
Yeah, okay. So I think I got it about right. So I think that this is so broad as to be useless, and I don't think that any legal system defines it this way. For example,
I would disagree. I would absolutely disagree.
Let her finish. Let her finish.
Ah, fuck. I was busy looking in the game. Fucking A.
Someone
Okay,
else's-
hold on. ADHD. I got distracted. Fuck. Abort. Restart. We're doing this again.
Well, you
What
haven't
is your-
represented me correctly yet, so
About like Jesus.
Definition of a sexual
Yes.
I'm going to doubt that, but let me ask you a question. So what is your definition of a sexual act?
Sex acts is like super complex. I think the biggest issue that I actually have, and I mean not biggest, but the first issue I have is probably your definition of sex act. If I remember correctly, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I'll give you a chance to in just a second. That a sex act is any action that occurs with sexual intent, sexual desire, right? Is that about right?
Roughly. It's when you do something intentionally and primarily
What's that?
appealing to yours or someone else's sexual desires.
Yeah, okay. So I think I got it about right. So I think that this is so broad as to
Okay, so for context, you know what? Actually, we'll go backwards some to give some context for why this comment is so rage-inducing. Let me find it real quick. 1 second. I'm gonna cut this part out of the YouTube clip because this is definitely gonna be like a YouTube clip moment. Fuck. Sexual acts RGR. Time 4 hours 15 minutes. Okay. Let's go
The
back
children,
to
you're talking about a foot fetish.
I am talking about a foot fetish. I'm proud of you.
Okay.
I found it
So
passive
I want
aggressive.
you to answer me this question. If you are getting off your partner's foot fetish around children, do you think it's not a little reasonable for someone to say, okay, this seems like something that a pedophile may argue, and this person either knows what they're doing or they are negligent and they're saying it even though they don't understand its implications?
So, nowhere in this tweet has anyone talked about getting off.
Wait, hold on. What do you think happens when you appeal to someone's sexual kink? Or
It's
sorry,
always correct here. The next episode's like, okay, well, what do we?
So basically, what RGR is trying to argue is that any sex act or any, basically by her definition of sex act, which is basically anything done to, give some kind of a sexual, arousal or like sexual attention from the other sex or the same sex, whatever your sexual orientation is bad if that sex act is done around children. They brought up foot fetish because the other person in the debate named Doe didn't think that having someone wear sandals or be barefoot outside to make their other partner happy because they have a foot fetish is bad, and I kind of agree with that. I don't think it's bad for people to do something as small as like wear sandals or like be barefoot outside to make their partner a little bit more happy outside. But this goes even farther than that. RGR's statement of like trying to say, we can go back to it real quick. Hold on.
You're allowed to ask.
This. Oh man, this. The gate on this. So like, it's gonna be really hard.
I think you might be just a little bit confused.
I'm gonna.
So, sex correctly, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I'll give you a chance to in just a second. That a sex act is any action that occurs with sexual intent, sexual desire, right? Is that about right?
Roughly, it's when you do something intentionally and primarily appealing to yours or someone else's sexual desires.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically what RGR just admitted is that they believe that anything you do that tries to evoke some kind of sexual attention or sexual arousal from anybody else, if you do that and a child is around you, you're doing pedophilic behavior. I hope you realize how crazy that is based off of what I just said, but if you don't, let me give you some kind of example. That means any person, like a dude who's like wearing like a fucking suit and tie to try to get more attention from women, because women are like, well, even some women admit being sexually aroused by like men in like suits and ties, or like men in uniform being hot, or like men who like have tattoos or like have a beard, or a woman who may have like a lower cut top, or like have like a short skirt, or maybe even just wearing heels, literally just wearing heels to be more appealing to the opposite sex. Doing simple shit like that, apparently, by her own definition, is pedophilic behavior. If so, to me, that's just fucking crazy, bro. Ain't no way you're gonna tell me that I'm doing pedophilic behavior by trying to get ladies to I don't know, be more aroused around me or give me more sexual attention because I like wearing a fucking suit and tie, or because some girl likes wearing heels. That is the most ridiculous thing, the most ridiculous definition for like what pedophilic behavior around children is. That is fucking crazy, bro. I cannot believe for a second that you actually believe this. That's fucking crazy, but we'll keep watching.
Okay, so I think I got it about right. So I think that this is so broad as to be useless, and I don't think that any legal system defines it this way. For example,
I would disagree. I would absolutely disagree.
Let her finish.
Yeah, go ahead, but I'm just saying, like, I disagree with that.
I just don't know why you have to interrupt me when I'm in the middle of talking.
Well, I'm just saying that I disagree with that. You can
Okay, well, in my state, I looked up the sex acts law, and they actually, so I live in North Carolina, and criminal law designates differences between sex acts, sexual contact, sexual activity, and sexual penetration. They define sex acts as the sexual contact of one or more sex organs, including but not limited to cunnilingus, fellatio, analingus, or anal intercourse, or the penetration of any object into the genital or anal opening of another person's body. Sexual contact is a focus on touching a person's, quote, intimate parts. Sexual penetration is, we can understand that. And sexual activity, the main thing they listed there was masturbation.
Okay, so
So we have a lot of different, it's a very varied, the legal system is a very varied way of approaching these kinds of discussions.
Yeah, and so I actually, there's some interesting context because I've actually taken, so as you know, I'm a law student, I've actually taken criminal law. Are you familiar with the history of how we've gotten to like our modern...
I would never, ever bring up something like that in a debate. It makes you sound super, like, I'm a philosophy student, I'm a law student. I would never bring that up from just an optics and from a conversation or whatever, unless you're just trying to trigger the fuck out of the other person, but...
common law rape standard.
I probably don't know the history as well as you do, being a law student, but I was actually in the middle of talking.
Well, I mean, you're going on, right?
Me. I was actually, you asked me a really direct question, and I was actually walking my way through it. I don't know why you keep doing this.
I mean, like, if you keep talking and you just keep going on and you give a really
I just
long-winded
listed
answer...
legal systems, sex acts, and the way that it differentiates between it, because one of my points here is that this is a very nuanced conversation, and I think you lose some of the nuance that I think is really important to this conversation.
You're right. So we can go through that, and we can talk about why those definitions are, in fact, problematic. Because the history of the evolution of the legal standard for what constitutes a sex act has actually been to broaden it more over time. Historically, rape was only the penetration of a vagina by a penis, by a man, of a woman, and using excessive force. But the reason why that's not the standard anymore The reason why that's not the standard anymore is because we realize that actually sex acts are a lot more than just physical penetration.
That's true.
Yeah, that is true. So I would not say that the law is a good heuristic to be able to rely on in this conversation, since we are able to recognize that sex and sex acts are a lot more than just basic forms of penetration.
I agree. I actually listed things that weren't penetration.
Yeah, and I would say that we still need a broader,
broader
understanding of sex acts, because you end up excluding a lot of very harmful situations that run into the problem of violating one's consent.
That is where I was going to move the conversation, as a question of consent. And because you seem to, again, correct me if I'm wrong, have a view that we consent to seeing things in public, that that's like a thing that happens.
No, wait, hold on. My exact view in respect to consent, especially as it concerns sex, is that if someone is going to involve you in a sex act or do something around you as a sex act, then you need to acquire their consent to do that. If you do not, then you violate their consent, you categorically cause them harm. Children cannot consent.
Wait, how do you cause them harm?
Because you're violating...
Keep in mind, holy fucking shit, bro. Keep in mind that she's saying that, which sounds good, like, on paper, by itself, but keep in mind, she's saying that in reference to literally anything you do to get sexual attention or sexual arousal from the opposite sex or whatever you're, like, attracted to, which, again, could include wearing fucking heels, being in uniform, like a suit and tie, making more money, working out, actually, like simple shit like this. There's so many men and women out there who work out to get more sexual attention from the other sex or whoever they're like attracted to, right? So by RGR's own definition, literally just working out, if a child is around you at all, you are doing pedophilic behavior by doing shit like that. Just keep that in mind when she says shit like this. Like, it's so fucking crazy.
A fundamental deontological rule.
Oh no, what are we doing then? I think you have to, this is so problematic, oh man, hold on, I'm sorry, my brain is just like, there's like 50 million things wrong with this. I don't know if, first of all, even deontologically, let me say my principle. Violating consent isn't necessarily a bad thing, I don't think. We violate children's consent all the time. When we tell them to like go to bed against their will, when we force them to go to school, when we force them to finish their vegetables, when we there's all sorts of quote unquote consent violations that happen there. That like, yeah, obviously we do this. When you force your kid to take medicine or get a vaccination at the hospital, yeah, there's a trillion examples. Number one, we even violate the consent, arguably, of adults sometimes, maybe. If I'm walking down the street and somebody like passes out or something, I might roll that person over, I might give that person CPR, you might try a Heimlich maneuver, you call 911, like you don't have consent for them to do any of this stuff. It's also problematic to say that anything that happens in the public sphere, like every other person necessarily needs to consent to. For instance, I don't necessarily like want to watch people make out in public. But like if somebody else is making out in public in a place where I can see it, is my consent being violated there in an immoral way? I don't want to listen to people's music. I don't know why people walk around with their fucking with their Bluetooth speakers blasting. That's annoying. Is that like violating my consent in like an immoral or unethical way? Like, can't you argue? I'm guessing Doe is going to move forward to argue with this, that when you step into a public sphere, to some extent, you are consenting to things that you don't necessarily like. I might see ugly cars. I might see ugly faces. I might see people doing things that I don't like or approve of. I might see political slogans that I disagree with. There might be offensive imagery. Like, there's a ton of stuff that, yeah, this is. I don't know which direction this conversation is going to go in, but I don't know how Riley would defend. It seems like there's a lot there to. There's a lot there to go off of, but Jesus. All right, let's see.
Anything? Can you explain that?
Yeah, there are certain things which, if you do, they are inherently morally wrong. Murder is an example. If you do it, is inherently morally wrong. Violating someone's consent is inherently morally wrong. The reason why goes back to the Kantian categorical imperative. If we were to do certain things in society, then that would mean that we end up leading to a contradiction, whereas we end up not being able to have the thing that we wanted to begin with.
I don't think the category, like, we can talk about like universalization of different moral acts, and there's going to be times when violating consent is a moral act. I don't think invoking the categorical imperative here gets us to all forms of violation of consent are necessarily immoral. Like, consent in and of itself, I think that's just like, that's a shortcut to other things. We have to take it like a step further. Like, yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
If you go around violating other people's consent, then we end up justifying a world where anyone can violate anyone's consent. We no longer have consent. And I really care about consent. So I say we do everything we can to respect consent, especially concerning sex.
So this statement, the way to tear into this statement, we'll see which direction Doe goes, is there are many different kinds of consents. And we need to figure out like there's a lot of different types of consent. Like, I don't think you can ever say like, here's a blanket. Like this is, yeah, let's see.
I think we should absolutely respect consent too. I think it's really important. I just don't think that when it comes to the public, that there is a very good argument for seeing something, being involved in it. Now we're not in
hold on, no, it's not the seeing the thing.
Let them finish. Okay.
Not the issue. The issue is not seeing the. Well, I mean,
Don't needs to be way more aggressive in terms of getting all their points out. They can't get cut off and then immediately stop talking, in my opinion. But
it's sort of seeing the thing. It depends on
It is.
exactly what the
You
sex
say
act
that
is.
it's about seeing that you haven't gotten the consent of others to see
Hold
it,
on.
to be around
No.
you while you do it.
Wait, hold on. No, I want to
I
make
thought
sure.
that's what you just said. I'm sorry if it's not. I
No,
was just.
we're focusing on consent, and the consent is either about the risk. It's either about being involved in the sex act or the risk of being involved.
Okay, so what does being involved mean?
It
'Cause
depends on the
seems
sexual
like-
act. There's a lot of different sex acts, I would say. For example, we can imagine situations where people, like in the BDSM community, are engaging in a sexual act where both are getting off despite the fact that they may not be touching each other at all. Like, we can easily imagine this kind of a conversation. Or we can imagine...
I think in this case, this is where let's bring out some hypotheticals and then explore that. We really need to get an example on the ground here so that we can both like talk about it. I think it's important.
Imagine, like, if someone is watching porn, we can imagine that, like, oh, well, in that case, they're not touching another person. They're probably engaging in some kind of sex act. Or, like, phone sex, which has sex in the name. You're not talking to another person. You would call that a sex act. Or you are talking...
Okay. Fuck. This sounds selfish. I wish Riley would have had this conversation with me first before testing this out as like a public debate. If I'm sexting with somebody and I'm like and they're like kids in the area, am I violating their consent? Is that true? If I pull out my phone and I'm like sending news to some girl and there's like a kid in the restaurant with me, am I like involving that kid? Like, this is a super bizarre argument. I don't think they talk about that? Okay.
To another person, but it's digital, right? Like, the whole point is that I want to make sure that we have a comprehensive definition of sex, because I think that any of these instances you would agree with me constitute sex, and if not, we end up getting into incredibly dangerous situations.
Any of the things that you just listed constitute sex?
I would say that they are sex acts specifically. Like, for example, let's say, here we'll go through some hypotheticals. Let's say that you are interacting. Let's say that you have like a crush on or you know someone else who has like a crush on a coworker wherever it is that you work. All right.
Hypothetical got out really quick. So I know somebody who has a crush on a coworker.
Okay. And let's say that in that instance, the person who has the crush takes a picture.
Wait, hold on. Why do I see people in Twitch chat and DG bringing up Anthony Weiner? The problem with Anthony Weiner wasn't whether there was a pic with a child. First of all, when you say with a child, he wasn't like fucking his child was crazy, right? The problem is that he was sexting an underage girl. I thought it was because the girl he was talking to was like 14 or 15. Wasn't that the problem? Like, I don't know if you, at the risk of being weird, or talking to a bunch of children, I don't know if you guys know this, but a lot of parents will fuck with like their fucking, what's before toddler, when their kid is like 6 months old in a bassinet or whatever, or in like like parents will fuck around their quote unquote like pre-whatever kids, infants, yeah. It's not like, are they pedophiles, or like because the kid can hear them, or like, it's just like that's so weird, I don't know, okay, sorry.
Coworker without their knowledge and ends up masturbating to it without their consent. Would you agree with me that this is something which is morally wrong?
Hold on, what was the question here?
And coworker masturbating to it without their consent. In that instance, the person who has the crush takes a picture of the coworker without their knowledge and ends up masturbating to it without their consent. Would you agree with me that this is something which is morally wrong?
Oh shit. All right, can Doe do it? Riley has described 2 different acts, and the second act is only wrong because it's inheriting the wrongness from the first act. Sorry, it might sound weird. There's nothing wrong with masturbating to publicly available pictures of people, okay? People are gonna do it. That's fucking, if people wanna do that, that's on them, okay? But if you are taking pictures of somebody else without their consent, that act in and of itself is wrong. And we can argue that things that flow from that are wrong as well. So if I'm masturbating to a picture of somebody that I took candidly, that is probably wrong, right? But not because you're masturbating to a picture of somebody, but because you got that picture in a candid manner without their consent. That's the wrong part about it.
I think that the taking depends on the kind of picture.
Let's just say it's just them.
Expectation of what?
Let's just say that it's just them and their work.
That was close. Let's see if they get there.
I don't know if I can morally condemn someone for masturbating and thinking about somebody. Taking a picture without somebody's consent is like the strange part.
Okay,
yeah, she's almost got it. She needs to break that apart better into 2 different distinct acts. But they have the idea.
Now, all right, wait, that's we have to, all right, let's elaborate on that then. All right, then let's say that after that coworker masturbates to the person who they did not acquire the consent, be able to masturbate to that person, that they go and they tell that person that they masturbated to them. Would you reasonably expect that the person who was masturbated to without their knowledge would probably feel violated to some degree?
I don't have to consider it. It's happened to me. Yeah, it's a little weird.
Okay, cool. So no, it's not just weird. We would say that that's morally wrong.
We're gonna have a moral problem in this debate. I'm trying not to like make it the point because it doesn't matter. But
no, wait, hold on. It absolutely does. Violating someone's consent is paramount. I want to make sure that we are protecting people.
I don't believe in morals the way that you do, so I'm trying to avoid that kind of conversation because we don't need to have a meta ethical conversation in this.
Fuck, is this a Destiny? Why do people, I feel like people bite my shit so much. Okay, we don't have to get into a discussion about meta ethics, sure, but if we're having a conversation about sexual consent, by definition, it's going to be a moral argument, of course. Now, this is some weird thing that some people believe. I'm not saying Doe or RGR believes this, or maybe Doe might believe this. You don't have to come from the same ethical place that another person does to have an ethical conversation. Here's the
Get mad, philosophy students, okay? If you study ethics, I hope you get real mad. Here's the reality, okay? 99% of humanity agrees on like 90 to 95% of like ethical propositions, okay? There's a few shit in the edges around like maybe like LGBT issues or fucking weird religiosity shit maybe. But like for the most part, most people agree on like most moral shit, okay? Now you can spend all day arguing about meta ethics or normative ethics or whatever, do that shit if you want. But the reality is most of us agree on most shit, okay? If I run into somebody on the street and I'm like, oh my God, yo, I'm sorry. Nobody's gonna look at me and be like, you're sorry? I don't even know your meta-ethical framework. I don't even know how to interpret. How do I even parse that language? When you say you're sorry, are you implying that you broke some deontological norm? Are you implying you've decreased the amount of utility in the world? Are you coming at this from a virtue ethics position? Like, how can I even interpret your fucking apology if you don't even have a meta-ethical conversation, right? Nobody in the real world functions this way. We can absolutely like say that like, hey, that was wrong. Don't murder people. Don't rape people, right? Don't steal from people. Like, there's a reason why like the 10 commandments are like, not all 10 of them, but like fucking 7 or 8 of them, I think, right? Are universalized throughout like almost every single fucking society, okay? Yeah, sorry. But, okay.
Discussion. I don't think that I could say that it's morally
Hold on.
wrong.
Why do countries so defer in their laws then? I don't think they do. I think the vast majority of countries like have murder as illegal, have like rape or stealing is illegal. Like, yeah, if you're gonna say like, okay, well, Destiny, what about the fact that the tax treatment to corporations that engage in reinvestment is actually, yeah, maybe when you get into the weeds on like some complicated, but for the most part, okay, you're not allowed to fuck kids, you're not allowed to steal people's shit, you're not allowed to set buildings on fire, okay? For the most part, we all kind of agree around the world on some shit. Now, are some places a little bit crazy? Yeah, absolutely, okay? Is there a little bit more, you know, spousal rape happening in some places? Is there a little bit more, arguably, I don't want to say pedophilic is a loaded word, like child bride shit happens? Yeah, sure, not everybody. But for the most part, we all kind of agree on most things, okay?
Wrong to masturbate to somebody, but I think telling them is strange. I don't know if I would say it's morally wrong.
Okay, fuck. Now I wish I argued with Doe about this. I think Doe's really close to being correct. I don't know if she hasn't like formalized these arguments before or whatever, or like really like how to like test them out, but they're pretty much correct, right? Well, there's two different acts here. Masturbating to somebody isn't, fuck it, anybody can do it. It's not a wrong thing to do that, but telling them you do that, well now that's a separate act. We need to break apart these acts as different things so we can view these different acts as being good or bad. You can masturbate to anybody you fucking want to. That's shit you do in your home on your own time, okay? But when you bring it up to another person, hey, I masturbate to you, right? Now you're committing a different act. Now it's a little bit weird.
It's gonna make them uncomfortable.
Now this is, wait, so hold on. So if you masturbate to someone else and you don't get their consent, then it's fine as long as they don't find out?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I would say that there are ways that
Doe should just own that and say, yeah, of course, yeah, yes.
Wrong.
What are the ways?
I think that sexual desire towards children.
Hold on, wait, pause. No, we're talking about the nature of what is a sex act. Do not pivot away from this. Why would it be wrong?
I wasn't trying to pivot away. I was trying to tell you an example of where I thought it would be wrong.
Okay, so the example would be wrong if it would be children?
Yeah, I think that there's something inherently predatory about...
Oh, man. I don't think... This just might have to be an uncomfortable bullet that Doe bites. Because now we're getting into really weird territory. Oh, shit. Riley's going to hammer them on this one.
What if we're talking about an adult?
Okay, let's just stick with adults. That's good.
Yeah, that's what I was working to. I don't think that I can say that it's wrong to think about somebody and masturbate to them.
Even if you don't... All right, so why do you think that if they ended up going to tell, if you masturbate to someone, that if you go and you tell that person you masturbate to them, why do you think that they might be a little put off?
Because you've made them into an object a little bit in your mind. Even if you consider them as a full subject, it's objectification.
Hold on, no, the average person... No, the average... Oh, hold on. And that's not necessarily the case, all right?
Sure.
That's not necessarily the case. It could be the case where no, you actually like totally no, you just like you're really infatuated with them. You see them totally as a person, but you masturbate to them without their consent.
Sure, I think that there's still a level of...
Okay, I'm trying to be really careful because I don't want to assume. I'm trying not to like be like, oh, everybody on the internet copies all my arguments. Something that Doe is hitting on though sounds like something I've said in the past, which is in my mind, I don't know if there's like an academic or formalized definition of this, but in my mind, there's two different things that I view, okay? And Doe is getting towards this, or almost said it. You've got like sexualization, and then you've got like objectification, okay? If I want to walk around and sexualize the fucking world, fucking do it. Go for it. If you want to go masturbate to all the fucking things in the world you want, go out there, coom all you want, not go out there, stay in there, okay, stay in your house, right? Sexualization, in my opinion, sexualization happens in the mind. When you start to objectify somebody, you're basically taking your sexualization and you're projecting it onto them, and then you are turning them into some form of like sexual object that involves them in your sexualization. So if you take your sexualizing of somebody and then you make it somebody else's problem, now you're kind of treating that person in an objectifying manner. So if I want to masturbate to somebody, okay, fine. But now if I start telling them about it, if I start DMing them, if I start touching them, if I start harassing them, well, now I've turned it into like an objectification thing. That's the distinction that I draw in my mind between sexualization versus objectification. Sexualization is fine, not just about who the fuck cares. Objectification, when you start treating people in a sexualized manner, now we have a problem. That's this is how I understand these things in my mind.
Objectification that can occur there. It doesn't have to, but yeah.
So wait, do you think that that's
wait, let me... I don't have my lights on. Hold on one second. Okay.
The only reason... Do you think that's the only reason why someone might be off-put if they're told that they were masturbated to without acquiring their consent?
Can you ask that question again? I was trying to talk. I didn't know that you're talking. What'd you say?
All right. Do you think that is the only reason why someone who learns that they were masturbated to without their consent would be off-put at learning that new knowledge?
Do I think that they would be off-put? Is that what you just asked?
I'm asking you, do you think that the reason that you gave is the only reason why?
No, I already said that. I think that the reasons can be multitudinous.
Like what?
Well, becoming a sexualized object in the
You
mind
said
of
that
somebody
already.
else is itself. I know I did.
So say something else.
Oh man.
I don't know the reasons that everyone might come away with feeling a negative feeling from a particular event.
Okay, I'm going to give you the answer. The answer is violating their consent. That is the reason why.
Their consent.
You did violate their consent. Yes, you did. If this person is hypothetical,
I wonder if, oh god, there's so many problems with this. If Doe would have just been calmer in this conversation, not to be clear, I like Riley more, obviously. But if Doe would have been a little bit calmer in this conversation, I think Doe could have dismantled all of these arguments with alacrity. Is consent around sexual things special, or is it consent for all thoughts? Like, if I think of somebody, let's say that I'm like, let's say that I'm playing with Legos and I'm a kid, or let's say I'm an adult and I play with Legos and I'm gonna pretend that like, oh, this guy's Mr. Mutin, and I'm running around and I'm like playing with my guys. Like, am I violating Lucas's consent because I didn't tell him or ask permission to think of him in this scenario? Can you this is just so weird that to invoke a thought of somebody in my mind violates their consent. I don't need that person at all. I could never see that person again in the world. Is this actually a violation of their consent? If I'm not doing anything to them, I'm not involving them in anything. It's just a thought that I have of the person.
Masturbated someone else and did not acquire their consent to do so, you violated their consent.
How did you violate their consent?
Because you were able to use an aspect of them to get yourself off sexually without their permission.
You used your mind to get yourself off.
You used that person, the image of that person.
Yeah.
Hold on, wait, all right, I need to ask you another question. No, hold on, is the problem...
I think so, fuck, I'm trying to be mean to Riley, because I love Riley, okay? But this sounds like an example of where Riley has thought about these arguments a lot more, but I would say that she's incorrect, and I don't know if Doe has spent a lot of time, like, formally hashing out their arguments, but I would say that Doe is correct. So it feels like Riley spent a lot of time formalizing these thoughts, but I disagree with them. Doe hasn't spent enough time, but I think that they're more on track to be yeah.
Like, if someone does not know that you use them to get off sexually, then it's fine.
It depends on how you use them.
Why does it depend?
Well, because there are some ways where you can physically use somebody.
Oh, yeah. Fuck, I feel like I'm gonna be saying, I'm probably not gonna stop to say this again. Like, when you say use somebody, that word is doing a lot of lifting there in a lot of different ways. What does it mean to use somebody, right? If I were to tell Lucas, hey, entertain my stream for 6 hours, I'm going to the beach today, and I'm not gonna pay you shit, motherfucker. That's not the same usage as me, like, using him as an inspiration for an idea, or using him in a masturbation fantasy, or using him as a name for a character in a game. Like, using somebody, that word in and of itself is almost a worthless word. It almost doesn't mean anything. What does it mean to use something, right? Like, do I use protein powder in my shakes the same way that somebody might use a mental health animal to feel better, which is the same as how you might use, like a piece of plywood to build, like, use is like a worthless word there. I think that needs to be expanded on way more. What does it mean to use something? Because I can, like, if I were to ask you, for instance, is it ethical to use people? Well, what do you mean? Like, I use my dad to get a ride to school. Is that ethical? Versus I use somebody for, like, it's that word in and of itself is just so, worthless. It needs to be expanded upon.
And there are some ways in which it remains entirely in your mind. I don't think desire itself requires somebody else's consent.
Why does the physicality matter? There are easily sex acts that we can imagine, which are not strictly physical.
Can you name one for me?
Like masturbating to someone.
But you didn't do an action to them.
Yeah, but you're using them. You are using
your mind.
Oh, fuck. So Donnie's asking, why is that wrong?
In your mind, you're imagining them. If you have the picture, like I said, the picture seems to be like the weird part of that, but like...
All right, hold on. I'm going to give you another example, and I'm going to ask you to distinguish it, all right? Because I'm trying to get exactly like what your morals are here.
Oh, man.
If you have someone, let's say that you have a person who goes out into public, all right? And they have a humiliation fetish, okay?
Yeah.
And they go out in front of anyone. It could be children, but just anyone who has not provided consent. And they, I don't know, let's say that they like defecate themselves, all right? And they end up...
they had a scat fetish too, Jesus.
I don't know why you're trying to get like ad-homs or whatever in. Wait. Anyway.
I don't know, Riley just didn't understand. Scat refers to poop stuff, but okay.
Wait, no, that wasn't it. I said I don't know why they have a scat fetish. I was joking. You gave them one fetish and then you added another. I just was being silly. I'm sorry.
Well, okay, we're talking about someone with a humiliation fetish, all right? The point is that they go out in the public, all right? And then around other people, they defecate themselves, other people see them, and as a consequence of other people seeing them, they orgasm. Specifically because other people watch them. Would you say that this violates the consent of the other people watching them?
So this is a hard one if you've never thought about this before, because it feels like you should say that it's wrong. But I think that to get to wrongness here, I think there needs to be some kind of awareness, right? I think that if we don't have this awareness at all, I think it gets pretty hard to say that some wrong has been committed. Because you're essentially saying...
I mean, I would argue the wrongness is fucking... Especially if you, like, pull down your pants and, like, fucking flash everybody around you. I don't really care if you orgasm around me. I just don't want you flashing me, bro. Like, come on. Okay.
That you are violating people's consent without them even having an awareness that their consent is violated, which I guess in some ways is possible. So, for instance, I could steal something from somebody, they're not aware that I stole something of it. But, like, is this a case where has a wrong actually been committed? More importantly, has a harm been committed? Is somebody being harmed here? What if I had an embarrassment fetishment? fetishment. No. What if I had an embarrassment fetish and I am driving my scooter and then I fall over in the road and a bunch of people laugh at me and I kind of like get off on that, right? Like, is that an unethical thing to do? Like, it doesn't feel that way, right? Because the other people don't have the awareness of that.
No, I don't think so.
What? All right, hold on, wait, no, why? You need to justify that right now.
Because I don't think you consent to things you see in public.
So literally, if you are using the site of somebody else to be able to sexually satisfy yourself, you're totally fine with that.
I just don't think that you violated their consent. We can maybe talk
Why?
about other
Why do you not violate their consent?
Because you don't consent to things you see in public. I've said
This isn't, no, we're not talking about just seeing something in public. We're talking about using someone else, specifically in this case, their site, in order to get off.
Yeah, I don't think you violated their consent. You didn't do anything to them.
Oh my, no, all right, see, I don't know what your ethics are. I absolutely reject this. I 1 bajillion% reject this. If you generalize this, this is an awful precedent to set.
Consent, I don't know why consent extends to what you see. What is
Because
that?
in this case, you are using somebody else to gratify yourself sexually in that moment. They're aware, all right? They are aware. Everyone is involved in this. There just happens to not be any physical contact.
Sure.
So you are absolutely, you're fine. This person, the person that we're talking about, literally uses other people for sex without their consent. You're fine with that.
Using, again, that use word.
Use the vision of other people. Use it, because you keep saying like using the people.
They are. They have a humiliation fetish. They can only get off from the vision, like from being humiliated in front of other people.
Sure.
So you're fine with that.
I just don't think it's violating other people's consent. I think we can talk about
Well, hold on. So what if those other people are children? Are you still fine with it?
If you do it intentionally around children, I think that the intentionality there is pretty weird. Pretty
Why?
fucked up.
All right, why? You need to justify. No, don't just say, oh, it's pretty weird, it's pretty fucked up. Tell me why it's bad.
Yeah, you asked me, I will. I think that it's fucked up because you're that desiring children sexually, I think, is inherently predatory.
But why is that not fun? Oh, wait. What if they're not like trying to do it around children? What if it just happens to be a child?
Yeah, if there's not intentionality, I would probably say that that I don't think that they should if they notice the kids are around. But like, if the intentionality's not there, I wouldn't say that it's like immoral or predatory.
So we need to go through this. So we're saying, you are just committing to this position that if you have someone with a humiliation fetish, they go out in public, they defecate themselves in front of children. It's not like they were trying to like be in front. They just happened to be there. The children just happened to be there. You know, it could have been any person, but the children just happened to be there. And then as a consequence of the children seeing that person defecate, and
yeah, this is getting boring.
Honest to God, when you get really deep into these arguments, child stuff makes everything weird, such that if you're going to have coherent arguments on sexuality, you almost have to bite the bullet on some weird kid shit. Never anything actually having sex with children, of course. Which I think Doe is having trouble with here for obvious reasons, because optically it looks horrible. But Doe has kind of sidestepped this in the only way, really, that they can. And I think they need to just keep repeating this. I think that sex acts or anything involving children is inherently predatory, but it's not because you're violating somebody's consent or any of these tangential arguments that Riley's bringing up, but just because sexual anything involving children is like inherently a different type of act than it would be otherwise. I think Doe needs to like hammer that point so that Riley gets off the children aspect of this. Maybe as an example, like, is fucking in a hotel room, is that like morally wrong because somebody next to you might hear that and you're violating their consent? Probably not like morally wrong, right? That's probably not a morally wrong thing. Is it kind of like maybe uncomfortable or you're not being very considerate maybe, but morally wrong? Probably not. But like, what if you were doing that in like a grade school?
Can fucking in your house be wrong? In your own fucking house be wrong if other people can hear you and those other people might be children. Holy shit, I just realized that. That's crazy, bro. You might not even be able to fuck in your own home, bro. In your own room. Just because you live, I don't know, in a townhouse or something with like thinner walls or something, I don't know. And then other people hear you and you're violating their consent. So now you can't fuck at all, bitch. Nah. You can't wear suits, you can't work out, you can't wear heels. You can't do anything. You can't do anything that has any kind of fetish behind it because you're violating other people's consent, baby. Holy shit. I can't. That's crazy, bro. That is actually crazy. You know what? I don't think I'm gonna add much. RGR is just dumb. I'm kind of tired of watching this whole thing. Honestly, if RGR wants to debate me on this, this is a public announcement that I'm wide open, putting it right out there. RGR, debate me on this. Holy shit, because I can't. This is the worst, one of the worst takes I've seen in a fucking while, and I haven't done an actual debate in a pretty long time. So you know what? Let's talk about it, RGR. Me and you. But we'll keep watching, I guess, more.
and you knew that the classroom full of like 4-year-olds, not 4-year-olds, like 6 or 7 or 8-year-olds could hear you, right? Well, now it seems like it becomes something a little bit different, but it's not because we've gone from not violating consent to violating consent or anything like that. It's because we've brought in children that kind of like have their own special set of rules for how we would deal with those types of arguments, you know?
Because, like, but for that site, then that person orgasms, and you're fine with that.
Can you see like the last like sentence, the last little bit?
Yeah. So, person, humiliation fetish, goes out in public. The only people around are children. They aren't necessarily looking to find children.
Wait, the only people around are children?
Yeah, the only people. Or we can say there's like, I don't know, there can be like a combination. It's like mostly children.
Like I said, I think if there are children around, you should probably be careful about something like that.
There's
those types of arguments, you know? Something a little bit different, but it's not because we've gone from not violating consent to violating consent or anything like that. It's because we've brought in children that kind of like have their own special set of rules for you're not being very considerate maybe, but morally wrong, probably not, and you're violating their consent than it would be otherwise. I think Joe needs to like hammer that point so that potential arguments that Riley's bringing up, but just because sexual anything involving children is like inherently a different type of act, then it would sidestep this in the only way really that they can. If you're going to have coherent arguments on sexuality, you almost have to bite the bullet on some weird kid shit. Never anything.
Children just happen to be there. And then as a consequence of the children seeing that person defecate and...
So, honest to God, when you get really deep into these arguments, child stuff makes everything weird, such that if you're going to have coherent arguments on sexuality, you almost have to bite the bullet on some weird kid shit. Never anything actually having sex with children, of course. Which I think Doe is having trouble with here for obvious reasons, because optically it looks horrible. But Doe has kind of sidestepped this in the only way, really, that they can. And I think they need to just keep repeating this. I think that sex acts or anything involving children is inherently predatory, but it's not because you're violating somebody's consent or any of these tangential arguments that Riley's bringing up, but just because sexual anything involving children is like inherently a different type of act than it would be otherwise. I think Doe needs to like hammer that point so that Riley gets off the children aspect of this. Maybe as an example, like, is fucking in a hotel room, is that like morally wrong because somebody next to you might hear that and you're violating their consent? Probably not like morally wrong, right? That's probably not a morally wrong thing. Is it kind of like maybe uncomfortable or you're not being very considerate maybe, but morally wrong? Probably not. But like, what if you were doing that in like a grade school and you knew that the classroom full of like 4-year-olds, not 4-year-olds, like 6 or 7 or 8-year-olds could hear you, right? Well, now it seems like it becomes something a little bit different, but it's not because we've gone from not violating consent to violating consent or anything like that. It's because we've brought in children that kind of like have their own special set of rules for how we would deal with those types of arguments, you know?
Because, like, but for that site, then that person orgasms, and you're fine with that.
Can you see like the last like sentence, the last little bit?
Yeah. So, person, humiliation fetish, goes out in public. The only people around are children. They aren't necessarily looking to find children.
Wait, the only people around are children?
Yeah, the only people. Or we can say there's like, I don't know, there can be like a combination. It's like mostly children.
Like I said, I think if there are children around, you should probably be careful about something like that, where you are actively getting off.
But why? But no. So I'm gonna finish. All right. So then I'm gonna finish that, but we're gonna explore. All right. So then actually, you know what? Now you will just say that. Let's just say it just happens to be that there's only children around. Maybe they go to a playground. It just happens to be the nearest place by them.
Okay. Well, if you go to a playground, it's not that there just happen to be children there. You're at a fucking playground.
It's just like the kids just happen to be there, and they're the only people there. So if this person goes out and they're wearing their diaper or whatever, and they defecate themselves, and the only people around are children, and as a consequence of the children seeing them defecate, then they orgasm. You are fine with that.
No, I've already said that if there's children around, that you probably shouldn't do it.
No, the reason that you said it was bad if children are around is because you specifically are interested in using the children. This is not the case here. It's just the children happen to be there.
Things. That's not the only thing that I said.
Then what are the other reasons why it's bad to do it around children?
I think that getting off from the gaze of children is what would be the harm there. That their gaze is the problem, because the humiliation is that children are seeing you.
Wait, explain. Wait, hold on. Wait, what harm?
Doe is doing this, is invoking the fact that they're children, makes it wrong, not about.
What is the harm being
elicited? What harm are you talking about?
I'm talking about violating someone's categorical right to consent.
Can you explain to me in what way you have a consent? You have the ability to consent to things you see in public?
You keep saying no. Hold on. Stop. You keep trying to bring it back to seeing. I've never argued that. No, this is using someone else. The seeing just happens to be the way that they're using them. It could be other ways, but we're talking specifically about using someone else for sex.
The using thing is just so...
That is
like, using somebody for sex could mean that I am, like, date raping them, or it could mean that I'm just thinking of them in mass... Right? That using word is such a fluffer word that it, like... That you just can't have that word as part of the argument. I'm sorry. You have to use something more precise than using. That is just such a hollow and empty word that we can fill with everything we want. Like...
We're talking about using someone else for sex. This is just one way where you can use someone for sex in a way where it's clearly sex, even though they're not physically in contact.
I would be careful about saying it's sex itself.
It's a sex act. And also, wait, hold on. Let's be clear. There are ways to be able to have sex where you're not physically in contact. Like, this is a sex act, if you want to try and parse the difference between what was a sex
Well,
and what was a sex act,
I don't
then
agree
you
with your
can't-
definition of sex acts. We might have to back up there if you want to move this conversation forward. in
No,
a
the reason, no,
useful
hold on.
direction.
The reason why we're talking about this is because I'm justifying my definition of a sex act. This is what I'm doing right now. We're showing you
you're,
that, like,
you're asking me a bunch of questions. You haven't justified yourself. You just want to push me into somewhere.
no, because
you want-
your outcome, your definition of sex would mean that this is not a sex act and there's no violation of children's consent.
I haven't even given a definition of sex.
Wait, hold on. You gave several definitions from legal
I
sources
listed
earlier.
the fact that there are many ways that different legal systems, and I picked mine alone because there were, I mean, not because I live here, but in mine alone, there were multiple different ways that they defined sex. I was just pointing out that it's a very complex problem.
Malik, you keep spamming this. Aren't you moral dumbfounding when you say children are special without explaining why? No, I don't want to get into it because 99% of people can't handle those conversations. I don't give a fuck. I'm not getting into it. If you want to go argue about fucking kids, you want to argue about child sex shit, whatever, go do it on a fucking libertarian forum. I'm not having that conversation because most of you can't handle it, okay? No, go fuck off. Go to the subreddit and argue all you want about this shit, okay?
And that I didn't think that your flattening of the complexity was very useful.
And I would say it is useful because it gives us clear answers for how to be able to deal with these kinds of situations.
Well, sure, you want to condemn these people, but like I don't think that just wanting that itself means it's better.
Wait, no, I think that, no, this is the whole point of being able to show bad outcomes of different systems, all right? Right now, I'm showing you the benefit of mine, because I would say that being able to use a definition of sex act, which focuses primarily on intent, is able to give us clear answers for these kinds of questions, when otherwise, if we want to go off of one that requires, for example, physical contact, that you cannot be able to resolve.
So I think that even if we can say that which I don't agree, but even if we wanted to say that like your definition makes it work in this example, it actually fucks up a bunch of other examples that I think are really important.
Like what?
Well, because your definition of sex acts is about the intent, and especially like primary intent, I think is how you said it maybe, to elicit sexual desire in some way, whether for yourself or someone else, right?
I think that's about right.
Well, I personally, and maybe I'm a little different from everybody, that's okay. But personally, I like to feel sexy. I like to feel sexy even in public.
Wait,
I'm
hold
not
on.
getting off in public, but I like to. I'm sorry.
Big difference. We're not talking about feeling sexy.
Wait,
We're talking about feeling
can
attractive.
I actually like fully explore what I'm saying? Sure. Like
All right,
I
I'm
know
just saying
you're
that this
talking
isn't
about
relevant
being
so far.
sexy or feeling sexy, whatever.
Jeez.
What I'm talking about is I choose the things that I wear and how I present myself with the intent for my own sexual desire to express myself sexually and to feel it sexually.
Wait, no, hold on. We're not talking about like the intent. I'm trying to figure out, wait, hold on. So are you saying that you dress the way that you do to like get off in public?
You keep going.
Riley's definition of like sex and sexuality and sex act, whatever, like if you do a particular thing to get off, like I feel like it's incredibly rigid. It feels like a very, very rigid way to define all of this, and such that this is going to break apart when we start to apply this to almost any example.
To getting off? No.
We're talking about appealing to sexual desires.
Yeah.
Yes. people dress sexy, Riley, to fucking be seen by other people as sexy, and that makes them feel good. You could say that makes them get off, and maybe not like in completely orgasmic way, but it makes them feel good emotionally. There's multiple ways to quote unquote get off, right? Like, yes, people dress nice, people work out, people make money, people do basically, I mean, people argue that basically everything you do, especially as a man, is sexual in nature, and like at the very core of it. Yes, people do basically everything they do in life to be seen as a good sexual partner. So basically, by your definition, Riley Grace, Roshong, like you can't do literally anything in public or basically at all. You can't even think without being like a fucking pedophile. Holy shit. I think you're starting to realize, or maybe you're too dumb to realize this, but holy shit, maybe your definition is so bad that you shouldn't use it. Because holy fuck, you're telling me that you can't do basically anything without being a pedophile? Maybe that's a bad definition of what a sexual act is.
Have you never felt something sexual without it being coming?
Wait, no. Or hold on, and answer that question because this is ridiculous.
I don't think this is ridiculous.
The way that people arrive at like orgasm is by appealing to their sexual desires. That's what you do. All right, and
just
you can be able to
appealing
dress.
doesn't
You can be
usually
able
do
to dress and dress attractively for reasons other than trying to appeal to sexual desires or interests. Like this is like the woke version of she was asking for it.
I don't think it is.
I absolutely think
I think
it
that
is.
someone can express themselves sexually without them inviting someone to touch them.
That's not appealing to sexual desires or interests. That is not the same then.
I think it is. If I want men to look at me in a particular way, I can dress a particular way to show that, to cause that reaction.
Wait, no, what? So wait, hold on. Is this the?
think
you're
that's controversial.
specifically trying to dress in a particular way
To evoke a
get
certain
men,
response.
like,
Yeah.
in order to appeal to men's sexual desires or interests.
Really anyone's, but yeah, I picked men. Yeah. Like I think that I can and have and probably will in the future try to dress to appeal to someone's sexual desire. I like feeling desired. It makes me feel good.
Okay, no, then I would absolutely disagree with that. I think that there are plenty of other reasons why women or anybody can be able to dress in a certain way aside from just like sexually appealing to someone else, right?
Sure,
the reason I
agree.
dress the
You
way
can
that I
do it
do
for a
isn't
lot of
because I'm
different
trying to like
reasons.
get off men or I'm trying to like appeal to the sexual desires of women. No, like I dress the way that I do because I just like the way that I feel. I'm not trying to like get off other people.
Well, you keep going back to get off. I dress partially sometimes because I like the way that it feels and looks, but other times I like to sort of sexualize it a little bit. I like to feel sexy. I like to have sexual desire from other people. It makes me feel good.
All right, wait, hold on. Then we're talking about something completely different than what you were talking about in the example. All right? Because
Well,
what you're
you
talking
gave
about,
the
no, because what you're
example.
talking about in that instance is not that is doing something where it is not the primary reason why you're dressing that way. Where you just said that it's a part of it in the hypothetical that you talked about in the tweet that we are talking about right now. You said some people like the if you go shoeless to a public event because primarily because your partner likes feet, you're not involving them in a sex act. No, you were talking about doing something primarily to appeal to a sexual act.
I primarily dress on some days, that's what I meant by sometimes, I primarily dress on some days for sexual desire, both of myself, of looking at myself and feeling like I am a sexual being, and for what other people give to me, the sexual desire.
Then I would say that you're absolutely violating other people's consent then.
I don't understand.
We need
how
can we get a concrete example? What about
That
somebody that
is
wears like a
so
big
fucking
booba
horrible,
top, okay? Big booba top. We're cleavaging
That
out,
is
and we're doing it because we
so
know we look
fucking
good. You got big old
crazy, bro. Yeah, again, I was fucking right. I was right. I was actually right. Oh my fucking god. Holy fucking shit. Like I said before, I actually do want to argue with RGR on this. I cannot believe for the life of me that somebody would actually bite that bullet. I was right. I was kind of joking when I said that before about you can't work out, you can't wear heels, you can't wear a suit and tie, you can't do anything. You literally cannot do anything at all in any way, shape, or form to get sexual desire from the other sex or whoever you're like attracted to without RGR calling you a pedophile. This is the type of person that Doe is debating with right now. I cannot believe this. This is actually fucking crazy. This is actually crazy. You know what? Yeah. I'm going to say it one more time. RGR, please debate me on this. I cannot believe for a second that anyone actually believes this. You went to college, right? Actually, I know you went to college. You said you went to college or to like some secondary schooling. You're too smart for this. You are way too smart for this. You do not actually believe this. There's no fucking way possible. So let's have a good discussion about this and have you change your beliefs on this topic because oh my fucking god, this shit is crazy and your rhetoric on this needs to change, please. Okay? Let's talk about this. Holy fuck.
booba. We want to go out, show off our big old booba cleavage. Is that like violating? If you walk out in public like that, are you violating other people's consent? Like
to feel good is and wanting
Because you're
to
talking
feel
about feeling
like,
good in a sexual way.
Yeah.
Why is it so?
That's a sex act. I would absolutely call that a sex act. I would stand by that.
How was it a sex act? What did I do that was a sex act?
Because you are doing something primarily.
The ironic way is that I think Riley's trying so hard to avoid this, like, she was asking for it, but I feel like in a really roundabout way, that's kind of the argument that Riley's justifying. Let's say that I see somebody and I attack them sexually, and then we're in court, and Riley's a judge, I'm like, well, Your Honor, they were wearing booba, okay? They've already committed one sex act, I'm just reciprocating, right? In a roundabout way, it feels like Riley's arguments could be used to justify they were asking for it.
To appeal to sexual desires or interests.
Well, I don't think that that's true. I don't think that if I think there's a lot of other examples that we can give of things that are very related to sex that and sexuality that happen in public that do not cause harm. And I don't think you can claim that I'm causing a harm by wanting to be desired by other people and dressing for that desire. And I think that's the only way that we can claim that this is like a bad.
In that note, yes, I would say that if you are doing something primarily, again, we're focusing on primarily here, in order to appeal to other people's sexual desires or interests without their consent, then I would say you are harming them by violating their consent.
So you think that flattening sex, like forcing somebody, breaking somebody's consent, you think that me wearing a dress with a low-cut top, look at my dress now,
here we go.
I show off my boobs a little bit,
it's not,
and it would make other people feel a little bit good, but we wouldn't be getting off for anything.
You're being very particularly vague with when you say good. It's not just good generally. You're talking about good in a specifically sexual sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, no, I would absolutely hold by. I would absolutely hold by, especially like here, because right now you're talking about very abstract. Right now you're talking about an example that's very removed from what you said. What you said was that you're appealing to your partner's foot fetish.
Yeah.
What about a booba fetish?
Well, I'm sorry, what's the difference there? I literally don't see it. I'm so sorry.
All right, hold on.
Okay.
So the issue, I mean, we already went over it. So you're fine. You're completely fine if you go out with your partner and your partner has a foot fetish, and you go out and know that, like, oh yeah, my partner has a foot fetish, and because they have a foot fetish, and primarily because they have a foot fetish, I'm going to dress barefoot and try to appeal to their foot fetish.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that that's, and then on top of that, all right, so that's step one. Step two is you're fine with that happening in public.
Yeah.
And so step three, you're fine with that even happening around children.
Yeah, as long as there's not an intent for the children to be there, and as long as that you're not like including them, like, hey, come touch this, my partner's feet, or like, yeah, as long as you're not being like weird about it, yeah.
Why does that matter?
Because there's a different kind of usage of the person.
Them in the act. Like you're making them part of it.
What if they don't? What if you don't like what if they don't like touch it? What if they're just like around it? Like they see the person getting off to the foot fetish or whatever as it's happening.
Well, you keep saying getting off.
All right, are you? Hold on, wait. Are you? Then I want you to correct me. I want you to correct me. Are you fine then if they get off to their foot fetish in public? Are you fine with this person in this situation orgasming in public as a consequence of their foot fetish?
Depends on if it's noticeable or not, really, right?
As things stand right now, maybe not. But I'd like to move towards a society that's a little bit freer about sex. I think
this is a
more comprehensive.
bad pivot.
So you are fine with it. So you are fine with it.
I actually gave a really nuanced answer there. Did you miss it?
So you are. So the answer that you gave.
These two people hate each other so much.
That you would like to.
No, that's not the answer that I just gave.
Then I want you to give me the answer again, because my understanding of your answer was that, oh, well, probably not right now, but I'd like to move towards a society where maybe people have more open understandings of sex. The implication there being that you would like to be able to have people do that in the future.
I would like for sex to be destigmatized in the future to a pretty significant degree.
Stop. You're not answering the question. You're not answering the question. I need you to answer. I need you to answer this question. This specific question. Are you fine? Are you fine if your partner gets off to their foot fetish in public and you're the person who intentionally causes it? Are you fine with that happening? Yes or no?
I think the truth is that you'd have to be a little more nuanced about how the partner's getting off.
No, this is a yes or no question. Stop. You need to give a yes or no to this question.
I didn't think I went on like Jesse Lee Peterson's show today. I actually like nuance and context in the answers that I give.
You can give all the nuance that you want after a yes or no.
So Doe's problem is that, like, yes, it seems to be okay, but how are we phrasing this? Like, are you like sitting at like a fucking kindergarten playground and your partner's like giving you like a full-on, foot job, you're coming all over the fucking equipment? Or is your partner like going barefoot to some fucking outdoor festival where you're around a bunch of adults, right? It's hard to compare these two situations, and Riley's verbiage here is so vague that you could be talking about either one, right? So it's hard. So, because what Doe's probably afraid of is that if Doe says yes, Riley's next question is like, oh, so then you're okay walking into a kindergarten classroom and jerking your partner off with your feet and getting all over the first row of children come all over their faces. That's what you're saying, right? That's what it sounds like the next thing would be. As opposed to like Doe meaning like, if your partner, likes a particular part of your body and you go to the beach, is it bad to appeal there, right? To that? Like, I think this is where Doe wants to insert the nuance, because these two situations are obviously very different,
Can you not follow my answer? If you want to ask questions, it's okay. I can explain anything that I say.
No, because all right, so you asked me, all right, I'm going to back up. You asked me why, to go back to the original thesis. So I said that this is an argument that either was intentionally being made to justify pedophilia or was negligently being made and ends up justifying pedophilia. So based on where the conversation is right now, I would absolutely stand by that, because I don't think that you can give a clear answer to say that according to your worldview, yes, you would be fine with this.
Yes, I have nuanced answers to questions. I don't think that it's okay to do sex acts with children, and I don't think it's okay to include children in your sex acts.
Do you think that it's, all right, then hold on. Then do you think it's fine, because you focus a lot on physical touch, do you think it's fine if someone gets off to their foot fetish as a result of you doing it, and the children are around and even see it, but do not touch your partner at all?
It depends on how the orgasm occurs.
All right, so tell me why it matters. All right, tell me in which ways then you would be fine with that happening. Tell me in what kind of scenario you would be fine with your partner getting off around children, and you would say that's a fine thing.
Well, getting off in public with, the potential for children to be around. Like I said, making it intent about children is very, would make it, I think, morally, wrong.
All right, and we talked about that before. All right, let's assume that we're talking about...
nuanced answer. I really wish you'd let me finish.
You just keep not responding to me based on what we already talked about.
Is this really a conversation about getting the weeds of debating different ethical frameworks? Yeah, absolutely, I think so. You just need to have two people that are willing to debate it in good faith and not get like super caught up in kind of weird shit. I think most people are going to agree, broadly speaking, about most of this stuff.
I feel like you keep trying to avoid answering the questions despite keep trying to pull you back so we stay on topic.
Well, it sounds like you're trying to get a clip because you don't actually want to discuss the nuance of this.
No, I am discussing nuance. I think that your worldview
You're really not. You literally just said, give me a yes or no answer. No, I don't like
because
your nuanced answer. Give me a yes or no answer.
No, hold on. Nuance is not the same as refusing to give a yes or a no. You can give all the nuance that you want and also give a clear yes or a no.
Sometimes it's not just a yes or a no. Sometimes you have to make a nuanced case for sometimes yes and sometimes no. There are some people who have premature ejaculations. They'll even do it in public without touching or anything like that. They don't mean to. It's not but it still occurs. I think that people can orgasm in public in ways that aren't very harmful. But I think that there are ways that are harmful.
Okay, so I want to give you another scenario based on what you've already said, and I want you to tell me if it is or if it is not harmful. Okay?
I think we've walked through enough of these examples. I don't really know what else you're trying to get out of this.
No, I'm trying to test your
values. I
feel
like we really, really have... yeah, of course you're trying to test me. You've tested me 5 times now, and I've been pretty consistent.
No, you have not been consistent. I can't even get a baseline level of what your views are. You've not given
really?
a clear answer to any, like, almost any of the questions I've asked. So I just want to I'm trying to ask questions to figure out what your values are. So I'm going to give you another example based on what you have already said to see what your response is, so I can help figure out what your values are. Okay?
Okay, that sounds really cool. We haven't done this yet. I'd really like to.
Okay, so let's say that you have the person from the example that you tweeted about, your partner, foot fetish. You go out with your partner. You know that your partner has a foot fetish. You intentionally and primarily do not wear shoes in order to appeal to your partner's foot fetish. There are children around. You do not care that there are children around, but there are children around. Your partner, who also does not necessarily care that there are children around, ends up getting off, orgasming, as a consequence of you specifically appealing to their foot fetish. Do you think that there is any harm incurred to the children, even though they were not, that was not necessarily intentionally a part of the situation? Yes or no?
From the way you've described that, no, I don't believe the harm is done to those children.
Okay. So now we're at the issue. Thank you.
I think Riley needs to slow down a little bit on some of these exclamations because she hasn't. I don't think she's made her arguments as strong as she thinks she has. But it feels like she thinks that, like, okay, this is the big ownage moment. Like that's the feeling that I get. It's like, okay, well, let's slow down a little bit because we're still like in highly contentious territory where I don't think either side has necessarily built up their argument to earn that, you know, huge exasperated sigh yet, you know.
So this is why I would reject your framing of this, because I would say that doing that violates categorically the consent of the children and therefore causes them harm. That is my issue with what you are. That's my issue with what you're proposing.
What consent did you violate?
Because you engage in sexual acts around children by engaging in incredibly risky behavior without getting their consent.
That's not. You haven't described a harm.
Yes, I have. All right, let me give you an example of this. Do you
Well,
think?
no, actually, let me give you an example of this.
Okay.
So I went through some pretty extreme child sexual assault. I was
That's-
sold to other people for sex.
Okay,
There were
I'm-
people who looked at me and desired me sexually.
Okay.
And there's a very big difference from the guy who was looking at me and desiring me sexually and the guy who just paid to...
Okay, whoa! Okay. I feel like Doe did a decent job in this argument up to here, even though I think they definitely could use some time to, like, again, more formally think out their arguments, but it feels like we just triggered the nuclear option for absolutely no reason. Holy shit.
There's a very big difference between the desire of the first person and the actual act of the second person. These are fundamentally different. My consent wasn't broken when someone was looking at me, you know, with desire. That's not where that came from.
All right. I am sorry that happened to you. That is awful. That does not have to do with this conversation.
It absolutely does.
What I would say is that, like, honestly, once somebody has, like, triggered this level of, like, personal, like, kind of trauma dumping, I'd be like, okay, I don't think that it feels like we can't move much farther in this conversation now, or I'm uncomfortable to do so, and then I think you just have to leave, because now you're literally nothing that happens from this point. Even if Riley was making the most logical arguments in the world, which I don't think she has at this point, but you're completely fucked. It's time to leave at this point.
Your definition of sex acts includes the man who was looking at me, wanting to buy me, but not doing it.
I don't even know if Doe's argument
So we're about to be TOS.
makes sense here, but
Let me be clear. All right. Everything that you just said does not have to do with the scenario that we just talked about.
It has to do with your definition of sex acts.
So the
Your
person,
definition of sex acts fundamentally fails. It includes people who wear crop tops. It includes people who
No,
wear
it
high
doesn't.
heels to make their
No,
ass
it
look good.
doesn't.
And it
No, it
includes the
doesn't.
man who looked at me.
like Doe's argument is so strong on its own right there. Like if they were only talking about that, like yeah, you're solid. You're on solid ground. I don't know why Doe decided to go nuclear with the personal, with the trauma dump. I don't understand.
Desiring me.
did he get off you?
Oh God.
No, not that one.
Oh no, Riley, why are you even trying to win?
No, he was deciding which one of us he wanted to fuck.
And I would say that that's not a sex act. If he is
Why?
not
He desired me sexually.
If he was not doing something, acting.
He was desiring me. Isn't that the problem here?
Wait, so hold on. So actually, wait. So, do you want this person? Do you understand?
God!
I know that this is a very we don't have to talk about this. This is a sensitive subject.
Yeah, it's why I was really, really upset when you called me a pedophile.
I didn't call you a pedophile.
Yeah, I know. You're going to keep maintaining that. We haven't gotten to that part of the discussion yet.
No.
Riley technically didn't call him a pedophile. Oh my God.
When you say that someone is intentionally or negligently justifying pedophilia, what you're saying is they have made an argument that they think that sex acts with children are okay, whether they know it or not. Your audience calls me a pedophile without your pretty wording around it, because they heard your message. They heard the message that you were sending out. They heard it. They heard it loud and clear. They heard it every time you called. All of those people. Yeah, no, they totally did. And they get it. They absolutely understood. Your audience picked it up. Did you not?
No, all right, I'm going to mute you.
Oh God.
I'm incredibly concerned about TOS. All right? Stop. I'm going to mute you for a second.
Oh
and
no.
Get back to having a productive conversation.
No, we're not. Absolutely no, we're not. It's funny that you think that, but
call you a pedophile. I didn't. I said that you either intentionally made an argument that would lead to what pedophiles want, or you negligently did. That is what I argued. And that is what I maintain, especially based on your answers earlier.
Having sex with children. I never claimed that.
All right,
I've
I'm
only
not-
said that
hold
it's
on.
okay to do things in public that deal with sexual desire.
Do you understand what negligence means?
Yes, unintentionally.
Okay.
So
This
what you're saying
comment-
is I have a belief, whether or not I know it, that I did it, whether or not I meant to. You're saying that I said it's okay to have sex with children.
Stop.
Whether or
No,
not I know
that's
it.
not-
what you
that's
said.
not really what
That's
Riley
what
said.
I
No,
about me.
that's
Stop
not-
that. No,
Those are the
stop.
words that you
You're
said
keep
about
putting
me.
words in my mouth. You can
I
yell
think the
all you
words
want.
intentionally
No,
or negligently.
stop.
Those are what those words mean.
No, stop.
Anyone can see that that's what those words mean.
No,
And your
stop.
audience
Oh, hold
heard
on.
them.
I'm going to mute you again.
Oh God, Riley!
Again.
Oh
All right? Yelling does
Shit
not
just
make you
went
more right.
Left.
All right? Yelling does not make you more right.
Shit
Talk
just
about
went left
negligence
real
means that
fast.
you
God
do
damn.
something or you say something and you are not aware of its implications at the time that you do it.
This is what
But you
happens,
still-
Riley. This is what happens, Riley, when you say basically everything is a fucking sex act, including literally just like working out, wearing heels, wearing sandals, or being barefoot because other people might have a fucking foot fetish. Saying shit like that and doing it outside where children could be makes you a pedophile is fucking crazy. Like that makes it so you can't do literally anything, and I mean literally anything, including again small shit like working out, wearing heels, wearing a fucking suit and tie. Like Jesus, I can't.
Wait, do I have lawyer people in here? Apple is. I don't know if I'm thinking of negligence or gross negligence, but doesn't negligence usually imply a little bit more than just you didn't know? Doesn't negligence usually imply you didn't know but you should have? Isn't that what negligence kind of means? Like if we say that, oh, you were being negligent, we don't usually just mean like, oh, you didn't know something. I think generally when we say you're being negligent, we're saying you didn't know this and you should have. That's my understanding. Yeah, so somebody says it implies you failed to take the proper steps. Negligence, even in common parlance versus legal, I think that's generally true. If you say this person was really negligent, I'm trying to think of an example. Like, fuck, I can't even think of like, fuck, I'm trying to think of an example of where it'd be negligent versus ignorance. No, I can think of tons of negligent things. I'm trying to think of something that would just be like you were just ignorant, you just didn't know. Here, okay, here's an example, okay? Let's say that you're walking down the street, and let's say you're walking on a sidewalk, and let's say there's a neighbor with a really dangerous dog, okay? And you're walking on the sidewalk and you're whatever, and then all of a sudden that dog runs out of the house and attacks you, right? I would say like, okay, that was just an example of ignorance. You had no idea. And is it really on you to know that? That a person has a dangerous dog, so run and attack you, you're just walking on a sidewalk? That'd be an example of like ignorance. You were ignorant of it, you didn't know. Now let's say that you're cutting through people's backyards, and let's say somebody had a sign or even didn't have a sign, and you go into somebody's backyard and then that dog attacks you. Now I'd say you were being ignorant. You were being negligent because not only you did something and you didn't know that something bad would happen to you, but you should have known. You should have known better than to do that, right? I would argue that that's like there is a difference, and I wouldn't even say even just strictly like oh legally. I would say like even in common parlance, there's a difference between negligence versus ignorance there. Yeah.
Do cause harm. All right? So I'm going to unmute you.
Oh God.
You're going to stop saying that this is calling you a pedophile because it is not. All right.
I can't believe you muted me. That's incredibly embarrassing.
Because you were
Oh my
yelling. No,
God.
hold on. You were yelling, and you were trying to put words in my mouth.
Oh man.
All right? So I am justified to be able to do that. Keep saying that I said a thing when I didn't. We looked at the clip. We looked at the clip.
You said
yes.
that I intentionally or negligently justified pedophilia. That means that either I meant to say that it's okay to have sex with children, or I unintentionally hold the belief, or
No.
made an argument that justifies, made an argument that would allude to the belief that having sex with children is okay.
Now, hold on. Stop. All right? It's not just...
Hammer time.
There is a possibility, because I can't read your mind. I don't know what's in your head. But the total scope of possibilities means that either you did know what you were saying when you said this, or, conversely, that you didn't know.
Yeah.
And I stand by that, because if you did
you're
not
saying
know
that
what
I
the
made an
implications
argument
of this
without knowing
are,
it.
as
It
you
says it's
admitted
okay to have
earlier,
sex with
you're
children.
fine. No, hold on. You are fine with people, you admitted, you're fine with people being able to get off in front of children, at least in some scenarios. You're fine with that.
Get off in public with the understanding that children might be there. But that actually wasn't why you called me a pedophile. The reason you called
I
me
didn't call you a pedophile. You just admitted,
admitted
that there are scenarios where you're fine with people getting off around children in public. I do not think it is a stretch to say that you either negligently or intentionally made arguments that would also be made by pedophiles.
No, none of my arguments were made by pedophiles.
You are not listening to me.
I am listening to you. I heard every word you said. Do you want me to repeat it back to you word for word?
Yes, please repeat back to me exactly what I said as I said.
Maybe I can't do word for word, but you did say that your belief in its negligence. Oh, I read something and I lost it. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Oh no.
Okay. So you agreed, just now, you've agreed multiple times actually, that you are fine with certain situations where someone engages in a sexual act, gets off publicly around children. You are fine.
No, you keep saying.
You are stop. You agree that
Another problem too is they're kind of like skirting through this debate very quickly, and I don't even know if they're working on the same like terminology. Like it still sounds like they don't even agree what a sex act is. It still sounds like there's a lot of fundamental basic things that they don't agree like about like consent. Like is wearing a top like a sex act? It doesn't sound like we ever like got resolution. So we're totally, both of these people are totally in the dark for as to what the other person thinks about certain topics. But I mean I don't know what. Yeah.
Are situations where you are fine with that happening.
I'm fine with people getting off in public sometimes. Yes.
Even if it is around children.
As long as they're not including the children in it. Yes.
Okay. So, I don't think that my comment was out of line at all.
Well, you're implying that I think it's okay to involve children in sex acts.
No, I didn't.
Oh, sounds like pedo apologia to me. Look at your chat. Look at them all doing it. They hear your message.
Well, right now what you're saying is incredibly yikesy. Because you are justifying being able to get off in front of children.
I'm justifying getting off in public. I'm not justifying getting off with
sometimes in front of children.
As the intent.
Sometimes, and you are fine with scenarios where people get off in public and also in front of children.
Yes. As long as they're not including the children in the sex act.
They need to get into some more examples. Because Doe is biting bullets that they don't need to bite so viciously. Like Doe could ask, for instance, let's say that you go into the beach with your loved one and let's say that you fuck in the water or whatever, hypothetically. And let's say 100 yards down the beach, there's a bunch of kids playing and they looking at you towards the water, but they don't even know you're fucking. Like, is this immoral? Are you involving children in sex acts here? Doe just needs like 1 or 2 examples to spell out like, this isn't really as horrible as you think it is, or Riley's saying it is, but.
Do we want to go back to all right, we talked about the concept of risk earlier, or risky behavior. Can we go back to that? Because this would be when we're talking about
no, because you still haven't gotten past your failure of a definition. You can't fundamentally
I think that I doubt this a ton. I doubt this a ton.
It does not cover that. That's not a sex act. The man looked at me. He wanted.
All right, you keep bringing up your personal experience. I'm sorry that happened. You keep bringing you bring up your personal
because you clearly don't have.
No, I'm gonna.
Oh God!
I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. You're bringing up your own personal experience as a drama victim to try and paint me in a bad light. I know what you were.
You might be a trauma victim, but I'm not going to be a drama victim. That's where Riley's going on this one. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Doing. All right. Do not lie.
Jesus.
To me or the chat. I know what you're doing. I know you're poisoning the well.
Oh no.
This does not matter. We're talking about the specific scenarios of the subject here. What you tweeted, which is what we are talking about. All right. So stop poisoning the well, and keep on the discussion that you agree to have. All right. I'm gonna unmute you.
Am I unmuted?
You're unmuted.
I think it's really embarrassing that you keep muting. I haven't muted you once. I think that's really embarrassing.
You keep saying embarrassing just because you say that something is embarrassing. Just because you say that something is embarrassing does not make it embarrassing. I hate to be the one to tell you.
Oh,
now you asked about the specific harm.
I'm not the arbiter of ultimate embarrassment. Oh my God, I've just now come to this realization. My life's a lie. I'm gonna be in shambles now.
So you asked earlier, what's the harm of getting off around children, and I will justify that to you right now.
No, I want you to justify your belief of desire being a sex act. I've given a very clear example where desire wasn't a sex act. Sexual desire wasn't itself a sex act. I'd like you to actually defend your claim because you haven't yet.
Because they have hold on, because we're talking about if you're doing something primarily appealing to sexual desires or interests. That's absolutely
yes. The man who was looking at me to purchase me was in fact looking at me with your intent sexual desire.
That is not primary. Hold on, no, stop.
You don't think that's primarily about sexual desire?
No,
the guy who was about to buy my holes.
All right, so hold on. So you are you're literally engaging.
Oh God, why?
I know what you're doing. So stop it. I'm going to respond to you. All right, I'm going to respond to you. But I know everyone can tell exactly what you're trying to do. Okay, so I'm going to respond to you.
Am I unmuted?
I'm unmuting you right now.
Oh, it's Riley's stream. It's fine for her to mute the pedo apologist.
I'm muting you when you're engaged. No, you know when I'm muting you. Don't lie.
I don't know. It doesn't show me.
All right. So I would say in that scenario, I would say,
you're just gonna move on.
No, I'm responding to what you said. I would say
this is why you only debate in like private Discord calls, where like you can mute each other. All right, where it's not just one person muting the other. Don't go to somebody else's server. They have too much power there. No. You got a fucking phone call or something. Make it so they can't just keep the pace of conversation like that. Because oh my God, no. I would just leave. If you're gonna keep muting me because you can't, because you're too scared to let me keep talking, fine then. I'll call you a bitch and move on. And from then on, either we're gonna have a completely unmuted conversation, and you're gonna be a big girl and realize that, like, you either like have this conversation like a real person, or we just don't, and you be fucking laughed at by the rest of the community forever because you're too much of a fucking pussy to actually stand behind what, like, why this person is acting like this because of shit you said to them, or you're gonna actually fucking fuck. I lost where I was. Anyways, either have a conversation or don't. Just fucking stop trying to meet people. It's really weak. Just stop. Don't do it.
In that scenario,
and then you don't acknowledge that it wasn't true, and now you're just trying to move.
No, stop. I would respond to you. You're asking me to respond to an incredibly inflammatory hypothetical scenario.
I'm asking you
so
to
I'm going to
respond
justify
my personal experience because it is the ultimate counter to your poor definition.
No, it's not.
It's not even the ultimate counter. Don't think of so many better examples. Jesus.
When my chat are asking that you give a trigger warning before you talk about.
No, I don't think so. You didn't give me a trigger warning when you called me.
Trigger warnings don't work.
Oh God.
Trigger warnings don't work. Shut the fuck up. Actually, hold up. I fucking love this. I love this so fucking much now. Because I've always fucking hated trigger warnings. I'm not gonna lie. I've always fucking hated trigger warnings. Where is it? Where's the bookmark? I have this bookmarked. Oh, fuck, where is it? Bookmarks. Bookmark manager. What? What? Oh shit, here it is. Hold on. Did someone delete it? Unless I didn't actually bookmark it. Hold on. Trigger warnings don't work. Here we go. Psychologicalscience.org. The following news release contains potentially disturbing content. Trigger warnings fail to help and may even harm. New research suggests that trigger warnings have little or no benefit in cushioning the blow of potentially disturbing content, and in some cases make things worse. Let's see, the latest study. The latest study on trigger warnings finally convinced me they're not worth it. Slate. What was the last one? Oh yeah, psychologicalscience.org, newyorker.com. Let's see. Alerts about classroom readings have been accused of weakening America's college students, but they might not do anything at all. The Atlantic. Holy shit, all of these reputable news sources saying trigger warnings don't work. So maybe they just don't fucking work. And stop saying that we need to do trigger warnings for every fucking conversation. Be a fucking big person. Be a fucking adult like all of us are. Shut the fuck up. If kids can handle it in fucking education, in fucking college, in fucking 1st through 12th grade, adults, grown-ass adults can handle it too. Shut the fuck up about trigger warnings. They don't work. Stop using them. Thank you. Bye-bye.
This has devolved into such...
You already went over it. Stop lying.
Yeah, no, it's right.
No,
Yeah.
absolutely not. I reject that. Do you have any other... All right, hold on. You said multiple times. Is there any other time aside from this? Because here, I would reject that I ever called you a pedophile. I reject that 100%. You said I called you a pedophile multiple times. Are there any other times where that possibly happened?
You deleted all your tweets, don't you remember?
I didn't. I never tweeted calling you a pedophile.
Okay.
So you're just calling me a liar then?
No, I said at the very beginning of this debate that neither of us can prove that claim because you hid all the evidence. So
I didn't hide all the evidence. I deleted it because you and your community were harassing me.
Sure. We were talking about things that you said publicly as a public figure.
I never. Do you have any screen? Or do you have any screen cap? If I deleted a tweet, then I could have had it. Are there any screen cap evidence?
And it seemed to be in line with things that you believed.
Do you have any screen cap evidence?
Argument as you about how desiring a foot fetish, desiring feet with a foot fetish is itself a sex act.
No, stop. You don't have any. So you're saying you don't have any actual evidence? You don't have any actual evidence of me calling you a pedophile once?
You did it multiple times, but
no, I didn't. You never have provided any evidence to substantiate that claim.
I already said I can't prove that you tweeted those things. It's fine. We can move on from it.
No. You lied then. You specifically lied then. Why are you trying to prove something that you don't even know is true?
Well, I know that it happened because it happened to me. And
wait, so
that I don't need those tweets here because your video.
All right, wait. How is that any different? Hold on, we need to go through that claim because there's a massive issue there. So you're saying that it's true that I called you a pedophile multiple times because it happened to you. That is your evidence, right?
No, I'm telling you that I can't provide evidence.
No, you're saying
at the beginning of the discussion, and
you are saying that it's true that I called you a pedophile multiple times because it happened to you and you know it to be true. That's what you're providing as evidence.
It happened to me. No, I know it happened. It happened to me.
I know it didn't
Can't
happen.
prove it.
I know
There's
it didn't
no
happen.
evidence because you
I
can't
know
go.
it didn't happen.
Okay, and like I said, neither of us can move forward on that. I've said that more than once. It's
So you
fine.
did lie about me.
I didn't lie.
Do you have any
I don't
proof that you were
prove
telling the truth?
Yes, the video is the proof.
No, it's not.
If you say that someone is intentionally or unintentionally...
Why don't they just argue? It sounds like they're telling you something so much. They just need to argue at this point. If you say that somebody is making arguments that a pedophile could use to justify pedophilia, it's not the same thing as calling that person a pedophile. This is what they should be arguing. But they're like both talking past each other so much. I don't think either of them is like engaging like the prefrontal cortex at this point. They're just like both incredibly fucking mad at each other and are just, yeah.
What you're saying is
I'm literally
either
saying you may have not intentionally defended pedophilia.
I know that it's not all intentional. Every time I've said this, I've done both parts of it. You are either saying that I know that I am actively aware that I am presenting something that says...
No, you're not responding to me. If I say...
I am responding to you. I'm saying intentionally or unintentionally, one of them is that I knowingly am justifying having sex with children, and the other one... is saying that I don't know that I'm saying that it's okay to have sex with children.
Yeah,
that's done.
Yeah, what about that second one there?
Yes,
where you don't
where you
intend to convey that meaning.
You think that I unknowingly support sex with children, even
Yes,
though
I think
more than once said that sex with children is wrong.
I think that you said that in this clip. I think that is the plain reading of this. I was specifically talking about what you said here.
You were talking about the foot fetish example.
Yes, where you ended up conceding that you are fine with scenarios where someone gets off sexually to a foot fetish around children.
Said gets off. I've said gets off in this conversation, but I didn't say it in that initial one. But even if I did
Wait, hold on. But you are saying that according to this clip and the beliefs that you elicited in this clip, that you are fine with scenarios where people get off to their foot fetish sexually in public around children.
In the clip, I said that it was okay to present your desires in public, to do things in public that elicit sexual desire. In this conversation, I maintained that I don't think it breaks consent to orgasm in public as long as you don't involve the children around.
Okay, and now, because we've gotten to this point several times and we keep trying to pivot away, I want to explain why that is wrong. All right, we keep pivoting away. I want to explain why doing a sex act around children, even if you do not involve them, is still harmful.
When a kid walks in on their parents, did their parents involve them in a sex act?
Stop. No. What? No.
Why
Stop.
not?
Because you're not. No, because you're engaged. Because they were acting in private. They took reasonable steps to act in private. And stop. I'm going to. All right. So I'm going to mute you first.
Oh no.
To explain why it is bad to do sex acts in public around children and why that still harms them. I'm going to explain that to... Oh, wow, they just deafened. Okay, well, I'm going to explain it to you, chat. The reason why it is still harmful is because even if you do not actually involve someone in a sexual act, you are engaging in incredibly risky behavior with such a high risk that we ought also consider that you acquire consent in order to engage in that action to begin with. An analogy would be firing a gun in public. If you go out into the middle of a crowd and fire a gun in public, we would say that is a bad thing to do. We would easily say, yes, it is a bad thing to fire a gun in public, even if you end up not actually hitting a single person. Why? Because the risk of the harm is so great that you ought still acquire consent for that. That's why we have gun ranges or specific places where people can go to engage in risky behavior. But it has to do with consent. You have to acquire consent to engage in certain kinds of risky behavior where the risk of actually causing the harm from engaging someone in that sex act is so great that we ought not do it without getting consent. So you didn't listen to me, but... Well, you didn't listen to anything I said, but I just explained why.
Oh, so you muted me.
Because you were not actually engaging with what I was saying. All right, I'm trying to explain. You said. No, stop. You didn't. You said that there's no harm from doing sex acts around children, and I've tried repeatedly, multiple times, to explain why it is harmful. I just explained that to my chat.
How much longer does this go on for? Because I think my debate is.
And you specifically avoided listening to me, which suggests to me that you are not actually engaging with me in good faith. If you are avoiding engaging with the arguments I'm presenting.
I just find it really unfair that you keep muting me. Maybe unfair sounds a little whiny, but like
I will mute you when you are not.
Here. I've answered every question directly.
No.
I've tried my hardest to be honest and good faith, and even answer questions that I know you are trying to make sound as intentionally bad as possible.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
No,
you are. And then
absolutely not.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it's absolutely what you've done. You keep saying I'm poisoning the well by talking about my own personal literal experience that actually has to do with actual pedophilia.
I think that yes.
Not actually important
first
to you as someone who's like really worried about CSA victims, right?
All right. No, clearly when you say that, you know you are poisoning the well. I agree that what happened to you was horrible. I am sorry that it happened. You know you are poisoning the well.
It's not poisoning the well. It's talking about my personal experiences. Poisoning the well would be like, Riley is such a dumb Christian. She'll never be able to understand what I'm saying. Like, no, I'm not poisoning the well. I'm talking about an experience because I don't feel like you're adequately able to engage with the actual experiences of people who have gone through.
And I'm telling you
really
exactly the problems. I'm telling you exactly the problems. And I also was going to explain. All right, so hold on. So if we want to go back to exactly the reason why that person in the scenario was not engaging in a sex act, I would say that it was not because they were primarily trying to pursue a sexual desire or interest at that time. That would be my inclination.
Well, look at that person in your chat. The answer is yes, that Doe's a pedo if it thinks it's okay to orgasm in the presence of children.
All right.
That was actually like the norm that like people would fuck.
Now hold on. Don't try to impugn. No, hold on.
I'm not impugning it. I'm just telling you. I just want you to hear like what your audience says. I'm reading it all. I know what your audience says.
All right, then actually engage with what I'm saying because I'm responding to you. I would say that the person in your scenario, for as inflammatory as you make it out to be, I would say that the distinguishing factor there is that they were not primarily engaging in a sexual act.
I was sold to other people, and you're calling me inflammatory?
Yes. I mean, right now, hold on. You keep saying that. You keep repeating this. You keep repeating the fact that you are CSA victim, which by the way, is horrible.
That's not what I said. Sorry, I just wanted to let that. That's not what I said. Yeah.
Hold on. So to be clear, the example that you gave, I would distinguish and say that the reason why that does not apply is because that person, we can reasonably surmise, was not primarily engaging in a sexual act at that time.
They were looking at me to buy me.
And all right, and I know that you are trying to just be as overly inflammatory as possible. And I would say that in that situation, the thing they were primarily focusing on was the buying. That's what my answer would be. And I know that you're just going to respond with, "Oh my God, Riley, you're so terrible." That is the response. They left.
All right. That was a horrendous shit show.
Well, yeah.
Oh, damn.
Well, that went over about as well as expected.
Well, Jesus. It sounds like Jake was lying, though, then. Fuck, I wish I would watch the morning because I could have been another lie. I don't think that Riley actually said, "You are a pedophile." Now, we can quibble over whether this was the equivalent or would have led people into believing this or not, but she didn't say that directly. Damn. All right, we'll watch the Vosh Riley went after, because holy shit.
All right. Well, we got a lot of clips from that. A lot of stuff happened. Hold on, let me There we go. We got a lot of clips from that. A lot of stuff happened. Good stream. Very good stream. We're gonna have a lot of YouTube videos coming up for the next few weeks. From just this stream alone, because I had a lot of... Even I made even more clips than I thought I would from this. So yeah, we have a lot of new videos coming out. A lot of new content. We have a very good future for this channel, I believe. So yeah, subscribe to my YouTube for a lot of videos coming out. Follow me on Twitch, or subscribe to my YouTube wherever you want to watch me for live streams. Support me on Patreon if you believe my content is good enough to support monetarily. And of course, you can sub to me on Patreon, or not Patreon. Well, yes, Patreon, but Twitch as well. I just prefer Patreon because it's a better site, because I kind of don't like Twitch, but that's another discussion for another day. Anyways, hope you guys have a good rest of your, well, I was gonna say day, but it's literally 12, or it's midnight after almost 1 a.m. here on the east side, and unless you're in like Japan, it's pretty fucking late everywhere. So hope you guys have a good rest of your night/morning, and I will see you next time. Bye bye.